Let the trade deadline marathon begin right now on FT. It's Ken Rosenthal, FT Senior Insider, joining us right at the top here, Ken. And a huge name we want to get to from the jump is Adley Rutschman. Do you think that the Orioles might trade the former first overall pick?
Yep, we've been connected.
There's definitely a lot of conversation right now between the Orioles and Red Sox. Not quite sure at what stage this is. The Orioles have already traded Taylor Ward to the Seattle Mariners. They're talking about trading Trevor Rogers to some team that we don't know yet. And they've been talking to the Red Sox about Rutschman. So this is a team 2.5 games out of the wild card. You're trading the guy you drafted number 1 in 2019 ahead of Bobby Witt Jr. potentially here. That's going to be something where, as I just wrote, Mike Elias, the president of baseball operations, will have a lot of explaining to do if this all goes down. Now, depends on the package, and they may get a monster return for Rutschman. I expect they will get a strong return, but we'll see. And the other question from the Red Sox perspective is, Rutschman's been on the IL 3 times this season, now with some wrist problem. How healthy is he? How good's he going to be? And what happens if you lose next season? You only get him for this 2-month period. These are all things swirling around right now.
Ken, is that the biggest name you're hearing a rumor about at the present moment is Adley Rutschman?
I would say so. The Angels certainly have been interesting, AJ. We've seen them trade Jose Soriano already, Joe Adell to the Guardians today. Do they do more? Do they also trade Reed Detmers, their left-handed starter? Do they also trade Zach Neto, their shortstop? So John Mozeliak, their interim GM, has been very busy so far, and as we've been wondering all along, the question is to what extent will he take this? And so far, he's been quite active.
Are these rumors surrounding teams trying to make big trades or trades that are just tough to get to and tough to finish here right at the deadline?
Oh, Erik, I imagine everything's going on. All sorts of things, big, small, and there are a lot of rental starters out there. That market is alive. There are some pretty good relievers available. And the question is bats and which bats might move and what Seattle is going to do next is going to be a really interesting point of view as well. Because Jason Stark from The Athletic reported this morning that they are still talking about either George Kirby or Emerson Hancock getting traded. They've already traded Luis Castillo. They have that great depth of starting pitching, Kate Anderson dominating in the minor leagues. So that's a team to watch among many.
Another one in the American League West, which has been a bit of a hot mess. You've been writing about the Rangers, and It seems like they could go the other direction.
They're definitely going in the other direction. And the question there is almost like with the Angels to a certain extent, how far do they go and what could they accomplish? They're clearly not happy with the way they've played since the All-Star break. Just got swept by Houston in Houston this weekend. And Chris Young, their president of baseball operations, is not going to act as a buyer for a team that doesn't warrant buying. So they could sell off Jock Peterson today. I would not be surprised by that at all, potential free agent. The question is, will they do some bigger things like a Nathan Eovaldi or someone along those lines? And right now, they are not ruling anything out.
Hey, Ken, the other team you mentioned, the Astros, are they going to do anything today? Because all of a sudden they're in first place. They're hot. They're the hottest team going right now, and they're kind of starting to put some distance between them and the rest of the AL West.
I do expect them to be aggressive, AJ. And they've got an aggressive owner, Jim Crane. They've got an aggressive general manager, Dana Brown. They need starting pitching. They need an outfielder. And there are all kinds of things that the Astros might accomplish, but I would be very surprised if they walk away today without improving their club.
Ken, can the Pirates make another move that would improve that bullpen, the one piece that they need?
They can, they should. They've been one of the teams on Luke Weaver, and they've been a team that's been kind of involved in what you alluded to before, Erik, big things and small, and yet we really haven't seen them do much just yet. Jacob Gonzalez came over in the one deal. They got the reliever in the other deal. So we'll see. Camilo Doval and Jacob Gonzalez would not qualify as a very good deadline for the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Ken, did any other team try to get Tarik Skubal, yes or no? Because it sure seems like the reaction is that the package they got wasn't the best. So yes or no? And then we let you go.
Yes. The Brewers, I'm sure, were involved in those conversations, but they didn't go far enough, and neither did any other team that might have been involved. And it's the kind of thing, AJ, where we might learn more about this later, and I'm not hiding anything, but generally speaking, you don't hear about the losers right away. And in this case, it's even more sensitive because of how good Skubal is.
The Brewers are on the clock. Ken, thanks for stopping by. Talk to you soon, okay?
Thanks, guys.
That's FT Senior Insider Ken Rosenthal, of course, with us just about every day on the FT Network, Foul Territory, Fair Territory, and every weekend on Fox. You can start your Fox One Watch 3-day free trial today at fox1.com, taking you all the way through the playoffs with the Saturday specials, and then in the postseason, all over that coverage, including the World Series on Fox and the Fox One app. All right, it's Miller time. Let's get into the Blue Jays trades over the last 24 hours with Miller Light Takes. Do you like a little buy-sell action?
Here's what I think they're doing. They're getting ready for next year. Gausman's going to be a free agent, so they're like, oh, we can get something for him. Soriano is under control, so they're thinking, all right, we can put him with Cease and some other guys we can find, and we can go from there. We have a nice start because the rest of the team, Varsho obviously is gone after this is a free agent at the end of the year. But I think this was more of a, hey, we can start building already for next year because, Gausman, look, I don't know what you say about Gausman. His numbers are down this year. I don't know if the Blue Jays would bring him back. Scherzer's likely going to be gone. Varsho's probably going to be gone. So they have some holes they need to fill outside of just the starting rotation for next year. So they're like, hey, if we can go Soriano Cease, that's a pretty good 1-2 to start for next year. This year, we're probably not making it. So let's start already thinking about next year. This is a good pivot by them, I feel like.
And if you look at the season, Soriano's been a little bit better, right, than Gausman. So you didn't lose much on your major league club yet. Now we still have many hours to go. I'm just saying crazier things have happened. The Blue Jays are 4.5 games out of a playoff spot in an American League. That's been like, who wants it? Have you seen who some of the third wild card seats are? They're just there for a moment, and then they decide to lose.
It's American League. If you get to 500, you're in the wild card.
So I know the Blue Jays have a ways to go. They're 52 and 60, but right now in the last 24 hours, they're not worse.
No, they're not 100%. They lost some of their minor league prospects, but
yeah,
depending on how you feel about Namala and some of the other guys they give away. Namala is the big name, but they have Jimenez signed for a long time. So what were they going to do with Namala other than try to make a trade with him? So they did it. This is where good GMs work for me.
And you know what?
We have 7 shortstops. Like I'll use the White Sox because I know the organization probably the best. We have Bonham, we just Rock Chalosky, we have Montgomery, we have all these shortstops. But we want to hold on to them all because there are 4 people who can play shortstop at once. Well, Andres Jimenez is there in Toronto. He signed for a long time. I know he's been willing to go to second base, but they love his defense. They love him there. Okay, we have Namala. Another team wants him. We can get a good starting pitcher back for him. Adios, amigos.
Who's got top-end stuff, and they just did that, Kratz, this offseason with Dylan Cease, who's had his ups and downs, and he's been up with Toronto. So can they do the same thing with someone like Soriano, consistency with elite stuff?
For sure. He's had a better year because he had the incredible month and a half to start the season where we thought he could have been a Cy Young. So, the Blue Jays are they're not looking to rebuild. They signed Vladdy to the $500 million. They signed Cease just recently. They've built a team that I think really wants to win in the next 4 and 5 years, not just, we'll see what happens. I think this year may be a punt, but I think it's something that they're stronger for next year ahead of whatever's going to happen with the CBA.
And this is what the insiders talk about when they say buying and selling, right? You're selling away a short-term rental. You're buying up somebody who can replace Kevin Gausman and then be part of the mix for 2 seasons after this. It's not 1, it's 2 seasons more of Jose Soriano.
Well, here's what I understand, like the grades, right? So the grade, Steven Nesbitt gave a C- to the Blue Jays. Okay, you're getting Kevin Gausman for 2 months. Kevin Gausman, didn't he have a 4.5-ish ERA?
Yes.
So, okay, this is where the grades get interesting for me because they got Ty Southenstein and Brett Bateman. Okay, I don't know. I saw Southenstein play in high school, so I don't know.
Neither of them have any power. That's why they get knocked.
Okay, fine. Southenstein, I know, can run like all kinds of.
Oh yeah.
All kinds of it, but Gausman's been better. But this is where it always goes back to when I hate using this analogy, but if someone comes to you and your house is for sale and you say, "Hey, I want $20 million for my house," and everyone keeps offering you $5 million. Guess what? Your house is worth $5 million. So if the Cubs and Blue Jays, or the Blue Jays rather, with Kevin Gausman saying, "Hey, we want your top prospect and 4 other players," and every other team is like, "We'll give you 2 A-ball guys." Well, guess what? Then you try to find the 2 best A-ball guys, and you take that because otherwise you're stuck with nothing. So, again, and we're going to get into Skubal later. I just am amazed by what they got for Skubal. I thought there could have been more just because he is Kevin Skubal, not a knock on Kevin Gossman at all. But I don't know. I'm amazed at it feels like not as many big names get traded anymore.
Oh, yeah. Well, teams
like
hold
minor league
prospects
guys,
tighter.
minor league prospect guys.
That's 100%
I mean,
fact.
the Dodgers got Tarik Skubal for their 5th rated prospect, not their top 4, and a 27-year-old guy he's not a prospect at 27. Sorry, he hasn't pitched in 2 years. And then another guy that wasn't even in their top 30. We've talked about how many times teams don't have 30 prospects. So they basically got Skubal for one guy. Now, River Ryan could turn into something, but he's been hurt for 2 years.
He's turning 28 in 2 weeks.
That's what I'm saying. So he's not a prospect anymore.
He picked up pitching late, but I'm with you. I mean, the return for me, hey, I did 45 minutes.
We'll get to that later.
Weekend.
Sorry, we're supposed to talk Blue Jays.
Yeah, well, Blue Jays and Cubs here because the Cubs pick up Kevin Gossman, and the walks have been shaky. The stuff looks the same, though, and we've seen flashes of what Kevin Gossman can do again this year. It's not like you watch him. You know how some guys you watch and you're like,
no, his stuff is still there.
It fell off. Like it's not falling off yet for him. So can you see him pitch well for the Cubs down the stretch and then pitch in a playoff game for them? Of course.
I was in Chicago on Saturday, and the wind was blowing in at 30. Anyone can pitch good when the wind's blowing in at 30. I mean, every time Kevin Gossman drives to the ballpark, he should hope that the wind is really the lake is really rough because that means the wind is blowing in. So I listen. I like this from the Blue Jays. I like this from the Cubs. I think this is one of those trades that can help both teams.
What were they saying out in Chicago that they
needed a starting pitcher?
Yeah.
Really, really bad.
Yep. Okay. So, hey, Blue Jays fans have watched Kevin Gossman do amazing things, and he still got it. But interesting buy-sell situation for Toronto. Hey, why not go grab a Miller Lite today? Game time is Miller time. Must be legal drinking age. Celebrate responsibly. Also, it's the summertime, AJ, and this is a time to feel free, wild, make some phone calls that you're overdue for, and also get some deals that you should be getting, that you deserve.
Yeah, it couldn't be any easier, though. It's just one price for unlimited talk, text, and data. It's really simple. It is one price for all the data and all the phone calls you could want per month. It's simple.
That's right. All of Mint Mobile's plans are $15 a month with the summer sale, even unlimited. To get your new wireless plan for just $15 a month, go to mintmobile.com/territory. That's mintmobile.com/territory to cut your wireless bill to $15 a month. That's it. There's no catch. Upfront payment of $45 for 3 months, $90 for 6 months, or $180 for 12 months. Plan required, $15 per month equivalent. Taxes and fees extra. Initial plan term only. Greater than 50 gigabytes may slow when network is busy. Includes up to 20 gigabyte hotspot. Capable device required. Availability, speed, and coverage varies. See mintmobile.com. Hey, we're here for a couple minutes, and then the TV crowd will return. We'll have TV audience up until 3 o'clock Eastern, and then we're just gunning it straight through from 3 o'clock till the end of the trade deadline. Scotty Braun, AJ Pierzynski, Erik Kratz, thanks for joining us. This is really one of the biggest days of the year. We love the live crowd. Keep the questions coming. We'll have the insiders joining us, Nightengale, Murray, Ruben Amaro Jr. is scheduled to join us, among many others. Jim Duquette, who else? Zach Scott. Many different either former front office executives or insiders will chime in on what's going on at the very moment. And we'll try and go down the line, too, in terms of what teams have done over the last few days. This is a weird one. We have a trade deadline on a Monday, so there was a lot of activity over the last couple of days. I know you want to get to Skubal, but even besides Skubal, I mean, there's been like 10-ish trades over the last 24 hours.
Some names.
Yeah.
Cosman, Arise. There's been some names.
We're going to get to Arise next. We're going to get to your White Sox and do a full segment on Castillo and Brenton Doyle so far and getting rid of Sir Anthony Dominguez. Brazoban as well. The Mets are going to be a popular conversation today. I know there were a few people that were like, why are you talking about the Mets so much over the last few weeks? Because they're making like 10 trades. They're trading away a third of their team. Remember? Right? Do you remember the team that traded away a third of their roster last year, Kratz? Twins.
Oh, they didn't trade them. They sold them.
Trade, sell.
Yeah, they did it.
They're neighbors, those two words. Twins are buying this year. Rangers
Are they, though?
Twins? Well,
Nah.
there's different categories.
Though? Are they?
There's light buying, light selling, heavy buying, heavy selling.
Heavy buy.
All right, let's charge. The Philadelphia Phillies pick up Luis Arraez, and also Caleb Killian has shown some flashes this year out of the bullpen. His stuff has ticked up. But Kratz, how does this fit into the puzzle piece now of defensive alignment for the Phillies? I mean, I love Luis Arraez as much as anyone on the planet for the contact and just the different flavor of hitter that you're going to get for a Philly team that strikes out plenty. I mean, Luis Arraez has struck out, I think, less on the season than Kyle Schwarber in like 2 weeks. Very different profile ball players. Your thoughts on this one?
I mean, this is a positive move. It's a positive player. What it does to the defensive stuff, man, I mean, just look 90 miles north to the Mets, like in your division. All these defensive moves, if this is the case, if the fact that they put Harper out in right field, Arraez at second, Stott at third, Bohm at first. Now you have Trey Turner, who everybody's complaining is, his defense hasn't quite been there this year. The outfield offense is upgraded, but other than that, everyone's moved around defensively. It's not that easy. But Luis Arraez is a positive player to this lineup that needs positivity.
Yeah, this one, don't they need an outfielder? I guess Bryce is their new outfielder.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, sure. Yeah, I don't know. This one to me, I guess it makes sense if he's a contact guy, he plays second, then you're just moving so many pieces around in the middle of the season. It's a lot. It's a lot of things that you have to move around, and I don't know. It seems like a lot. It seems like a lot when they could have. I guess there's just no outfielders out there.
There are not many. I mean,
but at least Arraez, another lefty.
Yeah.
I know lefty righty doesn't, but his numbers are down or worse against lefties in his career.
Sure, and there's guys that
he's not a home run guy. He's a contact guy, which they need. But I don't know, man. This move to me is like we're going to make a move for a big name, and I love Dave Dombrowski, and I love what he does. He always tries to win, but doesn't it seem like if this is their big move, that I don't know. Do you guys disagree with me there? Because now you're putting Bryce in the outfield. He hasn't played there in years. You're taking Alec Bohm, putting him at first. You're taking Stott, moving him to third. Right? You still have, you can't DH him because you have Schwarber. You're still lefty heavy. I don't know. I mean,
they wanted more right-handed hitting offense, right?
Yeah. Joe Adell would have looked nice for him.
I mean, maybe they didn't love Lane Thomas. Taylor Ward got moved. Like all the guys that Kratz has been mentioning over
all went to different places.
All went to different places, and they happen to land the guy that kind of rocks the whole lineup, the whole defensive alignment.
Yeah.
This is going to be a little bit crazy. I'm just having fun here, although I want to throw it out there. Dave Dombrowski calls out Bryce Harper, at least according to Bryce in the offseason. Bryce calls out Dave Dombrowski the other day. Dave Dombrowski says, "Here's your bat. Have fun in the outfield." I know it's not like that, but I'm saying it's not a shot. It's just like, well, I'm not going to worry about this guy in his first base situation. He wants someone so desperately and is willing to go to the outfield. Great. That makes it a little bit easier for me. So I'm not saying that he made this move to move Bryce to the outfield, but Kratz, I don't think Dave Dombrowski was very worried about his franchise player staying at first base because he made it known that he would move to the outfield. So it's like, hey, we both are challenging each other. And if Dave thinks the best move for them is Arraez and bumping Bryce to the outfield, he just did it and he can feel comfortable doing so because his superstar said do whatever it takes.
I mean, Dave's 70. I don't think Dave's playing games. Dave's in it to move and shake. I don't think. Yeah, I'm gonna say I'm buying that 0% chance there was anything there. I think he's trying to make the team better. And yes, the reason they wanted a right-handed bat was they wanted somebody to hit lefties. And Arraez will ultimately come in onto this team and be one of 3 guys now that have over an 800 OPS, and he's hit lefties better than some of the other guys that they've been throwing out there. So my biggest question, Where's he going to hit in this lineup? What is the most advantageous place for him to hit so that the big boys can drive him in? That's going to be a, this is going to be a Don Mattingly type of move that, like, hey, where are we going to put him so that he breaks up some lefties? Wait, he's left-handed. He's on base, blah, blah, blah.
Let's talk prospect return. We'll have Baseball America's JJ Cooper helping us out, expert on this topic. What did the Phillies give up?
The Phillies are always going to be going forward under Dave Dombrowski, and you saw that again this year, acquiring Luis Arias and Caleb Killian in a deal that sends back to the Giants some very significant prospects. Ramon Marquez, the right-hander, is the breakout prospect of the Phillies system this year. This is a starter, has been one of the best starters in Class A this year. 20-year-old, thing I think is most notable. Really good stuff. 3-pitch mix, fastball, changeup, slider. Most important thing, though, is he just does it time after time. He's got a sub 1.7 ERA right now. And every time he goes out, he seems like he has at least his, if not his best stuff, good stuff. 5 innings basically every time out. They're keeping on a pretty strict 85 pitch or shorter limit this year. But he doesn't walk a whole lot of guys, strikes out a ton of guys. 6 games and 12 starts of 9 or more strikeouts. He's definitely a name to watch, right on the fringe of the Baseball America Top 100. Wouldn't be shocked if he moves in there in the offseason. And then Marty Garr, the other guy that the Giants got, he throws up to 102. There's some control issues. It's hey, let's roll the dice on a guy who, if everything breaks right, could be a very useful reliever.
Wow, 102. Hey, what about relievers for the Phillies? Really, it's 2 here. I mentioned Caleb Killian and how he's found something. Look at the expected stats. I mean, the ERA is okay. And again, it's a bullpen guy. ERA doesn't tell the whole story. Plus, Brooks Raley, who has pitched really well in his career and was mowing down Philly hitters for the Mets. I think someone threw out there on Twitter how many Phillies hitters have struggled with Brooks Raley. Well, best way to get rid of that is to acquire him. If you can't beat him, join him.
Yeah, I mean, what are his numbers outside of facing the Phillies? Again, it's left-handers. They needed another lefty. I think Tim Meza was admirable out of the bullpen, but he was being pushed into a lot of situations. Jose Alvarado has kind of turned a corner. It's weird to watch him pitch now. It's a lot of curveballs, and you hope his stuff ticks up once we start getting into the playoffs. But it's like they're not in a spot where it's like, oh, well, we're guaranteed to make the playoffs. Like, they need to push here. So I think another lefty in the pen is a huge addition.
Okay. And Kratz, your thoughts on why they didn't go for some of these right-handed hitting outfielders? I know there are still guys out there, so we've got time. But some of the names that we all thought they would target, they didn't end up with. I don't think the asking price was crazy. I'm not going to act like I know the 30th best prospect on Team X and Y, right? That gets Taylor Ward. But your thoughts there for, Seattle getting him versus Philadelphia and anybody else that you thought they should have looked at so far?
I mean, when you start hearing like a Randy Arozarena coming to mind, like when his name was getting bantered about, like that's an impact. I think maybe they didn't feel like the righty bats that were out there were impact enough, and they're trusting the guys that they have. But trusting those guys has gotten them to the point where they're, the last or the second worst OPS in Major League Baseball out of their outfield. So it's not ideal, but I really, maybe Dave was shooting big and he missed, and then other teams pounced on the more minor moves.
Oh, well, the Taylor Ward is because they got rid of Castillo to the White Sox. They dumped his salary and the $23 million he's owed next year. And so that freed money. I mean, I know they took Dominguez back, but Dominguez making 10, Castillo's making 23 or something. So there's a big difference in money for this year and next year. So they were able to get him. So because they dumped Castillo onto the White Sox money-wise, they were able to pick up a bat. This is how Jerry Dipoto has to work. He's really good at it. And the Phillies have never seen, but Joe Adell got traded for Jacob Cozart as like the 8th prospect of the Guardians.
That could have been a fit.
I mean,
there's still more guys.
He has years of control, doesn't he, Joe Adell?
He's got at least one more, I believe. Well,
one or two more?
that. No,
Joe Adell does not. Joe Adell does not add what the Phillies need to add. I'm not saying he's not a good player. The Phillies punch out a ton already.
Okay. And Luis Ariz helps to solve that. You get the guy who strikes out, as few as anyone in baseball. And Adell, one more season. So
Adell is a right-handed hitting power guy. Isn't that kind of what the Phillies wanted? A right-handed hitting power guy?
You know who they're going to end up with.
Who?
Your boy.
Luis Robert?
Yes.
Oh, gosh.
No way.
I pray for you, Philly fans.
I think they are. No? You think
I guess that'd be fine. That'd be fine when he gets hurt. Then they just throw the other guys back in there that have kind of been doing what they've been doing. No way. No way they let Luis Robert go to Philly.
They just traded Brooks Raley to Philly.
Yeah.
There are some GMs and owners that care more about that stuff. I'm telling you, when the Mets have 10 guys to deal, you can't worry about which owner you like and don't like.
Also, when JJ was talking about Ramon Marquez, he's like, oh, he's a breakout guy in A-ball this year, or whatever. I think he said he's an A-ball. This is why teams trade prospects, because Ramon Marquez came out of nowhere. Now, boom, look, we traded him for Luis Ariz. He might become something, he might not 4 years from now, 3 years from now. But we're trying to win now. 3 years from now, 4 years from now, the Phillies might not be any good.
And again,
this is why it makes me laugh, because this is AJ Preller. Hey, I get 20 rounds in a draft, plus free agents, plus Latin America guys I can sign. Guess what I get? 40 more prospects next year that I can try to turn into something. And if I can pump them up enough, then boom, I can trade them for whoever I want.
Also, like you mentioned, the asking prices are not the same anymore. It's so rare to get a top-end prospect. Like, we all remember Leo DeVries, right? Last year going, and it was like, wow, they gave up like a...
Yeah, but Mason Miller is a special
20 guy
thing.
I agree. I'm just saying it takes that type of special, I'm the best in my position, and I'm under control for a long period of time, right? Like you mentioned with Skubal, they didn't even crack the top 5 of the Dodgers farm system to get the best pitcher or one of the top 3 pitchers in the sport. That stands out. Okay, if you want more on what the Phillies are doing, we'll talk later to Ruben Amaro Jr., but also we have the Phillies show. We'll plug some of our awesome shows, part of the FT Network, as we're rolling through today with an awesome audience. So this is that time of year, AJ. It is baseball's time to shine. And it is SeatGeek's time to shine with MLB tickets and finding the best pricing, seating, and games that are even sold out available on SeatGeek.
Absolutely. If you want to go to the biggest matchups coming up, we have Yankees-Cubs coming up. There's Yankees-Red Sox. It means stuff again. There's some big moments that are coming up here. And as the pennant chases really heat up, go to SeatGeek and find those green tickets with the best deals and get yourself out to an MLB game.
Yeah, and they're straightforward with you. They will actually put a red dot next to a ticket that they don't feel is your best look. Green dot means very good. Code for you. It's Territory 10. 10% off your next set of MLB tickets at SeatGeek. That's 10% off MLB tickets when you use the promo code Territory10. Make sure you click the link in the description to download the app and have the code automatically added to your account so you can use it later. We have a ton to get to, by the way, with Jim Bowden. That's coming up in a moment. We're going to recap a lot of the trades that have happened today and over the last couple of days. And with 1 minute to spare here, I think one of the huge trades of the day could be Adley Rutschman if that one goes through over the next few hours. That's pretty big. Former number 1 overall pick, and not giving up on him, but choosing Samuel Basallo and moving on because they're not going to keep him long term. I mean, they've had a lot of time to try and figure something out with him. He's had some injuries this year. Basallo signed up long term.
That'd be a surprise. That one's going to surprise me. If that happens, especially in the division. Now the Red Sox would have to give up a lot, but man, that seems like a quick give up on Adley Rutschman. I love Adley, so it just seems like a lot to give up this quick. But hey, what do I know, man? What do I know?
Whew. Can't give up any of their prospects, but they can give up some of their big leaguers. Oh wait, an all-star big leaguer? I guess there's that.
They're only all-star this year.
Was it? He's the only one? Wow. Front Office Unfiltered. It is FT Resident GM Jim Bowden, looking great. JB, let's go through a ton of trades that have happened over the last, say, 72 hours. I actually want to start with a specific market, the right-handed hitting bats. Some of them have just moved over the last couple hours. Guys like Taylor Ward, maybe we start there because I think the Mariners storyline is fascinating. What do you have for us?
Yeah, look, I like what Seattle has done because Jerry Dipoto told me before the deadline that he wanted a right-hand hitter and he wanted to get a reliever, that a little depth in the back end of the bullpen. And he's been able to accomplish both. Getting Taylor Ward from Baltimore, I know he hasn't hit for power this year, but certainly has had good at-bats and has good on-base percentage. We know the power's there because we saw it a year ago, and to be able to add him to the lineup, I love that pickup. He gave up 3 arms that maybe throw hard, but not sure any of them was going to ever fit for Seattle. So I really like that trade. Getting Sir Anthony Dominguez, look, he's not a closer, but if you put him in the 6th or 7th inning, you know, he's a useful relief pitcher there. And then, of course, the best deal I thought Seattle made in that trade with Chicago was the fact that they were able to get out of the $30 million they owed Castillo. They had a better pitcher in the minor leagues than Cade Anderson ready to replace him. They already had 5 starters, so they're still 6 deep. But I thought for Seattle that was significant. And, you know, as you mentioned, look, there's not a lot of right-hand hitters out there, right? That's why the Yankees traded for Luis Garcia Jr. He's a left-hand hitter because they couldn't get a right-hand hitter. Joe Adele, look, I don't know. He's a below-average defender. Yes, he's got some power. I'm not sure he really moves the needle for me in Cleveland. But at least they finally went out and tried something at the deadline, something we've been asking them to do the last couple of years. But I like the Ward trade for Seattle a lot better than the Adele deal for Cleveland.
All right, Jim, I got to ask you because you brought it up, the White Sox. Was this, I mean, did they just want Luis Castillo this much? Because he's owed money next year too, right? And then this deal allowed the Mariners to go get Taylor Ward because they cleared the money, correct, in Sir Anthony Dominguez versus Luis Castillo. So why? I guess my question is, why did the White Sox make this move? They think they can fix Luis Castillo for not only this year but for next year also?
No, they didn't want to give up any of their top prospects. That's why they did the Castillo deal. They said to themselves, we'd rather take Castillo's contract because we have lots of payroll room. We have a very low payroll. We have the money. So let's go ahead and overpay dollar-wise rather than prospect-wise because they want to keep the prospects because they're building this long-term. Now, look, Castillo at this point is a 4th or 5th starter, but he has pitched better his last 6 or 7 starts, and we shouldn't look the other way. But the White Sox were out there, and they were seeing what the asking price was for Clay Holmes and for Casey Mize and Robbie Ray, and they just didn't want to give up the prospects that those teams were asking for. So they figured, hey, we have freedom dollar-wise. Let's spend it instead. And I like what Chris Getz has done. I mean, Oscar Brozobon really helps the bullpen. I mean, gets a lot of ground balls, gets sinkers. He's been really consistent all year long with the stuff out of the bullpen. And then I like their recent deal, getting Brett and Doyle, that they can platoon out there in center field, which means no matter which one of those guys are out there, they're going to have Gold Glove caliber defense and throw that leather around for that pitching staff. So I really like what Chicago has done. You know, yeah, you'd like a better starter. I get it. But at least Castillo is an inning eater. And Castillo also is a good influence on some of those young pitchers as well. So I actually like what the White Sox have done.
All right, talk about the Freddie P to the Rays trade. Is this a case where the whole league's going to go, oh, crap, the Rays got Freddie P. Here comes the Cy Young second half?
I mean, I think we all look at it and say, I can't wait to see what the Rays pitching room is going to do to Peralta, right? I mean, they're one of the, like the Dodgers and the Brewers, that, you know, they seem to be able to acquire pitchers and make them better immediately. I will be fascinating to see what their technology, their analytics department, their research and development people do to try to get Peralta back to the pitcher who a year ago was top 5 in the National League and Cy Young Award. I mean, can they get him back there? I think it'll be pretty embarrassing to the Mets if they're able to do it. But I'm never going to bet against this Rays organization, from Kevin Cash to the pitching people all the way down. I mean, they're some of the smartest people in the game, and if anybody can get Peralta turned around, it's them. I also think Peralta leaving the big market of New York is going to help him. I do. You know, some guys just can't handle New York. He excelled in the small market in Milwaukee, maybe going to the small market in Tampa, maybe getting some smart people helping him. Maybe he gets back on track. I'm fascinated to see how this kind of plays out.
Jim, what about the Orioles? We're hearing that Adley might be on the move now, and I'm not asking you to speculate on that, but here they go again. They're selling. Taylor Ward's already gone, right? Hearing Rogers might go. What is going on in Baltimore? They're selling again. It seems like every year now, even though they're not that far back, and they're kind of creeping back into this wild card race. Here they go again. Mike Elias wants to sell and bring in more prospects he can hoard.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're not good enough. I mean, they're just not. I think you look in the division, and I've got Rays, Yankees, Red Sox, all 3 of them better than Baltimore. And I think it's okay to be realistic here. And with Adley Rutschman, you have him for a year and a half, and you have not been able to negotiate. I believe their agent, his agent is from CAA. They have not been able to do a long-term deal. They had no confidence it would get done, and they have to ask themselves, are we going to get a better return right now at the deadline at 6 o'clock today, or hold them to the offseason and trade them then? And I think their answer is, based on talking to all the other teams, that the best deal is going to be coming from Boston. So they've agreed on players. They're going through the medicals now, and they're waiting for John Henry to say, go ahead, Craig Breslow, pull the trigger. I can't wait to see what the return is if this deal is approved. I think it's fascinating that the Orioles aren't afraid to trade him in the division. And I think Adley Rutschman's a difference maker for Boston. I think Boston's a real World Series threat right now, the way they're playing. And if Rutschman's wrist comes back okay and he can do damage the rest of the year, that really is going to help the Red Sox lineup. I don't think Adley's ever been able to touch what his potential is. Maybe this change of scenery unlocks it.
All right, Luis Garcia Jr., you had mentioned him, that the Yankees wanted a right-handed hitter, and so they got Luis Garcia Jr., a left-handed hitter. Is it just a prime case of the Yankee system said, this guy is hitting the ball harder than everybody else that is available out there, we want to pick him up, and he has another year of control after this year?
Yeah, only 2 players in baseball have 20 doubles, 5 triples, and 20 homers this year. One is Pete Crow Armstrong, and the other is Luis Garcia Jr. As Aaron Boone said after the trade, this guy can flat out rake. Yes, it's not a great positional fit. He's improved a lot defensively at first base since the beginning of the year. He's become adequate. He still needs to work on the timing to make sure with his footwork that he gets back to the bag in time, on times with PFP plays or the second base of a ball between the two, but he's getting better. I talked to Aaron Boone, the manager of the Yankees. He told me that he's going to be platooning Garcia and Goldschmidt at first base, at least initially, with Ben Rice at the DH spot, with Stanton, Judge, and Bellinger all on the injured list. And I think, when you look at Garcia, he's got a 909 OPS against right-handed pitching. I mean, he just absolutely crushes it. Yankees can't score runs. We're watching all these 2-1, 3-2 ball games. They had to find a way to get offense. They couldn't wait till Bellinger got back. They couldn't wait till Judge got back. This kid with Yankee Stadium, 23 homers in Washington is 30 probably at Yankee Stadium, getting half your games there. So I think they did what they had to do. They had to get a bat. And yes, they would prefer a right-handed bat, but Garcia was the best bat available. And so they got the best bat available regardless of which side he swings the bat, and that makes sense to me.
You had said Ben Rice. Is there a chance? I thought you had tweeted possibly Ben Rice first base and catch. Is there a chance if they don't get that catcher they're looking for that he may catch more?
I mean, anything's possible right now. I mean, they've been in on the Adley Rutschman. Obviously, it sounds like they're not going to get him. They've been talking to the Miami Marlins about Liam Hicks. They've been talking to the Cincinnati Reds about Tyler Stevenson. They're trying to get another catcher, but they're getting no production from catcher. So I think, fast forward ahead 3 weeks, what if Stanton, Judge, Bellinger, if they all come back, is there a scenario where maybe you want to put Ben Rice behind the plate for a certain amount of games? Yeah, that possibility still exists. So it's an option that the Yankees certainly have. They do like Ben Rice behind the plate.
All right, Jim. By the way, Garcia, first of all, before I ask my next question, Garcia okay going from playing every day facing lefties to going to be a platoon guy? I mean, that's like where it's like,
Good question.
I mean,
Good
that's where.
question.
And Aaron Boone is very sensitive. I just saw him on Saturday. He's very sensitive to guys being moved. He was moved once from the Reds to the Yankees in 2003, obviously at the big homer. But that's where you get into how do you make a guy feel comfortable? He's playing every day with the Nationals, raking, and then, oh, by the way, you're only going to face righties. So, anyways, my question is on the Braves. Have the Braves done enough? Have the Braves done enough with Molly and Lane Thomas to hold on to this division and then be able to make a deep run in the playoffs?
They did enough to hold on to the division, I think. I think they did. I think the three pieces they got fit well. Picking up Tyler Mahle, I thought, was a good preventive measure from the Phillies getting him, because the Phillies desperately need a back-of-the-rotation starter to get there. So Mahle gives them depth, but they didn't get the playoff starter that Alex Anthopoulos wanted. Now, he still has a few hours to do that. But Mahle, it certainly helps, keeps you in games. Adding Suter, that different look in the bullpen, the lefty with a low arm angle to mix in with all the great relievers he had. I do love that piece because he can pitch lots of innings. You can use him in so many different roles. So I thought that was kind of an underrated pickup based on the way their bullpen is configured. And Lane Thomas, he crushes left-handed pitching. Always has. I mean, you shouldn't play him against right-hand pitching, but he crushes left-handed pitching, can play all three outfield positions. And he was another guy that I kept thinking would be the perfect fit for the Phillies. I kept looking at him go, oh, that would be a perfect fit there. So I kind of felt like Mahle and Thomas were a good prevent the Phillies from getting these guys. But I also do think that all three of these guys fit on their roster. Remember, the last time Alex Anthopoulos won a world championship in Atlanta, it's because he made depth plays like this at the trade deadline. If you remember, Jorge Soler ended up being a postseason MVP. He picked up like 3 or 4 outfielders at that deadline, and it was difference makers, and that's what he's trying to do here. I did want him to make the one big move, but he still has time. Detroit hasn't traded Casey Mize yet, right? San Francisco hasn't traded Robbie Ray yet. Tick-tock, tick-tock. He's got time.
All right, tick-tock. Speaking of big moves, you traded stars. You traded 4 superstars. Tarik Skubal gets traded. Was it enough what the Tigers got back? And we're going to get into this, but I have a guy who was a GM. How does this go down? Because were the Brewers, like if I'm the Brewers fan today, I'm pissed. Because the Dodgers didn't give up a top 5 prospect in their organization. The Brewers couldn't have beat this. That's probably my biggest thing. Did the Tigers get enough for Tarik Skubal for, I know it's only 2 months.
Yes, they did, because he's a rental. It's going to be one of the best returns for a rental we've ever seen, even better than the Yu Darvish rental. Zaire Hope would be a number 1 prospect in most organizations. Zaire Hope will develop into a 30 home run, 30 stolen base, multi-all-star game kind of player. He's humble. He's got a high baseball IQ. He loves the game. He cares. He has good work ethic. He is going to fit in that group of Kevin McGonigal and Riley Green and Max Clark and Yosu Briseño. The Tigers are building a really good young core of position players. Zaire Hope's going to be a very important part of that. Now, a couple of things. Number 1, would I have waited till Monday to pull the trigger on Skubal? Yes. Dodgers weren't going to go anywhere. We all knew that. They were Skubal or nothing. That's what they were going to do. You could have waited till Monday. Maybe Milwaukee, maybe Tampa Bay, maybe someone would have changed their mind. But why did they take this deal? They took this deal clearly because Milwaukee was not going to put Jesus Made in the deal, period. The Tampa Bay Rays were not going to put Theo Gillen in this trade, period, because they need those guys. They need 6 years of control of those guys instead of 2 years of Skubal, because they're not planning on going out of business at the end of this year. And they've got to put competitive teams together in the future on payrolls that are so much less than everybody else. So they can't give up the prospects. Now, in the Dodgers case, they have so many prospects that it's almost comical. They have 5 outfield prospects that would be number 1 prospects in other organizations. Now, River Ryan, he's not even on the radar for the Dodgers, but remember this, he had Tommy John surgery, he's a converted infielder, but I'm telling you, he's got 5 pitches, he's got a 97-mile-an-hour fastball, and get the hamstrings healthy, he can be a solid number 3 starter for Detroit without a doubt. He's just blocked in the organization that he's in. This was a really good return for Detroit. I think if they waited a Monday, maybe you get a 4th player thrown in, but you weren't going to get a better prospect than Hope from what I'm being told. And if you love the deal that much on Saturday, then you pull the trigger, and that's exactly what Scott Harris did.
By the way, Jim, real quick, Brent Suter got traded to the Braves, so there's their next move. So just FYI, Brent Suter to the Braves. So there's their big move. But seriously, can I just ask: are the Brewers going to do anything? Do you think I know it's
Like,
speculation.
why didn't they go harder?
I don't know. That's why I said if I'm a Brewers fan, like they're supposed to have the best farm system in baseball, but they can't give up their fourth best prospect to get him instead of the fifth. Anyways, I don't know.
Well, it's not 6:00 yet, right? We got time, right? Casey Mize hasn't been traded yet. Detroit's still talking. Clay Holmes hasn't been traded yet. They're still talking. Robbie Ray hasn't been traded yet. They're still talking. I'm expecting the Brewers to be heard from between now and 6:00. There's a reason why Matt Arnold has won Executive of the Year 2 consecutive years. He's not going to win it this third year, but I still think he'll make a deal at the deadline that everybody will raise their eyebrows and go, okay, don't count the Brewers out.
JB, awesome stuff. We got to a lot. Thank you so much. I know you have a busy day. Everyone follow JB to follow his schedule. And GM Territory has been running a great show, a little mini show every day. There it is. Subscribe to it wherever you get your pods, and it's killing it on YouTube. Thanks, JB. Talk later.
Thanks, guys. Talk to you later.
For parents looking for a new path to help your child succeed this year, there's still time to enroll in K-12-powered online schools. K-12-powered schools offer tuition-free accredited online public education for students in kindergarten through 12th grade. Todd Father, take it away.
Stride is a wonderful option for anybody that's always on the run. I mean, look at myself, from playing baseball to helping out a lot of people. Stride is fantastic for your child to be homeschooled. They will love it no matter what.
K-12's dedicated teachers are trained in virtual instruction, and they provide real-time support, all in an online setting that works for your family at home or anywhere that there's internet. If you're on the go, it could be for you. It's not too late to enroll this fall. See how K-12-powered schools can help your child thrive this year and beyond. Enroll online today at k12.com/foul. That's the letter K, the number 12.com/FOUL. K12.com/foul. K-12, serving 3 million students and counting. Hey, trade that went down during our last segment. We're going to hit everything. So Josh Smith has had a tough season, but he's had success in the past, and he gets moved to the Blue Jays for Adam Macko, a relief pitcher who's a good story, but little stuff too.
This is again for next year. This is a utility guy that can play for him for next year.
I mean, he'll do this year too.
Yeah, no, I know, but he's more. This is more of them trying to look down the road. The Blue Jays, to me,
sometimes
Josh Smith has been a good player.
This
year he's not. He was in AAA. He wasn't very good this year, but he's been a good player.
It's tough to talk teams into making deals sometimes, Kratz. In the offseason, everyone's so slow. They ask for more. Right now, it's like, this is your last chance to make trades. So some teams like to get their business done for next year right now.
It's interesting because some of them is like, well, that one's more like an off-season type of deal with the bigger contracts. I've loved Josh Smith. I get it. He's having a down year, but I've loved what he's done recently, and I thought he should have been an all-star either last year or the year before. And I think it's Blue Jays. Like, hey, if we're looking at the Blue Jays in the playoffs next year, to me, it's moves like this that make it happen, not just free agent signings.
Apparently, the Braves checked in on Jacob deGrom, John Heyman said, and some others too. So like that would be
like Evan Grant. I saw Evan Grant last weekend. He is firm. The Rangers. He was even last weekend before they had the terrible week and got swept by the Astros that they were going to sell some big names. Which surprised me because they were in first place.
They bought a reliever the other day too.
I know, but he was just saying that I think they're going to get rid of some big name guys. Now they haven't made that big move yet, but to hear that Chris Young and they're going to sell is crazy.
They had a bad weekend, and I guess that changes things. Towing the rubber for the Dodgers mega team will be Tarik Skubal. This is our little window to talk about the deal that rocked the weekend. We did a 40-minute show over the weekend, breaking news. It all still applies if you want to check that out at some point later on, but we're live here within the FT Trade Deadline extravaganza. So when you saw that, your first reaction was?
Duh.
Really? You weren't surprised that nobody else tried this time? I thought it was
No. Okay, so what's funny is I was with Ken on Saturday. Okay,
Rosenthal.
We were in Wrigleyville.
Mm-hmm.
We were driving back to the hotel after the game. First of all, it took him forever. Ken, hurry up after the games. You're making me wait. And I had all these awkward Cub fans coming up to me asking me for pictures and stuff. I'm like, you're a Cub fan.
They love you.
But he was in the car, and I've ridden with Ken before, and he'd text me before the game. He was like, don't bother me today. Just leave me alone, right? So
Don't make him like he's a mean guy.
No. I know. No. It's Ken. Okay. Ken and I have an awesome. Ken and I love each other. Okay. So anyone thinks we don't get along, we get along awesome. And Ken and I just give each other grief because we like each other. Okay?
Yes.
But I'm sitting in the passenger side back seat, and he's across from me behind the driver. And all I hear is, and I'm like, Ken, what is happening? And he's like, I told you not to bother me. And I was like, what's that? He's like, let me finish this. And I could see his iPad. It wasn't on the phone. It was on his iPad. And I could see on his iPad, it was text from people. And I just saw text. I didn't read them. So Ken, I didn't read them. I just saw, it was like a million texts. And I was like, Ken, what's happening? He's like, I think Skubal happens tonight. And I was like, oh, where? And he's like, I can't tell you, but I think it's happening tonight. And I was like, oh, okay, sweet. And then so, I don't know, we get back to the hotel, and I think it was probably 10 minutes later, where it came out he was going to the Dodgers. And my first reaction was, duh. And then my second reaction was anger for the Brewers and the Rays. Because Brewers and Rays fans, because then you see what they got back. And again, okay, White might end up being the best player ever, okay? But on paper, you would think that the Brewers, who we've all heard have the best farm system going right now.
Who did you say might be the best player ever? Zaire Hope?
Zaire Hope, sorry. I called him Zaire White. Sorry. Zaire Hope, sorry.
Yep.
Zaire Hope might be, there it is, Zaire Hope, sorry. Might be and Jim said he's gonna be an awesome player in this and that. But I was thinking, and we've talked about this on the show so many times, and so many people I've talked to over the last week were like, please let someone other than the Dodgers go for it. And we've talked about on the show, Rays, Brewers, go for it. Get this guy. Get it done. The Rays, you have a great chance to win the American League this year and get to the postseason. And yes, Freddie Peralta is a nice pickup, but you also have Rasmussen. You also have McClanahan. You also have Nick Martinez, right? And you just lost 2 out of 3 to the White Sox. Go get Skubal. Doesn't happen. Brewers, you have a great chance if you go Miz, Skubal, Harrison, your team, the way you play, your bullpen with McGill and Uribe and the rest of that group that in Ashby, the way Pat Murphy handles it, you have a chance to knock off, and not only knock them off, but take the one guy they really wanted and basically say, here's the guy you wanted, we got him. And they didn't do it, and that's why my second reaction was anger, because I just, as a baseball fan, okay, listen, the Dodgers are awesome. I love the Dodgers. I love the Dodger players. The organization's unbelievable. They go and do what they want to do, right? Money aside, they use their resources, and they do it better than anybody else, okay? But gosh darn it, I want to see one of these other teams one time say, screw it, we're just going to give up our 3rd best prospect and our 8th best prospect and make a deal happen. And they didn't do it. And listen, Matt Arnold, we love Matt Arnold. He's been on the show, and I love talking to Matt Arnold. And Kratz, I know, loves Matt Arnold, and he's pickleball and this and that. But gosh darn it, Mark Antanasio gave you the okay to go get Tarik Skubal, and this was the time to do it, even if it's only for 2 months. You saw what happened in 2008 when you went and got CeCe Sabathia, and none of those players turned out to be that great. I mean, Matt LaPorta was the big name. Yes, Michael Brantley had a great career, but he had a great career in Cleveland. So, I don't know. I just wish there was a way. That's my rant.
Remember the Dodgers trade for Yu Darvish, which at the time was huge too, and they gave up all these prospects to Texas. Like, none of them worked out. I mean, and I get it. Sometimes you're going to get caught and somebody's going to thrive elsewhere. But Kratz, you were just out in Milwaukee. They have a top 3 system, really unanimous across the sport. It's really deep and it's full of impact players. And at some point it's going to become the log jam. And then it's going to become, some of these players lose value, which is what happened with the Orioles. The question on everyone's mind is, you had an opportunity to not lose out on a huge pitcher because of money. This has to do with prospect capital, and you let a team that could beat you in the National League Championship Series or whatever grab them.
That's the part that's toughest for me, is you want to make the World Series because you have a chance to win the World Series. If they're in the American League, I think this move, okay, it's fine. You know what? We don't need to beat the Yankees. We don't need to beat the Rays with Tarik Skubal. To me, if you know and you think that the Dodgers are going to be the team that's going to outbid you, if you're the Brewers, I think you do it. Because the one consistency that the Brewers have had is it doesn't matter who they have, who they get rid of, they're making the playoffs. They're winning the division. Starting in 2018, they've been it's a dynasty in their division. They're taking the NL Central and they're making everybody else.
Who cares? Sorry, I'm cutting you off. Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? The Braves won 14 consecutive divisions. They won one World Series. Everyone says that team was a dynasty. They won one. The Brewers haven't won a World Series ever. They've been to one. Step up.
They have the farm system to do that. That's never going to change. Make the trade to win the World Series that you do not have. Clearly, so far, everything that you've done is just win the division. So you've got that locked down. You'll be able to do that no matter who you get rid of. For Tarik Skubal, for the Orioles, when they got rid of Corbin Burns, still can win the division. For the Mets, got rid of Freddie Peralta, they still can win the division. So you can get rid of guys. You can get rid of prospects too. To me, this was the move that they needed to make. I get it. Tarik Skubal's not hitting home runs. Doesn't matter. They do it their own conventional way, but they've solidified the fact that they can win the division. Now you have to make a move to win the World Series or to make it to the World Series, and the Dodgers are the team in your way. If the Dodgers didn't want Skubal, then I'm like, okay, fine. Then you don't need Skubal. But that's where I think they missed.
They missed badly. And maybe we're going to be wrong.
Maybe we're wrong. I don't know. But it just...
On what? Wrong on what, though?
Maybe
Skubal
doesn't need
maybe they still slay the dragon and the Brewers beat the Dodgers and they do 90 things in the next 3 hours.
1982 is a really long time ago.
And they didn't win that year.
They've never won a World Series.
Right.
Ask the Cubs when they traded Gleyber Torres for Aroldis Chapman, and everyone's like, oh, he's a rental. And then he went back to the Yankees. Was 2016 worth it?
What about 2023? Jordan Montgomery, who was not as good as Tarik Skubal, he was the prize or one of the top prizes of the trade deadline. He was the difference.
100%.
He shoved for the Rangers. Diamondbacks wanted him too. Didn't get him. Beat them in the World Series.
But see, here's my question.
Any better.
It tells when a team says we're not going to go all in, do they really think they're good enough to win? That's my question. Do they really think they're good enough? If we don't trust that we can win this year, if we go and get the best pitcher available by far, a guy who's won back-to-back Cy Youngs. Again, this is just a question, not my opinion. But does the front office believe, hey, we're good enough if we won't give up our 7th and 8th best prospect?
To me, it honestly,
I don't know. That's the new in the old days. And again, I played in the old days. Okay, teams were like, we got a chance. We're freaking going for it. We don't care about that guy 5 years from now. But now teams are, well, he might be good 7 years from now. We got to hold on to him.
Yeah, 54% theory. Let's just be in it every year.
I don't know.
It's really
but whatever. That's why I'm angry, because I just feel like they could have got it done. And World Series winning teams are remembered forever in every city that it happens in, right? They're remembered forever, especially when you're the first one to do it. I mean, the 2016 Cubs, 2005 White Sox, 2015 Royals, they hadn't won since '85, right? That 2015 team is legendary. 2004 Red Sox, legendary, right? For teams that haven't won, the first Brewers team, if they ever do it, going to never be forgotten in Milwaukee. The first Mariners team that ever makes the World Series, and then if they win it, will never be forgotten. It's just, I don't know.
Yep. Hey, just in the last 2 minutes, a number of trades have happened. Let's get caught up. We're going to step aside and get ready for Bob Nightengale next. Today's episode is sponsored by the ASPCA Pet Health Insurance Program. Kratz, we love our pups.
We do. And I can't put Bella in a bubble. So you know what I'll do? I'll do the next best thing for her.
That's right. The ASPCA Pet Health Insurance Program offers customizable accident and illness plans that can fit your budget, your lifestyle, and even your pet's particular quirks. ASPCA Pet Health Insurance has been around for almost 30 years and has covered over 1 million pets. And when it's time to submit a claim, it's easy. Just use their app and receive reimbursement for eligible vet bills directly into your bank account so you can get back to focusing on what really matters, and that's your pet. To explore coverage, visit aspcapetinsurance.com/FOUL. That's aspcapetinsurance.com/FOUL. Again, one more time, aspcapetinsurance.com/FOUL. This is a paid advertisement. Insurance is underwritten by either Independence American Insurance Company or United States Fire Insurance Company and produced by PTZ Insurance Agency Limited. The ASPCA is not an insurer and is not engaged in the business of insurance. A couple of minutes here before the TV crowd returns, and we can at least do mini reactions to the two trades, and we'll spend more time on them. But Robbie Ray appears to be headed to the Padres, and they need starting pitching.
Robbie Ray to the Padres?
Sounds like it.
Wow, there's a lot of interdivision trades out there, more than usual. Padres interesting. Wonder who they had to give up. Do you know who they gave up?
Not yet, but
probably their number one and number two prospects,
which are different prospects on.
Yeah, but still. Board. But nobody knows that because all the fans see is number 5 prospect.
Yes, I know.
Like, I get that you can, but I don't know.
That's why I do the disclaimer. And then the Miami Marlins ship out Liam Hicks to the Rays. The Marlins actually were starting to create a surplus with catching.
Yeah.
Liam Hicks really found it this year.
Joe Mack is taking that job. And
Joe Mack's really good.
Especially defensively.
Mm-hmm.
Liam Hicks is not really a catcher, though. I mean he is, but he's serviceable. He can hit.
And the Rays are one of those teams that think they can get
to the World Series
to another level, though, in terms of their defensive game. You know,
plus, they also think they can get to the World Series because they look at the American League and say, we can win this thing.
They need more offense.
Liam Hicks is offense.
That's offense for you. You catch it.
And I love the Freddie Peralta trade for the Rays.
Yep.
I think, listen, again, if the Rays team wins the World Series, they've been there, they've lost a couple times. If they win it, people in Tampa, they call it Champa Bay over there. Because the Lightning and the Bucks have all won a couple. They're waiting for the Rays.
I hope the Rays keep going today. Just keep stocking up. Yeah. But that's a good one. That's a nice piece, Kratz, on offense for the Rays to make the lineup a little scarier from top to bottom. We'll get to it.
Definitely.
USA Today's Bob Nightengale, FT Insider, here frequently and joining us right now on the Trade Deadline Marathon. Bob, thanks for the time. I know you're busy. Let's start with the Rays because I saw you just tweet about Liam Hicks going over there from the Marlins. Your thoughts on that one, plus what the Rays have done so far with Freddie Peralta too?
Yeah, they were aggressive. Have been aggressive at the trade deadline. They've had scouts at about every ballpark for the last month. I mean, they were big on everybody. They were asking the Diamondbacks about Ketel Marte. They were in the sweepstakes for Skubal. So they're trying to lengthen that lineup. They think Peralta will be much better for them. It looked like the pitcher he was with Milwaukee than the one who scuffled so much with the Mets. So no, they're still trying to win this thing, and they know they got to stop the Red Sox who are playing on their minds.
Bob, never deal a pitcher with the Rays. Isn't that the old saying on the street in Major League Baseball? Never trade a pitcher to the Rays because they always know something that you don't.
Absolutely. It's like same thing with the Brewers now too. It's like, yeah, but you're absolutely right. Those guys with the Rays, once they left there, they weren't the same. And when the Brewers get guys too, they turn them into Cy Young winners. But yeah, you're absolutely right.
Except Skubal. Except Skubal, Bob, because they didn't get him.
They didn't get him. They wanted him. They were in it. They just could not pull the trigger.
Yeah. Don't get me started. I just went off for like 10 minutes on it, Bob. So please let's not get me going. My blood pressure can't handle it. Orioles are selling. We're gonna go division by division real quick. Orioles selling again. Bob, is Adley really going to go to the Red Sox?
Yeah, which kind of tells you what they think of Adley. I mean, he has scuffed for the last couple of months. 3 home runs in about 219. The rest just a concern. I mean, everybody sees the medicals. We'll see if they pull it off. But if you're the Red Sox, are you getting him for next year, or what are you going to get from this year? And you're the Red Sox too. You got to be worried about, why are the Orioles giving this guy up? He was their number one pick the entire draft. So we'll see. It looks like it'll get done. I'm sure they're going to haggle over the names and have debates over how bad that wrist injury is.
All right. Well, he was also an all-star too, so the Red Sox didn't have that at the catching position. But let's go to the North, where the Jays are buying and selling and building for next year. What do you make of the moves that they've already had?
I kind of like it. I mean, they've been, very innovative on what they're doing. Love the Soriano trade, and you're absolutely right, Erik. I think they're saying, you know what, we're not completely punting on this year. We'll hang around, but we definitely want a team built to win next year in 27. So, whenever 27 starts. But no, I like the Soriano trade, and they're being aggressive out there. They're involved in everything right now.
What about the Yankees? I just saw the Yankees in Wrigley this year. They have no offense, right? They go out and get Garcia. He's a left-handed bat, but now he's going to platoon with Goldschmidt. Is there another move coming for the Yankees? Maybe a right-handed hitter, Bob?
They like to. I mean, they really wanted Ryan Jeffers. I don't think he's being traded. I mean, the Twins wouldn't mind trading him, but they're hanging around in the race, just 3 games back. Especially what they went through last year with that fire sale. I think they're afraid, just as far as the perception would be. Even though they could cover him, they got catching Caratini and stuff, but just to give him away now, not give him away, but to trade him away, I think would be tough. I mean, already they have nightmares, every night about what they gave away last year when they gave away Duran, and gave away Louis Varland. If they had Louis Varland right now, they'd win that division by 5 games.
All right, let's go to the East, the NL East, the Phillies. Their moves. Feels like Dave Dombrowski's not done yet. Is there one more piece that the Phillies can add that would make them a scary contender again?
They want a starting pitcher. One more for number 4 spot. They were in on Robbie Ray. They're in on Casey Mize as well. So love the deal they made. Made it late last night. It got Giants turned it down at one point. Got done probably about midnight, and then they kind of expanded with the relievers. So I like the fact that Harper's going to the outfield and shaking that whole infield up. So being aggressive. And I remember talking to Harper a couple of weeks ago when I was in Philly. He says, we got to get a different hitter there. We all do the same thing. We all slug. Let's have somebody make contact and not strike out. It's a perfect guy to do so.
Bob, let's stay in the National League East. The Braves. Are the Braves done? Is there something else besides Molly and Lane Thomas coming down the pike there for the Braves?
You would hope so. They got to do something more. I know they never go big on anybody. They kind of hang on to their prospects, and they always win. So it's hard to argue what they're doing. But no, they're still involved. I'm sure they're involved in Casey Mize too, and in others. But yeah, if they're serious about trying to win or give Dodgers competition in the playoffs, or even just hang on and win that division, they got to go get another starter.
Are the Mets just going to stay chalk with all of their moves in the sense of just, you know what, this guy's got an expiring contract, or are they going to end up trading big here to bolster next year's team?
Well, I think Clay Holmes is gone for sure. They'll get a lot for Holmes. A lot of people like him. And even if it's a team like the Phillies, like, okay, if you don't want him starting all the time, put him in the bullpen. So I think Holmes is gone. And, we'll see. I think they're open for business on just about everybody, except for, their young guys and, not Soto and not Lindor for now. Although I still think Lindor is traded in the winter.
All right, Bob, let's go to my favorite team in my favorite division, the AL Central. The powerhouse that is the AL Central, Bob. The White Sox, they made some interesting moves. Not great, not huge name, Luis Castillo and his money they got, and Brazaban from the Mets, and then you bring in Brenton Doyle from the Rockies. These are nice little pieces that they're bringing in. Are the White Sox done?
Pretty much. I think it's kind of what we talked about last week. They're just going to make little moves. They didn't touch any of their prospects, which they refused to do. So I think the best prospect they gave up was their 15th best. So, yeah, I think this is the way they're going to do it unless something else falls in lap. But hey, they took on a lot of money with Castillo. They got to hope they can turn Castillo around. That's their big gamble. But at least you have Castillo for next year too. So it's not like he's a rental. I like what they've done, and they just weren't going to give up top prospects that go for this thing. It's like not in the position they've been in the past few years. They don't want to make a big time mistake.
Do the Guardians have a match out there in the market that fits all their needs in the sense of athleticism and other moves that can make them win this division over the White Sox?
Not really. They just need those guys to step up. Ramirez, if he gets going, that'll be help. And Quan, I'll see what Joe Adele brings. He'll help out. But they've been there, done that, and they always have a great finishing kick. So even though the White Sox have a 3-game lead or so in the Central, I still got to think the Guardians are the team to beat, just because they're used to the pennant race and everything else. Where the White Sox are so young, they're not used to it.
Hey, Bob, Joe Adele enough for the Guardians? Can they get him? Is he a good fit in their lineup with what they have now?
Yeah, he's kind of a streaky guy. Makes some great plays defensively. Other times, botches balls out there. But I like the move. I think he's anything can help that offense, because that offense has been abysmal at times, and they got really good pitching, but they just got beat up by the Diamondbacks over the weekend, losing 2 out of 3. So no, I like the Adele move. I think he's good. Definitely going to help him.
Yeah, he robbed 3 homers in the game. He also gave one up off of his head, and then the Diamondbacks and Guardians are showing some fight because, Bob, they're fighting during a rain delay. I've never seen teams get in a fight when the tarp is being put on. So yeah, the Guardians are showing some fight.
Yeah, I like that little old school versus new school. See what happens. The funny thing is, the kid Tawa, he got permission from the Diamondbacks bench to bunt, so he didn't do it on his own. He actually asked, "Hey, is it okay to do so?" And they told him yes. So if you want to blame somebody, blame the whole Diamondbacks team.
There you go. And that's why the bench is clear. Get everyone involved. Okay, Bob, back to trades, and a team that's very popular right now is the Angels. Why? Because it appears that John Mozeliak, a veteran executive in our sport, has Artie Moreno's ear. It has been very difficult and often weird to see what the Angels do at trade deadlines. Do you feel like this is a positive sign to see them moving pieces that are either, of course, short-term or short-ish term, where it's like a year or 2 left, or Joe Adele is a good example. They had 1 year left of him, to actually try and do some sort of real rebuild?
I do. I'm not sure they'll still trade Detmers after trading Soriano. And I still don't think they'll trade Zach Nato. I really don't. People want him. Particularly the Twins are all over him. They'll love to have him, but he's a valuable guy. The Red Sox will love to have him. So if they move him, I'd be stunned. You'd have to get a huge haul in return. But I think what we are seeing, the fact that he does have Artie Moreno's ear, that John Mozeliak will be keeping his job. It won't be interim. He'll be there next year and a few years after that. I think he's the guy.
All right. Well, what about the Mariners getting Taylor Ward? Is that the massive punch that this lineup needed, or is all of their upgrades from within?
They still need some more help, and we'll see what they do. They can still trade another starter. They can trade Hancock, Emerson Hancock, because they have, Kate Anderson in the minor leagues. They got so much pitching. It'd be a shame for them to waste this kind of pitching once again, because that window's starting to shut now, and these guys are going to start, becoming free agents. So I still think they're going to use one of those starters to get some big-time offensive help, because I'm not sure Taylor Ward can do it. I mean, obviously he played well with the Angels, not so hot with the Orioles.
Bob, Robbie Ray, you just tweeted that Robbie Ray is going to the Padres. Do you have any more information on that deal for us?
He's making a lot of money, and I know the AJ Preller was telling all the executives, "Hey, I was told we can spend money at the deadline, with the new ownership coming in." So if they take on the whole contract, they probably don't have to give up that much in prospects. He knew he was being traded. I think it's a great trade. I mean, you look at what Robbie Ray has done since mid-June. I think it's like 7-0, 6-0 last 8 starts with a 1 ERA. No one's lower. A veteran, big-time guy. So I love that move for the Padres. It gives them a fighting chance. I mean, you can't go the next 2 months just using 2 starters and bullpen games, 3 times a week.
Bob, the Padres, the last 2 weeks have convinced AJ Preller they're in it. Because 2 weeks ago, after they were so bad, now they've gotten hot and they've started hitting. So is that 2 weeks? Is that what changed AJ Preller's mind to say, hey, we're going to go get a guy like Robbie Ray?
Yeah, and they stopped at, even listening to offers for Mason Miller, and then they're going to trade Adrian Morejon, and then it said, stop on that one too. We need
Is that true?
Setup guy.
Bob, is that true? Because there is one heck of a Twitter battle going on, and I want the inside tea on you and the Twitter battle. Was the Will Warren for Adrian Morejon true or not, Bob? Because we got one side and the other side.
They both talked about that package. They both talked. I don't know how many other players were involved in that, but the Yankees won Morejon. The Padres needed a starter. They talked about Warren. So then the Padres shut it down, saying he's not going anywhere.
Tell us about the Diamondbacks. Where are the Diamondbacks at? Win, sell, buy, take everybody, or just sit pat?
They need a starter. They need another starter bad. So they're big on Casey Mize. I would be surprised to see him. They like Clay Holmes too. So I'd be surprised if they don't get one of these guys and just to stay in that wild card race. So right now, you got the Cubs as the top wild card seed, but then the Padres are coming on. So you got the Padres, Diamondbacks, and maybe the Marlins. So no, they need another starter if they're going to have a chance here. But they're playing good baseball. Big week for them. 4 games against the Padres and 3 against the Dodgers. At least they don't have to face Skubal.
Last division before we let you jump, the National League Central. I want to start with the Cubs. What did you think of them landing Kevin Gausman? They certainly need starting pitching help, and he knows how to pitch in big games.
Yeah, I like that move. I like Gausman a lot. He said a veteran guy, been in playoffs, and great clubhouse guy. I still think they need to make another move. Whether it's a Mize, whether it's a Holmes, somebody. They were never really on the Skubal thing, but I think they have to have a starter if they're going to have a chance to compete against the Dodgers in the postseason. I'm not sure even a starter will get them over the edge with Milwaukee, because I still think Milwaukee's got to get another starter. I mean, you got to have someone else go with Mizorowski. And they were in on Skubal. They made their offer. Obviously not good enough, didn't include any of their top guys, but they know they need their starter.
All right, Bob, that was my next question. Who are they going to get? Who are the Brewers going to get? Because they have Miz and they have Harrison hopefully back, but then they need another guy. I mean, Skubal would have been nice. Just saying, just throw in one of those top 5 prospects, Bob, and get it done. But they didn't. So who is on the Brewers' wish list?
Casey Mize fits in perfectly. I don't think you have to give up a ton because of Mize's injury history. He's a rental. Clay Holmes fits in nicely too. But yeah, they need some help. They could use Sensatella as well on the bullpen from the Rockies. A little surprised he hasn't been moved yet. I'm sure it's a high price tag because he's been very good. But yeah, I think the Brewers have got to get another starter for sure, and maybe another reliever that back in that bullpen.
Bob, good stuff. Thank you so much for running through it all, and keep hustling. We'll be watching you on Twitter, X, whatever we call it these days. Appreciate it.
All right, sounds good. Take care, guys.
You too.
Casey Mize, he's on every.
Baseball has changed. We all know it. The eye test still matters, but now the best coaches are pairing what they see with actual data. Because sometimes a pitch looks nasty, but the numbers tell you why. Sometimes a swing looks close, but the data tells you exactly what needs to change. That's why Rapsodo Pro 3.0 is such a game changer. Pro 3.0 is Rapsodo's most advanced baseball ball flight monitor, built for programs that want to capture hitting and pitching with one device. You're talking live data, advanced tracking, and the kind of feedback that helps players make adjustments faster instead of waiting until the next game to figure it out. For teams and serious programs, this is how you turn practice into actual development, not just reps for the sake of reps. Reps with a purpose. And right now, high schools can get $1,000 off Rapsodo Pro 2.0 and Pro 3.0, which is huge for programs trying to give their players a real edge without guessing their way through training. Plus, don't forget, Rapsodo Softball is available too, giving softball players and coaches the tools to train smarter with data built for their game. If your program is serious about getting better, check out Rapsodo Pro 3.0 at rapsodo.com. Hey, Joel Sherman wrote the Yankees were very much trying for Adley Rutschman. Elmer Rodriguez was being discussed as a key to the trade with Liam Hicks off the market now too. Yankees have to pivot elsewhere for a catcher. He brought up maybe Tyler Stevenson from the Reds.
See an upgrade from Austin Wells defensively?
I think he's an overall upgrade.
Okay.
I don't.
See, Kratz is. Listen, I just saw Aaron Boone this weekend, and I had Ken in there, and Ken asked this question. Someone asked this question about the Wells, and it might have been Book. I don't know, because we had the ESPN radio guys in there with us. And his answer was, we see signs from Austin Wells that he's improving. We love his defense, and we see signs. We keep seeing signs. Well, he's still hitting 160 or whatever it is, and we're into August now. So, I mean, these signs, I don't know what they are, but they love Austin Wells. They love Anthony Volpe. They're not going to move from these guys. Unless it's something that they don't have to give up anything for. I just don't see it.
And if you don't give up anything, then they're not getting them. Like, they love the defensive aspect. I'm telling you, I was at the Yankees, and they still follow the same formula that said Hank Conger is more valuable than Mike Trout in Mike Trout's MVP year. I'm sorry, the answer's not that. So is their offense in need? Yes, their offense is in need. And right now, you're not giving up on Austin Wells. This year, he's just not hitting well. If you have a chance to get somebody that's an offensive upgrade, then get it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Again, I'm not going to speak to the difference between Stevenson and Wells right now on the defensive side, right? The Yanks probably value Wells higher, but Tyler Stevenson is worlds ahead of Austin Wells at the plate this year. Worlds ahead.
I want to not good right now.
Trade Talk continues, and we are back here. This Trade Talk conversation here right now coming up is engineered by Fastenal. Let's get to the Braves. Where are we at on Atlanta right now?
Smaller moves, but in 21 when they won the World Series, they just went out and got a whole new outfield. And everyone's like, oh, what are they doing? They're not doing enough. And Jock Peterson, Jorge Soler, and Adam Duvall ended up being studs for him. So Anthopoulos knows what he's doing. He's trying to find pieces. I'd love for him to see him make a huge move, but I don't know that's in the cards. And but the Braves are in first place, and they're just trying to get to the postseason, apparently like every other team except the Dodgers. Let's just get to the postseason, and we're happy, guys.
I don't know. I think the Braves team is good enough to. Obviously, I think they're going to win the division. I thought that was never in question when they took that huge lead. But to me, I think if you look at this lineup, what upgrades would you make? Yes, obviously you want Austin Riley to hit better, but are you going to make an upgrade there? No. I think it would be the starting rotation, and there's, as our counter says, 3 hours and 37 minutes remaining. I think they still make an upgrade starting pitching, and I think what they've done so far is enough to give them the little upgrades that I think they needed around the edge, but I think they do need an impact starting pitcher.
They've needed an impact starting pitcher for a while.
And this is when they get them.
Yeah.
The indications...
Sale's really good, by the way, again.
Yeah, Sale's great, but he's one person. The indications were in the offseason that they were going to grab someone.
Mm-hmm. Gausman would have fit nicely there.
Gausman would have fit nicely. And there's still names out there. I mean, I would be surprised
if they don't get someone. I just don't know what
the
Braves farm system looks like. That's kind of.
Do you think that's holding them back?
I just don't know what it. I just don't know what they have. I don't know enough about farm systems. All I hear is Brewers, Dodgers have two of the best, right? So that's why the Rays have some good names in there. I don't know what they had. That's why I don't know what the Braves are willing to give up to get that next piece. And I think also would always, and this is, I think Kratz would agree. I don't know. We'll ask Kratz over this, but teams are just over there going, well, the Dodgers are going to win anyway, so it doesn't really matter. And we don't want to blow it in the next 5 years by trading away a guy. I think that's kind of what happened to the Brewers. They're thinking, well, we get to the postseason every year. Are we really going to beat the Dodgers this year? I don't know. So we don't really want to go for it. Whereas that's why I look at it the other way and say, man, we're going to be the team to slay the Dodgers because we went out and made the moves. But that's just the competitor in me. And I know front offices don't look at it like that all the time.
Yeah, the competitor in you knows that your job as a player could be done after this year if you don't do well. Like maybe you didn't look at your career that way. That's how I looked at it. So you should be all in. These GMs don't necessarily look at it that way. But back to the Braves, what have the Braves done since you and I were kids? They've produced pitching. To me, you can trade some of your prospect pitchers, and when you start hearing the names like DeGrom, Eovaldi, like to me, if you get Eovaldi, that's the play. That's the play that would make me say, maybe the Braves are vaunted over the Brewers, because right now, like, everybody's just chalk. I think organizations want to beat the Dodgers, but I think they're afraid of what that's going to do, and I don't think they're reading that correctly. I don't think the trade that it would have taken for the Braves to get Skubal would have cost the Braves years in their organization. I don't agree. This position player core, they've been locked up for a while. It's time for them to win again. I think this is their time, because they're going to start getting older too.
The Braves are good. That's what we're saying here.
Yes.
It's a little bit of tough love, but consensus, we like the Braves. This is a top 5 ball club. Also, this is a team that can slay the dragon in the National League postseason picture, right?
Agreed.
Can you see a world where the Braves have one of these starters we're talking about? They also have Sale in that rotation. The bullpen at the back end especially can definitely keep up.
The bullpen is sick.
It's sick, and circle of trust in the playoffs, it gets smaller in a good way. Plus, you look at the lineup, right? Start going down the line. Can you see a scenario where Olsen, Harris, Acuna, etc., get smoking hot,
Baldwin,
and the Dodgers don't, and they out-hit them? Baldwin for
Don't
sure.
forget how close the Blue Jays were to beating the Dodgers last year. And honestly, the Phillies had a chance. They made some mistakes in the games that they could have won.
Yeah.
Right.
The Brewers did not have a chance.
The Brewers, everyone says, just blew their all their energy on beating the Cubs, and then by the time they got to which is fair, I get it. That's why you need to add in a guy like Skubal, because then you don't run into, well, who do we start and this and that. So the Dodgers, even though they won 2 World Series in a row, it's not like. And I was up and down in the big leagues 98, 99, 2000 when the Yankees three-peated, right? They never felt vulnerable. They never felt like they were going to lose, just because everyone looked at them like they were so much better. I don't know that teams, especially after what happened in the postseason last year, player-wise, look at them and say, man, they're unbeatable, because there's always questions with the Dodgers on health. There's questions on age now with some of the Dodgers position players, Freddie, Mookie, even Shohei, he's so banged up. When's Will Smith coming back? There's still questions there. And I think the other thing is, as a player, you never want to admit that. And and Kratz, you know this, when a team that you're on goes out and makes that huge move, it gives the players so much energy. It's like a fresh start. I don't know. It's something that can't be measured. And look, I'm gonna get off the Brewers because I love Matt Arnold, I love Pat Murphy, and I love everything that they've done. Maybe that's the problem. I love them so much that I want them to do more.
Yeah, you're such a homer. You can come on board with the Brewers. You're a central homer, NL and AL. To me, we are getting roasted in chats about the fact that we're pro player. Oh, of course, an ex-player would never go for this. If players and GMs thought alike, more teams would be pushing at this time of year, because they see what their team actually has. I don't think every team needs to push as hard as some teams, but I think if teams or even front offices were as hungry as fan bases or as players to get that huge move, to make that huge move, whether it's Tarik Skubal or not, maybe it's not Tarik Skubal for every team, then we would start seeing better competition, a better product. And you know what? If you don't win, it's okay. You rebuild whatever you lost from the year before in the next year.
Wait, who's roasting you for the Braves?
No, roasting us for being pro push in for things. So when we talk about teams like the Braves, like, hey, they should push in for here because this is a team that they should go, that should go for it to win another World Series because of the young. But we're always on this show talking about, well, teams should push. Teams should push to make the next move, because, like, your chances, your windows of winning, just ask the Orioles. Just ask the Mariners. Just ask, like, it doesn't matter. Like, the Phillies have been a good team for a while. They haven't won it. So you got to keep pushing. And that's why on this show, as ex-players, we're always talking about pushing to go all in.
And also when it comes to Atlanta, Braves fans expect a lot, as they should. I know they won in 2021, but now it's 2026. They've had the core intact. Like,
and they were counting on winning numerous World Series
with this window,
with this core,
these players. Yeah. So, and I don't think we're being ridiculous. We're not going, oh, let's get 3 number 1 starters for Atlanta.
No.
They've needed a top end starter for almost a year now. I don't think we're being ridiculous. We're just saying, hey, they've done really nice things. Even in the offseason, like, it was just a starter away from going, wow, great offseason for them. Raisel Iglesias paired with Robert Suarez in the back end is awesome. And even some of the ancillary guys there too.
I know the Red Sox success kind of deterred what the Braves wanted. They wanted Sonny Gray. They wanted Sonny Gray when he was available from the Cardinals and didn't get him. And they wanted him at this trade deadline. Good for the Red Sox for making that push. They started playing well. Sonny Gray's not available, but you got to pivot now. That's why I think the Evaldi thing, man, he's so good in the playoffs. If you think you have a shot, that's like extra. Whatever you think of him in the regular season is one thing. He's been nails in the playoffs.
All right, so thoughts, comments, concerns on what we just talked about with the Braves. Of course, we're going to get to every team, but when it comes to the Braves, Hammer Territory is the show, and they're sponsored all year by Fastenal. You have another thought?
I'll wait till the next segment because it's not on the Braves.
Good news.
It's on something else.
We have 3.5 hours.
I know. Woo.
Hey, Hammer Territory is the show that's on usually 4 times a week covering the Braves. And that show is sponsored by Fastenal, where industry meets innovation. Want to learn more? Check out fastenal.com. That's FASTENAL.com. Hey, we're back. What do you think about the Guardians? Just to spend a couple minutes on them before the TV crowd returns, and then I want to go over the Robbie Ray trade since that's done, and we'll spend some time on it. But let's talk Guardians for a moment here. So far, it's Joe Adell. It's a team that has a shot to win the division. I mean, the AL Central is so up for grabs.
I disagree. I think the White Sox are going to win this division going away.
Are you saying that with your head, your
Yeah.
heart?
No,
do you
both.
really think so?
I don't. I just think that there's something going on the South Side that it makes you believe this. And listen, the Guardians could go very well, and it could be the fan in me. I just think the White Sox took 2 out of 3 from the Rays. They split the series with the Yankees after losing the first 2. We're down 4-0 in the third game, came back and won. Right now, the Yankees helped them with some of that, but still, I mean, they have a tough schedule. They got to go to Boston now. But I just think that there's something going. They have a 3-game lead, 4 in the loss column. I just don't know that the Guardians are going to do enough because they never do enough to take that. Now, Stephen Vogt's unbelievable. Joe Adell, does he help? Sure, but it doesn't – I don't know. It doesn't move the needle enough. I mean, Jose Ramirez is going to have to get hot. I just feel like – I don't know. I just think the White Sox are going to win this division. And, to everyone's surprise, including mine, they're going to be in the postseason. And if they make a move here or there, because the American League is so bad, they have a chance to make a deep run.
If the White Sox lose it, how do they lose it? Now, if they lose this lead and don't make the playoffs, how do they lose it?
They lose it because their pitching isn't enough. That's how they lose it.
Starting pitching or
both? Both. It's both because, I mean, Sir Anthony Dominguez was supposed to be their closer. Obviously, he was pitching 5th, 6th, 7th inning. They've had Hudson and Taylor step up in the back end. But Davis Martin has really kind of hit a wall after his great first couple months. Sean Burke, though, has taken another step up. Anthony Kay, he's been up and down. Noah Schultz, their top prospect, has definitely been up and down. Too many walks. Like, that was a big concern about him. Luis Castillo is a solidifying force at the back end. So I think it's just because their pitching fails them. That's how they don't win this division. It's gonna take Listen, I just think the White Sox win this division. I don't know if they're going to collapse enough to let one of the other teams, because I think the other teams behind them are too flawed. That's my thoughts.
Okay. So the Guardians are doing what's called light buying, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think Joe Adell's a nice player. I don't know if he's division changing though.
Sounds like some music you might hear in Texas for Shake It Up, our segment on a team that's trying to move and shake. That's the Rangers, suddenly very open for business. It appears that they at least were trying to get word on the industry's take for Jacob deGrom. He is expensive, but he is very good when he's on the mound. And Ken Rosenthal reported that the Rangers spoke with Jacob deGrom about waiving his no-trade clause. deGrom said, no. I'm staying here.
Shocker. I mean, shocker.
And they're going to other players, though, now, according to Ken's report. That includes Corey Seager and Nathan Eovaldi. These are some big names that can move.
That can help you, too.
Yeah, but
Seager
not to
back. Seager's not back, though, yet, is he? He's still on the IL with his back.
He's had 3 or 4 IL stints. No, I thought he just came back.
Did he come back?
On
I know as of last week when I saw
Friday,
him,
I
he was
believe
not
I
back.
saw him. Kratz. And you guys
Checking.
hit me with.
Checking.
Yeah, he's back. It was back.
Okay.
Yeah, he was back
That's fine.
Friday.
So he's back. So that's cool. But Evan Grant has told me since I saw him last weekend, a week ago, Saturday, that he thought they were going to sell then, and they were in first place then.
But you can't sell those guys without their permission.
Any of them?
No, some of them. I mean, you can sell Josh Smith. You can sell Jock Peterson.
Well, Josh Smith already gone.
No, I know. That's why I'm saying Josh Smith gone. Jock Peterson.
It's amazing because they were in first place a week ago. 1 week ago, they were in first place, and they were in front of the Mariners, and now they're 2 games back in the loss column to the Astros, who was a flawed team also.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to sell this because
Bad week.
one bad week, basically?
That's really punishment.
I don't know. It seems like a lot, but
I think there's something going on there. Can I?
yeah,
do
tell
my
me.
regular
Tell me your
theory
conspiracy theory.
The Rangers owner cut like $40 million this past off season. I want to say he's on one of those committees with the CBA battle, and he might be one of those guys who's like, let's clear payroll. This is probably not the year for us. Kratz has given me the look he gives me when I sound wrong. What?
No, that was a conspiracy theory. I'm just trying to connect the dots.
Yeah, because
Well, they lost all their money in the RSN deal. I know that. They lost a ton of money in the RSN deal, and they lost a bunch of money and then they've had problems like people trying to find the games and this and that. So they have definitely gone down in revenue because of that. The one team that has not been affected by this is the Dodgers. Because they have that deal that they signed years ago that MLB okayed where they just get all this money and it's like not taxable and they can't ever lose it. And that's why they have the ability to do what they do. But I don't know. This surprised me for a Rangers team that won a World Series not that long ago.
Okay, so Ray Davis is the owner of the
Ray
Rangers. He's on the Major League Baseball Labor Policy Committee. The committee is currently headed by Dick Monfort, the owner of the Rockies.
Who asked for a salary cap?
Yes. Other notables are Jerry Reinsdorf. And then they get the one guy who's like, hey, let's not skip a season. And that's Hal Steinbrenner, who's probably on the opposite side of those guys to try and balance it. But it's kind of a 3-on-1. But anyway, I'm just saying Ray Davis is in on the deeper part of the conversations. It's like taking all of the players and the Player Association and that subcommittee that really gets all of the word and is in on the meetings. So just throwing it out there that if you're a Rangers team that's on the bubble, Kratz, and you just cleared a ton of money this past offseason, you start asking Corey Seager, hey, you've got like $150 million left. Jacob deGrom, tons of money left on his deal. Nathan Eovaldi, getting paid a lot this year and still next year. Hey, any of you guys want to get out of here? You'll have to cover the money because there's no state income tax in Texas. If you trade them to a team that has heavy state income tax, you usually have to give them something on a no-trade clause. But the news here, Kratz, was that the Rangers are at least listening on some of their top players. And they tried with one so far, and he said, nah, I'm good. I'm staying in Texas, and that's Jacob deGrom.
So if you're a Rangers fan, do you sit there and go, good, I'm glad we could get rid of that guy because they're going to take the money and allocate it to something else? Like, this is a quiet quitting.
No, it's a money dump.
That's what I mean. It's quitting.
They're not going to – if they trade one of these guys away and he's making, whatever, $30 million, most of them are making a ton, the three names that we're talking about, right? Even more. You're not going to take the prorated portion of that, let's say it's 12 or whatever, and say, oh, we found someone else to fill that money with. You might do that in the offseason or you might do that in future off seasons. But, yeah, no, this is just clearing money and getting prospects for guys that can help another team. It's just, like AJ said, a little bit strange when you take such a – turn so quickly. Mm-hmm. Who was the reliever that? Oh, Chase Silseth, and O'Hoppe is catching depth.
He's in AAA,
right? But Silseth, and I know he's got team control. He's a guy you're like, oh, okay, the Rangers are going to at least do some light buying here, and they've done that the last couple trade deadlines. All of a sudden, it seems like they're taking a turn.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Just
cool.
Weird. Just weird, especially when you're hearing rumbling a week ago when they were in first place that there's a chance they sell pieces off. Like, that just seems uncompetitive to me.
Go the other end. Now let's talk about the San Diego Padres. Bubble team last couple weeks.
They got hot as all hell the last 2 weeks, though, and they're hitting. And AJ Preller never wants to sell. AJ Preller always wants to buy. And you know why he can do it? Because they get 40,000 plus a game. And you know who the last team to beat the Dodgers in the playoffs was?
The Padres.
I think it was the Padres. Maybe it wasn't, but I thought it was. No, was that 22 or 20?
No, the Diamondbacks, actually.
The Diamondbacks.
23.
And the Padres
were
that.
22.
22, because I was at that.
Padres should have beat them in 24.
Yeah, because we have the NL.
They were distracted in 24 and couldn't hit for a couple days. But
yes, 22, they beat them. In 24, they should have had them.
That's what I just said.
24, they had them, and then they let them. They didn't score a run. They forgot. They went blind and forgot how to hit for a couple days. So,
but now they have Robbie Ray, who's pitching really well lately and could pitch a playoff game for you. At the same time, it does sound like they've still been listening on Mason Miller.
They're not going to trade Mason Miller.
The reports keep coming.
They're not.
I agree. I don't think so.
Preller loves Mason Miller way too much to make a move right now for him.
So,
and Preller wants to win. Now, in the offseason, if someone came to Preller and said, hey, we'll give you X, Y, and Z, that was something he would do, but not right now. He's too competitive.
I'm going to give you one scenario where it might have made sense because this just came out. Ryan Divish, Seattle Times, covers the M's. He said the Mariners checked in on Mason Miller. The Padres asked for top prospect Cade Anderson.
Not happening.
Cade Anderson's ready now. So I know that Mason Miller's the best closer in the game, but Cade Anderson could slide into a rotation and be a big-time pitcher from the jump if the stuff goes right to the big leagues like this. I know it's not happening, but I'm saying you don't think the Padres would do that? A trade that
it's
involves
not happening
Cade
from
Anderson?
the Mariners' standpoint.
I understand, but I'm saying that's a scenario where you could see the Padres stealing him. The Mariners aren't going to do that because Cade Anderson could be in the rotation in 5 seconds.
Yeah.
So
many ifs and buts.
That'd be awesome.
So anyway, yeah, they get Robbie Ray. Where are we at?
No, I don't think it's going to happen. Where are we at with what? The Padres trading Mason Miller or just the Padres in general?
The Padres in general. So far, they got better in the last 24 hours. And you know what? Hold that thought because Robert Murray's going to join us next. So quick break, and then we'll ask him about all of this stuff. Hope everyone's enjoying trade deadline coverage. I mean, we're in it right now. We're in the thick of it. We've got a few hours to go. And to me, what gets interesting is some of the bigger names that are under longer term control, even superstar names that start to get floated out there and get moved. I mean, I do remember, of course, last year, Mason Miller, I guess, fit that mold. There was a time period where you're like, oh, the A's are going to stick with Mason Miller. He's going to be part of that group. And they decided no.
Mm-hmm.
No, actually, they can't find relievers.
They made the right decision because the A's suck.
Oh, it looks like it's officially happening. Adley.
Really?
Yeah, it looks like. I mean, because they might have been checking some medicals.
Yeah, they definitely been checking medical. By the way, while we have a couple of seconds here, I know we're talking trade. Did you see Pete Crow Armstrong say he doesn't think Babe Ruth existed? That was funny.
Yeah.
That was funny. That's funny. I love Pete. He's so funny.
Make sure you save
that. I love Pete. He's so funny, dude. That guy's so funny.
It wasn't his original idea. It wasn't.
I know, but still, the fact that he even said that this is a possibility is awesome. I love it. I love Pete. Pete, don't ever change, Pete. I saw him this weekend. I'm like, don't ever change, dude. Just keep doing you.
Pete knows how to go viral.
And Pete is raking. By the way, have you seen Pete's walks? I know we're talking trades, but bad trades. Javi Baez for Pete Crow Armstrong. Sorry, Mets fans. But
that one trade.
He walked 35. He's walked 35 times in the last month. He walked 29 times the whole year last year.
That one trade is why every front office exec is so scared to do anything.
But at the time, the Mets thought they had some in Baez. And this is when Baez was like a great player. And they were like, oh, he's going to put us over.
Jordan Alvarez.
Yeah, but he wasn't.
Josh Fields was a great first baseman, third base. Oh, wait, there was a different Josh Fields. That was a pitcher. Sorry.
That was a quarterback. Yeah. He was a great quarterback.
Jordan wasn't like, hey, this guy's going to be good. PCA was pretty highly rated at the time.
And PCA is awesome. I love PCA.
And that's why Cubs fans feel like their team needs to really show up here. This could be the best or a top 3 player in the sport this season, right now, healthy.
Their defense is good, too.
And their defense is good. You want to take advantage of that. Defense like that and PCA hitting like that is how you can upset teams in the postseason. They need the pitching. They've gotten one. Maybe they'll get another. But anyway, we're going to talk about Adley and some others with Robert Murray when we come back. Give us about a minute. And if you're in the live show chat right now, if you can, please do an @Scott Braun when you're asking something. That makes it easier for me to find an actual question to ask. Fansided Insider, FT Insider, Robert Murray with us right now. Robert, let's start with biz, and we're going to get to trades happening here. So Adley Rutschman has been talked about all day. It sounds like it's formulating here, and I know they probably had to take some time to check on the wrist, but this is huge. Former #1 overall pick, a guy many Orioles fans thought would be in that uniform forever, and I see you on the phone, so maybe you're still working on it.
Yeah, there might be another one happening.
Okay. Robert, if you need us to step aside, you just say the words. Don't be too nice, and we'll come back to you.
Okay, yeah, I need a second here, real quick.
We'll come back.
Let us live listen. Let us live listen, Robert.
No. Give him 1 minute because I'd rather him come right back. I want Robert right back.
Cut him off. He's out.
Thank you. Well, let's talk Adley for a moment while we wait for Robert to come back.
Wow. If it
Adley
happens,
to the Red Sox in the division.
But it shows you what the Orioles think of Adley. And it shows you also what they think of Samuel Basallo. I mean, right? They think he's the guy, or there's someone else they have coming that can be the guy, and they don't love Adley that much. Now, what are they getting back is the question. But for the Red Sox, wow. If he comes back healthy and maybe changes the scenery guy, I don't know. But wow, this is a massive there's a lot of teams that would have liked to have it. You don't think the Yankees would have taken Adley Rutschman?
They wanted him. I think they were in on him, but they lost. The Red Sox might have given up a lot. We'll get the return at some point, too. The Rays wanted a catcher and ended up going the Liam Hicks route. But
the Rays.
Yeah, the catcher market is interesting. There have been names that are moving here. Catcher and really starting pitching, I think, are the ones where a lot of teams want and a lot of teams get. Where are the bats? Oh. Well, Luis Garcia.
Okay. Right-handed bats.
Right-handed bat.
Lane
well,
Thomas?
we went over. It's more complimentary bats. Yeah, it's Lane Thomas. It's Taylor Ward, Joe Adell, maybe Luis Robert. Like, these are more secondary, not aircraft carrier bats. The left-handed bats, Luis Garcia, I mean, Arise isn't a star, but some good names here that have moved. There aren't a ton of superstar bats. By the way, Luis Garcia led the National League in slugging percentage before he moved over to the Yankees. He might not be a well-known name, but he's been as good as anyone this year.
Yeah, it's interesting. I asked this. He's going from playing every day righties and lefties, and now he's going to be a platoon guy.
Yeah,
you walk into Aaron Boone, you say, "I was leading the league in slugging, the league, not my team, the league." And we love Goldschmidt. He's having a great year. But I don't know. It's going to be interesting. That's why I asked Bob Nightengale that question, because it's an interesting dynamic that you now have to cover to a guy who was leading the league in slugging.
By the way, Kratz, we were one of many who were like, what the heck is Boston doing this year? They can't hit at home. All of a sudden, they go on a ridiculous win streak. The pitching's there. Now the offense is starting to shine. Ceddanne Rafaela has been insane lately. One position where they wanted to upgrade, catcher, Adley Rutschman? Yes,
Adley
please.
Rutschman? I mean, I think the OPS plus for catchers is like 89 league average. He's at 115 this year with a wrist injury. I think that's a massive upgrade, and he's 6th in receiving, which everyone loves the receiving stats.
Well, let's ask Robert about this. Hey, what are your thoughts? Robert Murray back with us on the Orioles sending away Adley Rutschman, so doing a little bit of selling, and then the Red Sox saying, this might be our time. Let's actually do some things here and improve the offense and get a guy that can maybe even be extended long-term.
Yeah, this is a shocker because a week ago I was told pretty adamantly that a deal involving Adley Rutschman was probably not going to happen. And then lo and behold, we see the Boston Red Sox get uber aggressive here and get Adley Rutschman. And the deal is done. The physicals have been completed. And I believe the medicals were absolutely like an obstacle here, but clearly that Boston was comfortable with doing it. And now they get their long-term answer behind the plate. And to me, I don't think Boston should be done. I think they should continue to go out and do something possibly big. And there's still plenty of options that they can go out and consider here for sure. But I would imagine the return here for Adley Rutschman is going to be quite substantial. He is a player that you can build around, former #1 overall pick. It's a huge coup here for Craig Breslow and that entire front office. And the big question that I heard from people around the league was, is this finally going to be the time where Craig Breslow gets a trade deadline right? Because he's done well in the offseason. But trade deadlines in particular, especially last year, he's gotten ripped apart. So he's off to a good start. But in my eyes, he should not be done.
First of all, let's stop talking about him as the first overall pick. He's a 3-time All-Star. Currently, he was an All-Star in the American League this year. Was this a Red Sox-Yankees head-to-head battle? Because he's the type – if he's going to go to the division, he's the type of catcher that the Yankees would have loved also who need catching.
No, I totally believe it was more than likely a race between those two teams for Adley Rutschman. And you're right. I shouldn't have referred to him as the first overall pick because, as you said, 3-time All-Star. He's a big difference maker. Great defensively behind the plate here as well. So, again, like super big addition here for the Boston Red Sox. And for the Yankees, watching a player that you really liked go to Boston and you're left at the altar here, that's a tough blow for them. Like they have to do something to respond. But what do you go out and do necessarily? Do you go after Hunter Goodman, or probably more realistically, do you go after a Tyler Stevenson type? Either way, like both of those guys, obviously established big leaguers, really good options, but it's not Adley Rutschman. And to me, that's a big miss here for the Yankees, and it makes me wonder what else they could possibly have cooking here, because it's clear that the Red Sox got better today. They've been surging recently, but the Yankees got to respond. And there's a bunch of other teams as well here who need to do something because they've been pretty quiet overall in the market here for sure, but especially the Yankees.
Hey, Robert, you mentioned the Yankees have to respond to what the Red Sox did. The Brewers. We've had Brewers talk with you a lot. Are the Brewers going to do something? Because the Tarik Skubal they lost out on. So I keep asking every insider we have, what are the Brewers going to do? Can you tell me something the Brewers are going to do, please, to make me feel better? As now I'm on the Brewers bandwagon.
Yeah, they absolutely needed to go out and get Tarik Skubal in my eyes. Not getting him and watching him go to the Los Angeles Dodgers was a failure on their end. And I get it's like the Dodgers have an opportunity. They can take on as much money as they possibly can. But we saw what Ken Rosenthal ended up reporting was that the Brewers had the flexibility to add that payroll. It was not going to end up being an obstacle for them. And on top of that, they have the best farm system in baseball. And I believe what Curt Hogue said on the Brewers program here for Foul Territory, what he said was correct, in that the Brewers' offer was ultimately competitive. But it did not get it done, but they had the capital where they could have trumped the Dodgers' offer and got him in Milwaukee. And like you imagine him with Jacob Mizorowski would have been totally crazy. But obviously that's over and done with. But what they're considering right now is Clay Holmes with the New York Mets. He is somebody who is absolutely on the radar. They've also had plenty of conversations with them about Luke Weaver, and they're looking at a couple different pitchers as well. I would imagine Casey Mize of the Detroit Tigers, who I think probably goes today, is going to be somebody under consideration. So they got options here for sure, but they have to do something. And if they do not do anything and they just stick with what the small trade they made the other day with the Cleveland Guardians, that would be an organizational failure from top to bottom. So they absolutely have to do something.
Robert, you mentioned his name. Every insider we've had on here has mentioned Casey Mize. Is Casey Mize going to get traded 12 times today? Because all we keep hearing is the Braves, the Cubs, the Brewers, the Angels, the Rockies, the 29 other teams besides the Tigers. Diamondback. There you go. See, just keep the names coming. Casey Mize is going to be able to pitch for all 29 other teams besides the Tigers?
I mean, hey, we saw the possibility that was just floated up by Joel Sherman a little bit ago, where Jose Soriano, who just ended up getting traded to the Blue Jays. Teams are calling the Blue Jays about Soriano, so who knows what could end up happening today? Which it's just totally crazy. But if Casey Mize gets traded today, I'm going to guess that he only plays for one team, and it's going to be the acquiring team. I don't know if he's going to play for 13, but there is a ton of different fans of Casey Mize across ball. Super talented guy, and at this point, he's one of, if not the best rental options on the market. So he's going to have a very big market, but the Tigers have made it pretty clear that they still want to have an opportunity to compete this season and have, hang on. We got some crazy stuff. Okay. Yeah. But anyways, I forgot what I was. Oh yeah. The Tigers, they want to be in a position where they can still compete this season. So it's not like an ultimate guarantee that they're going to move Casey Mize, but the interest, as you said, it seems so strong that I could absolutely see it resulting in a deal here for sure.
Casey Mize and Clay Holmes, two best starting pitchers available, with Reed Detmers also out there. Is the control with Reed Detmers the most valuable piece of those three?
Oh, for sure. And the upside with him as well. Every team that I've spoken to has said that Detmers, they believe there's more in the tank there, the controllability where they can have 3 postseason runs with him. We saw that was one of the big selling points, obviously along with the talent, when the Padres ended up getting Juan Soto when they did, is the controllability factor. And Detmers having him, that's a pretty big deal here. And the teams that I've heard that have been connected to a guy like Detmers have been the Cubs. I know there's currently a report out about him actually going to the Cubs. I just got the alert from MLB Trade Rumors, which that's always fun. I don't know if that's indeed confirmed or not, but Detmers has been somebody who has been super coveted. I'm not kidding you when I say that every team that I've spoken to has had some level of interest. I also think Tampa Bay made a ton of sense for Detmers. I believe that they were involved at least at some point, but with that report suggesting that he's going to the Cubs, maybe they're out.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like that's necessarily true. So that one.
Oh, really?
Jump the gun. Well, we're checking. I mean, one person put it out. I don't know who it is, honestly. So that's never good. People could get fooled. Just throwing that out.
I got the MLB Trade Rumors alert. Okay.
No, I know. Well, we like to.
Everyone gets fooled, Robert. No, everybody gets fooled, even the insiders.
Trade Rumors putting it out. It's there's a list that we like to check and see if they put it out there. But
by the way, if the Blue Jays trade Soriano now, that would be unbelievably interesting.
Yeah, that was not on my radar whatsoever. When I saw Joel write that was absolutely crazy. But teams want starting pitching. Maybe, you never know.
Maybe they trade what they traded, they could get more back, and that's maybe the Blue Jays' ultimate plan. By the way, we're not saying that whoever reported the Reed Detmers thing was wrong. It's just not confirmed by anybody. So make that clear, Scott, because I don't want that writer coming clear.
Whoever the writer is, I don't know you. I'm sorry, but nobody else has confirmed it yet.
Writer retraction.
I'm going to wait. No, that's not a retraction. I'm not retracting. I'm just saying no one else has put it, so I'm not going to say it yet officially on this show until we get guys like Robert, Ken, etc., that are able to put it out there. So stay tuned on that front. Hey, Robert, just a couple more before you jump. The Cardinals. We haven't heard a lot about them, and that's actually a team that I feel like we brought up almost every team today. Have we brought up the Cardinals yet?
No, I heard they're selling.
No. Okay. Who are they selling?
Well, I heard it was Burles and possibly Herrera.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And the impression that I have from rival executives who have spoken to the Cardinals is that they're open to a bunch of different things. They're not going to be moving like a Jordan Walker or JJ Weatherholt types by any means, but they're considering a multitude of different things here. And Herrera is drawing a bunch of interest because there's so many teams who need catching. Lars Nootbaar is also a player who's drawing a bunch of interest here as well. We've seen the Astros connected there. I believe that there's going to be other teams in the mix. And in years past, they've been pretty against that. when it comes to a guy like Lars Nootbaar, but now that they have new leadership there in the front office, maybe that's something that they can go out and consider. But the most popular guy out of all those guys has been Alec Burleson. He is a player who I could see Arizona. I can see a bunch of different teams trying to be involved with that. And speaking of bats, I would not be surprised if the San Diego Padres were very aggressive as far as going to try and get a bat here before the deadline expires. It sounds like they're pretty active on the phones here.
And they should be, right? I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I know it's been better lately, but overall in the year, the Padres need offense. And even last year, that was part of the problem too, was the lack of power. There's a few teams, right, low on the power list to see if they can find a power bat. That's one. All right, Robert, we'll let you get back to doing your thing. Thanks for hopping on. Good to talk, man.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Always. Thank you. FTC Insider, Fansided Insider, Robert Murray with us. And then
I love it when we're on the air with the guys and they're like
checking.
Oh wait, oh crap. Oh,
In
hold on,
fairness,
guys.
we did lead a little bit to the confusion because we're bringing up a report again from one person. No one else has confirmed
Who brought it up? He brought it up. We didn't bring it up.
Well, whatever. I thought
he brought it up. He said, "Oh crap, Detmers with the Cubs on trade rumors."
Okay.
And then you just piled on and said, "That's right, it's going to happen." And then we made you retract your statement. So it's your fault, Scott.
I like to see it from a certain core, don't you?
Yeah, if it doesn't come from Ken, Passon, Bob,
Heyman,
So many people
Bowden,
trying to make
Murray.
so many people trying to make a name.
And some people break it and it's great, but I still just like to see it confirmed from the people who
But by
break
the way, I mean,
consistently.
obviously I worked with Adam Wainwright this weekend and I asked him if Cardinals going to do anything.
What did he say?
That he heard that there was a lot of people calling about Burleson, Nootbaar, Herrera, because he's a
Herrera's
right-handed
good.
bat. Dustin May was also mentioned. So, I mean, listen, Adam Wainwright, I'm not saying he knows anything about what's happening in the Cardinals, but it was just a question to him, and that was it.
Yeah, St. Louis is kind of like Washington this year, where it's been a nice story, but the front office is like, "Thank you, we're still going to sell a little bit."
No, I mean, they have to. They're not good enough to, and they're starting to kind of fall back down to reality. So they're not good enough. So that makes total sense.
The Nats have
Neither
lost, what,
organization.
5 or 6 in a row? Did they win yesterday or no? They've lost most of this past week, and it's like, well, they fell out of it because they're also trading their team away in the
Yeah,
past
I mean,
week.
how do you Foster Griffin?
He's probably next, right?
I would think, right?
Unless he signs an extension. I heard if he signs an extension, similar like what Miles Michaelis did. He signed his original contract when he played over in Japan, and then he signed another extension after he came back and had success. But neither of those organizations set their team up to be a winning team. The players won. Neither organization was like, yeah, you know what, we're going to add little pieces of pitching that we need. Had the Nats had a bullpen this year, who knows where they'd be? They'd be right in the wild card. Had the Cardinals had more starting rotation, like that, any pitchers that struck anybody out, look where the Cardinals would be. So the organization did not think they were going to be as good as they are right now.
Okay. Well, let's get to, I would say one of the latest reports is the Pirates pushing hard to finalize the deal with the Mets for Luke Weaver. Joel Sherman reporting that. So perfect time to talk to someone who used to be running the front office for the Mets. We'll get his thoughts right now. Former front office exec, Mets, Red Sox. We're going to talk to Zach Scott about everything there, Adley Rutschman deal. But let's start with the Mets here. Zach, great to have you on. Thank you for the time. Mini fire sale is on for the Mets, trading about a third of their roster by the time we get to the end of the day. So what do you think about what they've done so far? And we can include that Luke Weaver will likely be traded, and maybe even in the next 10 minutes while we're chatting, over to the Pirates. But Braziban and Brooks Raley and AJ Minter and Freddie Peralta, thoughts?
Yeah, I'm not going to pretend to be an expert on the prospect returns that they got, but in general, as a strategy, I do like what they're doing. I mean, you never want to be in a position to sell, especially in a big market like New York, but you want to make the most of your opportunity when you know it's a lost season. And so the thing with the Mets is because they graduated two really good players to the big leagues, their farm system's pretty weak. So this is an opportunity to bring in some depth into the system. They don't have the types of players. It'll be interesting to see what they do get for Weaver because he has another year of control. But for most of their players, they were rentals. They didn't have, they're not going to get top prospects. But if you start getting guys that will fall into your 10 to 20 range of prospects, that gives you potential guys that can help you in the future, but also potential trade chips to help you rebuild that major league roster. So I like what they're doing. It's just, it's a product of where they are and their reality, but I think they've been doing a decent job given what they're selling.
But they're never rebuilding. So my question is on Luke Weaver. Why a pitcher that you have had success with this year is good in New York, you signed to a 2-year deal. Why would you be looking to move him at this time? Because you want to win again next year.
Sure. So that's why I said I'm curious to see what they got, because I think to sell a controllable piece for, like you said, a team that should be trying to compete every year, you got to set a pretty high bar. So I'm curious to see how they do on that. I do think, I actually just tweeted about this recently, earlier today. Selling high on a player when you're still trying, you want to win next year, but your season's lost, so you're a seller. But selling high on a guy that has control is one of the hardest things to do because he's been really good. And if they're saying, well, we don't believe that he's going to be this good next year, or that we could replace him with money, by using money in free agency, then maybe it makes sense for them to do this. But obviously, it's taking away a good piece from their bullpen for next year, so they'll have to find a way to improve that. And they've taken multiple pieces away, obviously, with Braun also being controllable. So it'll be interesting to see the return on that. It should be significantly higher than some of these other deals they've done.
All right. The Mets. Let's move on to a team that's actually trying here. The Mets, it's not the Mets. The Mets aren't trying. I want to know what happens in the front office. There's under 3 hours left. Does everyone have 4 cell phones going? If you're the GM, do you have multiple people talking to you while you have a cell phone? I want to know exactly what's going on as an executive right this second.
Yeah, you're trying to juggle a bunch of calls usually, most of the time. I mean, it's possible that you've some teams that have already done their deals at this point. As it gets close to it, you're kind of done and you're just looking to be opportunistic at that point. But if you're still in it, which a lot of teams are, it sounds like there seems to be a lot of recent activity, then yeah, you have multiple calls. You're texting people, you're taking calls. A lot of it happens over text, at least, when I was in the game on a day-to-day basis, that was what was happening, which a little bit easier to manage in time. But at some point you get, that's 3 hours ahead of the deadline. You get to, an hour before, you're definitely on the phone.
All right. What about Adley to the Red Sox? Is this something that a 3-time All-Star catcher on going to a team that 27 days ago was looking to sell and went on a hot streak? Is this roller coaster season them buying on this season or buying on the streak and saying, well, this is what we should have been all year?
I think it's a little bit of, it's buying in the season. I think that they thought they were better than this on paper. I thought they'd definitely be sellers a month ago, like you said. And then they had this remarkable run. What is interesting to me, and I like what they've done, and I like that they're being aggressive. They're getting guys that also have at least one more year of control. In the trade with Mead, obviously, he unfortunately got hurt right away. And then, Rutschman has control for next year too. So that is by design, I'm assuming, and also is what justifies giving up. It sounds like I haven't seen the whole package if it's out there yet, but it sounds like they're giving up their second best prospect, their top pitching prospect. And so, that's an aggressive move, but you like to see it because it's obviously they're going from one of the worst catching spots in the game to, potentially one of the top, at least in the top third. Go from the bottom third to the top third. That's real impact.
Zach, does it change this fast for GMs and for executives? Because again, a month ago, everyone was like, "Oh, the Red Sox are Sonny Gray's gone, Chapman's gone. They'd love to trade their whole team." Much like the Padres, does it happen this fast for teams where you go from being sellers to a 15-game winning streak and now we're buying?
Yeah, I mean it's not that common, but I feel like it's been happening a decent amount where I think we saw that with the Tigers in recent years, right? So they sold, and then all of a sudden it's like, okay, we're in it now. Um, you know, I think the opposite happens a lot more, and I unfortunately experienced this in my 1 year with the Mets, where you buy and then things go south, and you're not, you gave up resources and you're not making the playoffs. So it can happen, and it can happen fast. I don't think that's the norm, but it definitely has happened.
All right. Well, this Red Sox team made this move. No way did GMs make the move based on the fact that the Yankees also needed a catcher. Do GMs look at what other teams need and say, "Oh, I kind of need that too." They needed the catching position, but I definitely want to make this move to block a rival team.
It's not the driver of a decision, but it's part of the decision because, I mean, it really does affect the math of it all, right? Like if that's how people are thinking about things today, I mean, well, you're taking away a potential gain from a rival in your division. That could have an effect. So, but it's definitely small compared to positioning your team the best you can for the amount of years that you do control that player.
Hey, Zach, I think am I unmuted or not? Can you hear me?
You're good.
Okay.
I hear you.
We were muted for a second. Scott had to take a phone call, so we had to mute him while he took his shirt off and his microphone off. Hey, what's your stance on prospect hugging? Because teams like the Orioles have been prospect hugging, accused of prospect hugging, and then there's moves that are more like the Pete Crow Armstrong move that other GMs have made for players that are established, and then that player turns into what could be a possible MVP, right? So how do teams go about? Is it just GM to GM? Is it team to team, owner to owner? How does that go?
Well, I think you typically, the teams I've been with, you kind of decide who are your core prospects that are either going to be a part of a sustainable run for multiple years of your major league club. And you decide, and usually there's not that many of them. Most of your prospects are going to be guys that contribute a little bit here and there. They're not going to necessarily be impact players on a championship club. So you identify, maybe you have 2 or 3 guys like that. And then everyone else is available in some sort of deal. Now, it's interesting to look back, you mentioned PCA, and you look back at that whole farm system at the time, and obviously he's by far the best player to come from that farm system. But at the time, he wasn't a top 100 prospect. He was like 5th or 6th in the Mets as a Mets prospect, not just in rankings, but how I felt the industry was valuing him. So, but we could have traded anyone else, including guys that we did think were going to be a part of that core. Alvarez is obviously a solid player, but Beatty, Mauricio, like some of their top guys just haven't panned out, which I think is a good lesson to count, to say you shouldn't hug your prospects. But at the same time, I think people are afraid to get burned. And obviously I got burned in that trade, but that's very rare. I mean, to get burned on a guy that's, not considered an elite prospect is not the norm. So it doesn't mean that all of a sudden you're like, it seemed like the Mets the next year were very cautious to do anything because of that. So I think prospect hugging is very dangerous. I do think you identify your core guys, and obviously you want to be right on them. It's still, you're placing a bet, you're guessing, right? You're making an estimate of what's the likelihood that these are these core guys. And they're not untouchable. They're just, in a different category. And then everyone else you're willing to talk about at different levels.
Doesn't the league have that wrong, though? Isn't the whole league plays everything by the numbers? And, well, this is the percentage chance. The percentage chances – you're not getting rid of PCA. You're not getting rid of Yordan Alvarez. Those are the abnormalities. But isn't the league making the decisions based on those, oh, man, I don't want to be that guy that gets rid of that guy, and then they lose their chance to do what the entire league is meant to do and win a World Series?
I'd say that there's more risk-averse GMs than there was 20 plus years ago when I started. And I think part of that is what you mentioned, like having, whether it's a player in free agency and you have those anchor contracts on your resume that you gave out a bad deal because you were the highest bidder in a free agent market for a big time player, or the same thing with the trade. You trade a guy that burns you, which is less often the case, but it does happen. Some people could get paralyzed by that fear. They don't want to look bad. I mean, it's an interesting dynamic that GMs, they only typically have 4 or 5 year contracts. Um, so some of them may be looking at shorter windows, but there is a lot of fear and there can be a lot of paralysis around making a mistake. But, I look at GMs who are going to be in the Hall of Fame someday, the Theo Epsteins, Dave Dombrowski's, who I worked for both of those guys. And, they have those anchor contracts. They have some bad trades. It's not something that stopped them from doing what their goal was, which was to build a winning team. So you can't get caught up in that. You can't be paralyzed by fear.
Zach, how do you know when it's your year to go for it? I just keep asking the Brewers question because I think this is a year where they could really go for it in the Skubal trade. Now they still might make some moves, but how do you know if it's your year to say chips are going in, we're really going to push it, instead of saying, oh, well, we're consistently good. We make the playoffs. We don't win a lot of games in the playoffs. Mm-hmm. But hey, fans, we make the postseason every year.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, I do think we see, Milwaukee's had a lot of success in terms of being good on a low payroll every year and making it to the postseason a lot. Same thing with Cleveland and Tampa. Those teams, they do a great job. But we often see the teams that win the championship have more kind of star players, impact players. So when you start shrinking rosters and rotations and things like that, that it starts to, maybe that's why some of those teams haven't won, although some of them have gotten pretty far. So it's hard to say, but yeah. And to read when it's time, I mean, I think you always have to take advantage of the opportunities you have to win. I mean, that's what this is about, right? It's winning a championship. We don't get trophies for having the best farm system in baseball. It's really about winning. Now, you want to balance the short and long term. So it's winning now and in the future. And I think sometimes teams, and maybe with small payrolls, it makes sense to do this, but sometimes teams are very hesitant to go all in.
Zach, is that true? What you just said? It's not about getting trophies for the best farm system, and it's about winning. Like if we polled every GM, all 30, okay, it should be. What do you think the percentage is that believe and agree with your statement?
I think most agree intellectually. It's whether they can actually, whether they behave that way is a different question, right? So I think you can say, oh, no, that makes sense. Obviously, it's about winning. We want to win a championship. But I've been surprised. I worked with the Red Sox most of my career. I got some exposure to some other front offices through consulting work I've been doing over the last 5 years. And just a lot of conversations I have with GMs and presidents of baseball ops. I've been surprised that it doesn't seem like it's more about winning, and I think growing up in the Boston organization and being a big part of that, and obviously we won 4 times, which is outstanding. We had this hunger for that, and that was what we talked about a lot. And I just don't hear that from a lot of people. It's almost like the old kind of Moneyball, it's a crapshoot thing has definitely been more accepted by maybe its owners, maybe its GMs, but I feel like the sense is that it's okay to let's just get there and see what happens. And maybe that's right. I don't think so. I think you want to try to put your best foot forward when you have those opportunities, because again, that's what it's all about.
All right, Jack, last thing for me. How do you, what's the process when a trade is done? Do you shake, obviously don't shake hands because it's through a phone. Do you call the league right away and say, hey, we have this deal done? Do they have to approve it? What's the last piece? Because all we hear about is this trade, but we never hear about I want to know what the last thing that happens before the players find out. Sometimes players find out before.
Yeah. Well, you have, once you reach an agreement with the other GM, you go through it's always pending medical process, right? So you review the medical files of the players involved. The other team's trainers will get involved reviewing those finals. Once there's sign off on those, then you're submitting it into MLB's computer system to get approval by the commissioner's office, which they do on a day like this. They do really quickly. And then typically, you've given a heads up to your media relations department to draw up a press release. Sometimes maybe you wait till after the deadline, depends on the timing. But first you've talked to the players before you do put out the press release. So they start working on that. But then once you have medical approval is typically when you call and get in touch with the players that are involved in the trade to tell them that they've been traded, to thank them, whatever it may be that your messaging is to them, and then you're ready to go announce it.
Zach, great insight as always. We love having you on. Thanks for joining us on the big trade deadline day too. And I've plugged different things throughout, but one good one here that you put together, Under Review, sports business newsletter, just recently launched, right? So if everyone can check that out, where can they find it?
It's on Substack, so you can go to zachscottsports.substack.com and find it. Yeah, I just launched it last week. I'll basically be breaking down decisions you can't take back and what the process should be before you make those decisions.
Nice. Okay. So some of what we talked about here, and of course, a ton more to read there on his Substack. Thanks, Scott. Or thanks, Zach. Talk soon.
No problem. Thanks for having me, guys.
It's Hot Corner. It's powered by MLB 9 Innings 26. My head's spinning. We have deals to get to. You want to start with Luke Weaver to the Pittsburgh Pirates. See, that's big.
Is this spinning, mind spinning? Because we all knew this was coming. This has been talked about for days and days and days.
But the Pirates need bullpen help, and they're calling on the Mets to help them.
And everyone's calling the Mets. But here's my thing. We talked about the Rangers selling and the Pirates buying. The Rangers and the Pirates have essentially the same record. I know one is 56 and 57. The other is 55 and 57. And there's a completely different feel about the two teams. And the Pirates are in a tougher league than the Rangers are. The Pirates have the Brewers and the Cubs in their division, along with the Phillies, the Braves, the Dodgers, the Diamondbacks, the Padres, right? But yet they're going out and acquiring because of fan desperation, and we need to win, and the feeling that the fans want to have towards the organization.
Also, different goals, a postseason appearance for the Pirates.
That's what I'm saying. The Rangers won in 23. So they have a little street cred built up. The Pirates haven't won in forever.
And I think that's fair.
It is. I'm not arguing against it. I'm just saying it's amazing how two teams with the same record are going about this completely different.
Yeah, I mean, Kratz, we'd be pissed if we were like, the Pirates are selling again. They have a percentage chance that's decent to get to a postseason seat.
They went to $101 million this year in their payroll. They are hungry for a postseason seat, and with that starting rotation, I get it. Paul Skeens hasn't been otherworldly. He's still pretty good. And Braxton Ashcraft, you're 1-2. Maybe this is the one piece. I know Ahern's on the IL right now, but maybe this is the one piece that helps them. Camilo Duvall has to do well. Yes, I love that. And the shocking part here for me is the fact that he's owed $11 million next year. There was a time when Pirates players, no player was ever going to get $11 million, let alone a reliever, which, by the way, they had Bednar had they not gotten rid of him last year, but that's a whole nother topic.
Mm-hmm. The Pirates had a super clear-cut need here.
Wasn't Bednar in AAA, though, at one point last year?
He was struggling with Pittsburgh.
No.
And then found it. Then they traded him.
Mm-hmm.
The Pirates got Duvall, too, and he's got big stuff. I mean, he still has the –
I saw the Yankees this weekend.
Yeah.
They weren't that upset.
No, I know, but –
because he struggled. He had almost a 4.6 ERA, something like that. They were like, okay.
Yeah, it didn't work out. Didn't work. They flipped him.
Yeah.
Another team gets to take a shot on him, and also it's a very different environment to go from the Yankees.
But he was in San Francisco where he was the closer.
And he had some great moments, and he had some bad moments, right?
Yeah, there's been some, okay.
It's worth a shot. I don't think they gave up a lot for him.
No.
So you bring in Duvall, that's your flyer. If it doesn't work, cut him or trade him again, right? Because I think he has one more year left of control, I want to say.
Yeah, probably.
Either way, Luke Weaver for this year and next year. Also, Kratz and I were debating this last week. I brought him up, and Kratz shot me down because he said the Pirates wouldn't pay for him.
Yeah, because they get rid of dudes. They get rid of dudes that they got rid of Bednar because of the fact that, yes, the Yankees wanted him, but they got rid of him because he was going to cost $9 million some dollars this year in arbitration. Now you have to pay Luke Weaver, not just the rest of this year, which, a third of that is $3.5 million. But then you have to pay 11. It's totally out of their MO. So this shows me that the front office for the Pirates loves what is on this field. loves it and is like, hey, you know what? We're adding to it. We're not just hoping with a Camilo Duvall trade, because that's a hope. You're hoping. We're adding to it. We know this will help you guys.
Well, let's keep running through the NL Central right now, because there were 3 moves in like 3 minutes in the division. We'll do this one quick. Cubs getting Braxton Garrett. So someone who's had success. I mean, he just came back. He's made, I think, 2 starts this year. Yes, confirmed. 2 appearances so far this year. But the Cubs need arms. They need bodies to pitch innings for them right now too. So we'll see how he does. I don't think it's necessarily someone who's going to pitch a playoff game for them, but
he better than
Jameson get through the run.
Jameson Tayo's in Toronto now.
Yeah,
I know, but is he better than they got rid of him?
I don't know.
Yeah,
close.
Just a thought.
Cubs fans were going after you guys. They suddenly hated Jameson Taillon, I guess, right? When you guys talked about him, didn't you guys get a lot of comments like, no, he's terrible?
Oh, I got crushed.
Yeah.
Crush.
Because a veteran starter can never find it again if he goes through a rough stretch. If he has a bad month or 2, he's done.
Love you, Cub fans.
Okay, Brewers.
Love you guys.
The Brewers are awake. We have an alert. The Brewers are awake. Dustin May and JoJo Romero.
Mm-hmm.
Very Brewers.
JoJo Romero, very good pickup.
Very
Dustin May,
good.
Someone they think they can figure out. He's been good this year.
Yeah, May's been good. He's not Tarik Skubal, but he's been good.
Yeah.
JoJo Romero, great addition to the bullpen.
Romero's been on the IL. Didn't he have appendicitis or something?
I don't know what he had.
Nice.
I think he had something. I think he had appendicitis, but
Yes,
I mean,
he
Dustin May.
He's got it now, but should be back soon.
I mean, Dustin May this year 5-7 with a 4.5. Okay.
Does he start a playoff game for you?
Does Tarik Skubal?
Did you say Dustin May?
You could have got Dustin May and Tarik Skubal. Sorry, Brewer fans. You just would have. But again, I don't know. Listen, Dustin May has had a nice rebound year. He's pitched a lot of innings. But this is the question I always ask. Does it move the needle, like Kratz said, in a playoff series? Does Dustin May make your team significantly better to where the Brewers can get to a World Series and win a World Series?
No. What did we say? I'll never forget you saying it. Like, what are we doing here? The Brewers had the best rotation in baseball, or best pitching staff in baseball, whatever it was. And do you remember who started for them in the playoffs last year? They had an opener. So to me, I'm not saying that's what lost them the playoffs, because ultimately they lost against the Dodgers, but to their admission, they were gassed after the Cubs series. Does Dustin May help them get out of that Cubs series, or whatever this year's series is? Does it help them get out of that without being gassed, and then they can put their best foot forward to face the Dodgers, who also, by the way, could have been gassed too. So I don't know that I'm buying that excuse, but this is the organization's excuse.
I don't know. It gives them more depth. That's all I can say. But then again, they had other guys that could have started, and they did. Even the Cubs started Matthew Boyd on short rest in Game 1, remember? Mm-hmm. And then they brought him back again, and it didn't go well for him. But I know one guy that'll take the ball every 5th day. Give you usually a pretty good start. He's left-handed. You know what his name is, Scott?
What's his name?
We're gonna play the guessing game.
Nope, not guessing.
Matthew Boyd.
Doing 90 things behind the scenes.
Not Matthew Boyd.
Reed Detmers.
He just got traded to the Dodgers.
Chris Bubik.
Yeah, him. Perfect.
Bubich?
You know.
That's the one.
That was the one they could have gotten.
You wanted me to guess Chris Bubich?
I wanted you to guess Tarik Skubal.
No.
You dumbass. As they would say in Beavis and Butthead, you dumbass.
Hey, if you don't want to have 4 bona fide starters for the postseason, I can find half the GMs in baseball.
He's a bona fide starter.
No, I know that. I'm just saying teams get cute in the playoffs. Sometimes it works. Usually it doesn't.
Yeah.
Because of off days, for sure.
This trade is fine. I'm not knocking this trade. It's just that if this ends up being the only thing they do today,
Best record
I'm
in
knocking
baseball.
it at 2:30. I'm knocking at 2:30 left in the trade deadline. Sorry, I'm knocking this trade right now because this feels like it may be the only thing.
2.5 hours, a long time, but let's see.
I mean, we just talked to Zach Scott. He said stuff can happen now. Like quick.
Casey Mize, Foster Griffin. Maybe if one of the big boys like a George Kirby suddenly moves. Emerson Hancock can pitch a playoff game for me.
Oh, 100%. By the way, shockingest, biggest move today, Adley Rutschman.
Yeah.
Did we really think that was going to happen?
No.
I love it.
Absolutely not.
I love it.
Yeah.
That's the one.
All right, so that's the one, right? That's definitely the shocker.
Forget the Red Sox acquiring him. The Orioles giving him up. I mean, I know they got some good prospects coming back, but dang, if you're an Orioles fan today, you're going, well, why didn't we take Bobby Witt?
We talked about that.
Right? I mean, if we're not going to have the 1-1, and listen, I know we keep saying that, but he was picked 1-1 for a reason. And it was because the switch hitting catcher with power was so hard to find, and they had one. Now, did he become what we thought? I mean, he's got 3 All-Star games under his belt.
Definitely good.
Led him to the playoffs a couple times where they hadn't been for a long time.
Definitely good.
I mean, he's
Gunnar
had some
Henderson
injuries.
available now?
I mean, Gunnar Henderson was drafted behind Adley Rutschman that year.
Well, and he was really the name when they were building up that people were calling for to extend. Then eventually that name shifted to Gunnar Henderson. And eventually the Orioles shifted this to starting pitching. Kyle Bradish, Shane Baz, guys like that. So that's not real.
Oh, he almost got him, Kratzy.
Mention that. Are you trying to
almost got him? Huh?
Trick me on random?
Yes, I almost got him. Almost got him. Darn it.
Scott's doing so many things. He's got more screens than a screenager, and you're trying to deke him on a mock trade that looks like it could have, should have, would have, didn't happen.
Right now I'm up 1-0 on AJ because I shot down something we saw online and I have not seen it appear as real.
Okay.
Your boy Jesse Rogers said Reed Detmer is not a Cub.
Yet.
That is, to me, that's a massive Brewers move. Then I'm like, good for them. Punch
You think
outs
Reed
galore.
Detmers puts them over the top?
I think Reed Detmers makes the Dustin May move look a lot better. It just becomes cool, you got JoJo Romero in there. Like, I think it gives them pieces. I think Reed Detmers puts them over, gives them the whole, well, we didn't know what Kyle Harrison was going to look like. Like, what's Reed Detmers going to look like with the Brewers? Because the Brewers are in that category. Just like the Rays getting Freddie P. Like, what's this going to look like? It intrigues me.
All right, we'll keep this going. We'll see if the Brewers end up going with the, quantity-ish over quality game. Like, hey, let's bring in arms that we like that'll be in our circle of trust in the postseason versus just taking a shot on one big boy, or maybe they do a little bit of both. Anyway, this segment was presented by MLB 9 Innings 26. Showed you some cards, game-changing swings, momentum-shifting pitches, Trout at the plate, Kershaw on the mound, and the new generation of fireballers led by Paul Skeens, all in the game. Download MLB 9 Innings today in your app store, and let's hear from the stars of the game.
What do you think?
Well, our team does need some heat on the mound, but we also need some power on the plate and someone reliable in the infield. I say we take Jimmy.
Yes! Yes!
Maybe next year, guys.
I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes.
Data Dish presented by Rapsodo. Let's bring in Lance Brazdowski to break down a lot of what we're seeing, especially on the pitching side of things. An expert in that category. Lance, love listening to you. And you can follow Lance YouTube, the socials, the whole deal. We'll mix in more of what he brings to the table content-wise. But let's start with the Cubs, a team that you know probably better than any other. What do you think of what they've done so far today? Braxton Garrett, and before that, Kevin Gossman added to the rotation. No, not Reed Detmers.
Yeah, people. The Reed Detmers stuff sent me into a frenzy for the last 20 minutes here. So we've just been trying to recover, unfortunately, but that doesn't look like it's actually happening. First off, thanks for having me. Hope you guys are doing well. The deadline so far has been awesome. I remember there was one maybe like 6-7 years ago where it was like just Dylan Bundy was traded. Not to disparage Dylan Bundy, but I feel like every deadline since it's been pretty incredible. I got Bruce Levine behind me too as well, legendary Chicago reporter in here. Where this is like the war room here at Marquee. But yeah, I think the Kevin Gossman acquisition.
Tell Bruce, hold on. Tell Bruce it was really great for him to say hi to me on Saturday when he big leagued me. So tell him it was cool.
Oh, he
Thanks,
just
Bruce.
left. He just left. But I will mention that to him. The Kevin Gossman acquisition I like a lot. I think my lean on what I think the Cubs were going to do this entire time was essentially they're going to be cost driven. Like whatever deal they're going to make was going to be one that was friendly from a cost standpoint, which in my brain always meant more rental rather than control, because we've seen the control starter prices be substantially higher than some of the rental prices we've seen. I think that they gave up two guys who really won't make an impact in the major leagues for Kevin Gossman. And I think that's a good trade. Like he's a postseason guy, pitched well in the World Series last year. You know, the walk rate's kind of jumped up these last couple months. So I wonder if they have a fix on that angle. But I mean, the changeup, split change thing he throws is sick. He's the proper kind of arm to add to the top of this rotation to start like a game 1 or game 2 in a playoff series for them. I think that's like an A-, B+, maybe even A move in my opinion. And then Garrett is an interesting one. This is a name that I didn't really have on my radar at all, though Hoyer clearly has some relationship with the Marlins from the Cabrera trade and other things from the past year. He's in that same vein of cutting his fastball. He's off TJ. He's been pretty bad this year. I think he probably needs more velo. He's sitting like 91. He was 92 and 24. He's an interesting arm that feels a little more like a development play to me. He's got 2 years of control. And again, I think it's a reasonable price. Jonathan Long is a guy that was probably somewhat blocked on this team, wasn't going to get up. Jay Speck's kind of like a fun reliever that I thought would make some kind of impact. But I think both those transactions for the Cubs have been good. But I wouldn't say they've made like the, whoa, I can't believe they did that move. The Detmers one felt like it could be that, but at the moment, that doesn't seem like it's going through. So cost conscious, I would say, in terms of how the Cubs have approached this deadline.
Why? That's my question. Why? The Cubs are rich as hell. The Ricketts family, rich as hell. They sell out every game. They have concerts there. They own hotels that the other teams stay in. They own the McDonald's across the street. They own the whole area in Wrigleyville. Why are they so cost conscious?
I think that they just want to operate in a sense that keeps this team in the playoffs for multiple seasons. I just think they're a very model-driven organization. They pay a ton of people to build models, and they use those models to make decisions. And I think that runs counter to what you see from other organizations that maybe look at the models and then make decisions off those models. I think of AJ Preller. I think of Jerry Dipoto to some extent. I think of Dombrowski in Philadelphia. I think that they constantly do that at the Phillies in a lot of senses, where they look at the model and go, okay, this is a slight overpay. It doesn't really matter to us. I just don't think the Cubs are willing to do that. As to why, I don't know. Like, it's a good point. I've never been in those shoes to know, when you have that skin in the game, whether you're comfortable looking at a model that says you're overpaying by $30-40 million in some of these transactions based on how I calculate them out, and being okay with that. It's a good point, but I would say, like, I'm waiting for the move someday where it's like, oh yeah, that's an overpay, but it's the correct overpay given the time and the situation for the Cubs. I just think that they're very conscious about the long-term projection on this team is my read on how they operate.
Lance, Aroldis Chapman was an overpay for Gleyber Torres.
10 years ago, man.
How did that work out?
That was Theo. It worked out great. Flags fly forever.
Got a ring. Got exactly what Cubs fans wanted. Let's go to the Giants-Phillies trade. And one of the things that you really like, the Ramon Marquez, who is a high-A pitcher that came out of nowhere throwing hard. Isn't that what the entire industry of baseball is? A high-A pitcher that came out of nowhere throwing hard? Like, all of a sudden, like, we're like, oh, how could they get rid of this guy? He's 3 levels away, and you can create that guy again because he was just created.
I think I'm a hot take here just because that's what you have me on for. If you put him in the major leagues tomorrow, I think he would pitch pretty well. Like the only thing holding him back is purely workload. He just hasn't thrown a ton, but his shapes are fantastic. That's what we're looking at, in my opinion, from a guy at high A. It's like I'm not really looking at results and the fact that he's at high A. I'm looking at the fact that he like sits 95. His changeup is sick. Like this thing misses a ton of bats. Really weird pitch. It's not like the classic kick change. It's a more standard through the ball changeup. I think that's a major league pitch presently. You combine that with the fact he has a really hard slider already. I'm looking at it more from like, okay, take off the results, take off age, take off everything. Underlying data, like what does he do with the ball? How do I think that will work in the majors right now? That I don't know. I'm not going to say that's my favorite transaction so far, but like, what are the Phillies doing with Arise? Like that's just, I don't know if that's a fit. Caleb Killian to me is kind of like a one-year wonder here. Like he kind of toiled in stuff in the Cubs organization. He's popped a little this year. The peripheral stuff's fine. But again, that's one to me where if I'm the Giants, I'm going, sure, yeah, that sounds fantastic. We'll take who is probably your second best pitching prospect in your org, clear top 100 name on lists, even though teams don't have him there. I love that transaction. I just think that's a dude that is going to fly through that system. And again, I'll stand by the fact that if you put him in the majors tomorrow, he wouldn't get lit up like a lot of these high A guys.
Lance, what's the other trade you like? What other guys have been moved? And you definitely know more about the minor league guys than we do. We don't try to act like we know a lot. Is there other moves that you see here that are like, wow, one team clearly won this?
I don't know if there's any that are jumping out right now as like, oh my God, it's a slam dunk. The one that I'm curious on your guys' thoughts on that I'm still trying to process is the Adley Rutschman one. 1 more year control. It's not every day you can get like a 4-WAR projected catcher for 1 more season. Who knows what'll happen with the CBA and stuff is whether that's a shortened season if you want to discount that value. But the weird thing to me with that transaction is like the Red Sox gave up like their entire 25. I mean, this is exaggeration. 2 of the 3 arms they drafted in 25 that they paid a ton of money in bonus to. Like that's like $10 million of bonus money that they sent out. So I am confused on that one. Like I think I initially when I saw that I went, that package is insane. You know, like from my perspective, both those arms are major league arms, Einstein and Kyson Witherspoon. You get a replacement catcher in Nervais, who was a 2-WAR catcher last season. The outfielder in that transaction seems like he's, interesting, but he's way off, A-ball guy. For 1 year Adley, 1 more year of Adley, I don't know. Is this it's a tough one to me. I texted someone in another front office and he said that the Orioles got duped on that transaction where they're basically taking kind of damaged goods in Einstein and Witherspoon. I'm trying to reconcile my thoughts on that, but I do feel like that is, I'm torn. Like, I don't know. That's the one that I'm like right on the fence now on, and I'm trying to figure out what side to go on. So I'm curious on your guys' thoughts.
Lance, we're going to go on an exercise. That high A arm that they got, I feel like could get outs right now in the big leagues.
Einstein?
He's a high A arm that can get outs in the big leagues. You know why I know that? Because I said it. Just like you said, you really like the shape of Marquez. That's what's great about all this. But the play is 1 more year of Adley Rutschman. That means they have 2 shots at a World Series. And that is where you can tell me the greatest things about some of these prospects, but this play, this move here may come back to bite the Red Sox unless they figure out how to win a World Series. And to me, this play pushes them in to try to win a World Series.
I think I'm there with you. Like, I do feel like I'm leaning towards good move. Like listen, I'm the prospect guy. I like all the prospects. I enjoy looking at it, but I understand I can't just be like, anytime a prospect's traded, I'm like, no, shouldn't have traded him. Like the hit rate on these guys is not good, but I think I'm leaning towards good trade by the Red Sox, but my gut was bad trade. So I'm like on this fence here. I agree with you. I think if you're going to give up that kind of haul where you draft those 2 guys in the first 3 rounds in 25, like do it for a guy you have 1 extra year control on that is a 4-WAR catcher. Like that is very rare. You know what I mean? If they think from like a framing perspective, maybe they see something from like a swing tweak perspective, whatever. But I think I agree with you, Erik. That's like, I think that's the move the Red Sox should have made, like they can't keep hoarding and making weird moves. They made some other weird transactions. Like their bet is just on Adley being a stud. And I think I'm coming around on that trade being good, despite my initial impression being like, what are they doing?
And I like what you just said, because even as is right now, if you just have him on the field, right, that's the real concern at this point for the rest of the season. Like, is the wrist okay? If he's on the field and we get the version that we've been seeing, you'll take that. And I still think there's upside. This guy's never been in another organization too. So even as is, he's one of the better catchers in the sport right now. Is he a superstar, top 5, top 10 player in the game right now? No, but certainly has the pedigree to be able to take one more step, and the age, and not being, in any other organization to hear what they have to say. So I like all of that. All right, let me get to pitching in general. There have been so many arms that have moved already. Can you point out at least one or two favorites, a trade where you're like, I really like this team getting that arm, that guy's tracking well, or I think that guy in this organization could take off?
Yeah, they're two that jump out. I like Jose Soriano going to the Blue Jays a lot. They gave up a really good bat there in Arjun Namala. Really interesting guy. Just absolutely scorches the ball. But I think this was a decent transaction for them. Mike Maddox is a pitching coach that I think has tendencies from a usage standpoint. So like basically telling guys to use certain pitches in certain counts that run counter to a lot of modern organizations in terms of what they prefer to do. And the main thing I'll point out is that Soriano throws like a bunch of 2-strike 4-seam fastballs, and I don't understand why. Like, his other shapes are fantastic. They generate more miss. They're in the zone less. And I just think the Blue Jays are going to look at that and very quickly make a tweak on that and get awesome value out of Jose Soriano for the next couple of years. So I like this transaction. I think this is a win-win on both sides. Angels get a really good, probably their immediate top prospect in Namala. He probably will end up as the best prospect trade at the deadline, unless I'm missing something that's happened here, or I'm underestimating the chance that like a Detmers or someone else goes somewhere. But I like this transaction. I also like Freddie Peralta on the Rays. Like, this is an interesting bet. They didn't really give up much, in my opinion. Maybe they were in on the Skubal stuff, but I just kind of always would call their bluff on that. They're just not an org that is going to way overpay, like you could argue the Dodgers did for Skubal, despite the fact, again, he pushes their championship odds. They're in a very unique position. But Freddie Peralta's obviously had a terrible season. Like, everybody knows that. But the Rays are making an interesting bet here. Tropicana inflates vertical movement on forcing fastballs, and that pitch for Freddie hasn't been great this season. It seems like he's had a little regression from a mechanic standpoint. But the Rays also throw like a bazillion right changeups. Very unique pitch, one that the league doesn't really throw a lot, but they're number one in baseball. And each of the last 3 seasons, they've increased the usage of this offering as a team. Think of Brian Baker, Nick Martinez throwing this a lot. They have a couple lefties who throw it too. I wonder if they just look at Freddie Peralta and go, hey, your changeup's your best pitch. It's probably always been your best pitch. Your slider has a ton of variance. Just throw that thing a bunch. And I kind of wonder whether we look back and go, man, like, Freddie Peralta was really good the final 2 months. Like, how did the Mets not fix him? So I like that bet for the cost they paid. To me, that's like the correct move for the Rays. I just don't view them as an org that's going to go crazy all out on something. So they went in with, I think, an approach that represents how they attacked this offseason from targeting these guys who are really good with changeups. And I think Freddie fits in that mold.
Hey, is that what you see from Freddie? Is that what the Rays do? They find something specific and they say, we're going to target this because he fits in Tropicana and they've had a great home record? Or do they say, hey, we found A, B, or C, and we want you to do A, B, and C all the time, and then it just simplifies it for pitchers?
I think that they are consistently touted to people I talk with as like one of the best teams from a usage optimization standpoint. So like, you should be throwing this, and here's why, and then convincing the guy and getting him to buy in. They don't often come up in conversations on being best from like a delivery standpoint. Like the Guardians, I think, are one of the better teams on that. The Dodgers come up on the delivery side a lot as well, but not necessarily like, hey, you should move like this, but more, hey, we can optimize and extract a ton of value out of you as a pitcher. Remember Robert Stevenson? That 1 year, he was like the greatest reliever in baseball for 3 months with the Rays, or 4 months, and then he goes and gets paid by the Angels and blows out. Like, that is a great example of them looking at a guy and going, hey, you should probably be throwing this differently. You're like, change your orientation on your slider. Snyder does a great job there. And I just wonder, that's just a good bet for me. Like, and the Park stuff's weird. Like, I think Griffin Jack said it the other day, actually, coming over from the Twins. I want to say I saw a quote. I'm not sure from who, but he said, like, guys sometimes get fastball boosts in the stadium. New York, the Athletics done some stuff on this as well. I think it might have been Eno Saris, about how just there's something about a dome that causes the pitch to like literally rise a bit more. So I just think it's going to help fastball quality. He throws more changeup. I think we'll look back in the playoffs and be like, wow, like what? We might honestly be trashing the Mets more than praising the Rays. We might be like, why did the Mets not figure out this with Freddie Peralta for the 4 months they had him? But I think that's going to be a good transaction for the Rays.
You mean changing a pitching coach probably has nothing to do with pitchers doing well, or is that too soon?
With the Mets?
With the Mets, getting rid of Jeremy Hefner.
Yeah, it's a good one. Listen, I've heard incredible things about Justin Willard. I think he's a great guy. I've had some conversations with him as well. Sharp dude. I'm not entirely sure. I think that their problems are more from like a roster construction standpoint. And I will say there's odd parallels there with like Breslow and the Red Sox, where both those teams just like seem to have made weird transactions. Like go back to the offseason with the Mets, like Jorge Polanco and some of these other guys, we were all going like, what are they doing there? You know, like what is the goal here? To be better at defense and fail at that goal didn't really make any sense. So I don't know if I'm not going to like throw their pitching coach under the bus. Like McLean's done fantastic. Peterson, again, that's another one they couldn't fix. So I'm aware that there's present examples where they've seemed to have quote unquote failed pitchers. But I mean, I've heard incredible things about Justin Willard. If they let go of him, he's going to get a job somewhere else immediately and impact that org. So yeah, it's tough. Like I don't know. This might be one of those things where you're running cold on the blackjack table. You know what I mean? You're making the proper calls to hit or stay, and you're not running into the outcomes that you'd want with the Mets. But I think they're more of a roster construction problem than they are failed their pitchers. Let's say that's my opinion on that organization right now.
All right, Lance, we got it. Good stuff, man. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate the time, dude.
Thanks for having me, guys. Take care.
Thank you. You too. That's Lance Brozdowski. And also, this segment was presented by Rapsodo. Whether you're building a program, developing players, or just tired of guessing, go to rapsodo.com and learn more. Data wins. Rapsodo helps you use it, and plenty of information just now from Lance. You can find him, of course, on Twitter, on his YouTube channel, on Marquee. That's where we talked Cubs right off the jump to really good on the data front. Spreading Rumors is presented by Fox One. All right, they're going to throw rumors up on the screen. I have not seen most of these, so maybe they'll come from people out of my circle of trust. Maybe they won't. I don't know. I have no idea. I just had my one bone to pick from earlier, and so far, I haven't seen that guy move to the team that we're talking about. So let's see. I know nothing, so throw it up on the screen for us, people. Who are we talking about right now? Francis Romero reporting 2 executives believe Luis Robert will be traded before the deadline. Some teams inquiring about him. I mean, I don't see why they wouldn't.
There's a lot of reasons why I wouldn't. But
why? Even if you need to eat the money, what is the point of his existence on the Mets for the rest of this season?
Because he's going to get hurt. And if there's too many people in the stands, he can't play. And if there's not enough people in the stands, he can't play. So,
But my point is, if a team can get him, like, you don't think there's any value to
no,
any
there's
other
value if
team.
you can get him on the field. He is a free agent at the end of the year. And you would think that, the White Sox could have traded for him, but they went Brent Doyle instead. They should have traded back for him, but I don't know. Listen, Luis Robert had one really good year where he played the whole year.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, it's been what we saw this year. He hit a 500-foot homer and then he'll miss 2 weeks because that's the thing I have. And as a contending team, you want somebody that will take his position and hold it down, especially for the amount of money you're going to have to pay him. He's still owed probably $5 million, $6 million, whatever it is.
The Mets are probably going to eat a decent amount of that.
Okay.
I don't think anyone else is going to take him on otherwise, right?
Okay, fine. I don't know.
So do you do it for the possible upside?
Well, this is a good question for AJ.
Because you're going to lose. You're going to have to – okay, here's the thing for me. And I'm going to answer Kratz's question from my end. If you take Luis Robert on, okay, and he goes off and does great, everyone's going to be like, man, this GM, he really nailed this Luis Robert. Now, you take Luis Robert on, and you have a decent center fielder, and you have to DFA whoever it is, right? And Luis Robert does not do well. And that person you DFA was helping you, and then they're not helping you now because they're not on a team anymore, right? Then they're going to say, why did you trade Luis Robert and you lost whoever you DFA'd to get him on the team, right? That's where I think that this is why certain players are considered like tough. Because if you could count on Luis Robert to play the last 50 games and say he's going to give me 48 of those 50, and I know he's going to be in the lineup, he's going to give me Gold Glove center field, he's going to hit me 10 homers, he's going to be healthy, I think every team in the league would say yes. But the question is, we haven't seen that.
And there aren't 2 deadlines anymore. So playing to your point, if you take him on and he becomes one of your regulars and he gets hurt, which has been the case most often in the last few years for him, you can't go back to the well and trade for someone. This is it, right? So you need to be comfortable with the medicals, Kratz. No, the value is low. I don't think it's going to require a lot. I think the Mets will try and get one A-ball piece, and they'll pay most of the contract.
But my thing is, so you take the Phillies, for example. They're one team that wants a right-handed hitter, or even the Yankees. Let's go Yankees. You could send Jason Dominguez down. If you think he's better than Jason Dominguez, if he does well, that's the only reason you're picking him up, if he does well. Jason Dominguez can just be sent down to the bushes, or Spencer Jones can be sent down to the bushes. To me, if you're paying nothing, you're giving up nothing for it, I think it's a great move. You understand what he could mean in the clubhouse. Is that fear of getting rid of the guy all that stuff is legitimate, but his upside is what is going to intrigue teams that don't have to do what AJ said. If you have to get rid of somebody, you can't get rid of your depth. This is why some teams have 3 catchers right now, because they're like, if we DFA this catcher, if we only have 2 catchers, then we don't have somebody else in AAA and having a third guy in case something happens. So to me, I think Luis Robert gets dealt, and it'll be to a team that's like, you know what? If he does good, great. If not, see ya.
Mm-hmm. Next little report, Spencer Nussbaum, who covers the Washington Nationals, both for The Athletic and for our District Territory National show on the FT Network. He said the Nationals haven't spent much time internally on offers for C.J. Abrams. According to a person familiar with their thinking, this doesn't explicitly rule it out, but the above corroborates league-wide sentiment that Abrams is unlikely to be moved. Man, he's having a year.
Mm-hmm.
We've talked a lot about the Red Sox. We're going to talk about them again coming up. The Red Sox have been hunting for a shortstop, and they already made a deal with Curtis Mead. I'm not saying they're making a deal with the Washington Nationals, but the Red Sox were looking into Zach Neto. I'm sure they had a conversation about C.J. Abrams. I'm pretty sure they had a conversation about Otto Lopez, and it sounded like the other day that one died back down. The Red Sox are still looking for middle infield help, but not saying that's going to actually happen. C.J. Abrams has emerged as one of the best players in the sport this year.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this year, just go off what you've seen this year in terms of productivity. He's top 15, something like that.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes.
Middle infielder is going to hit 40 homers and gets on base now.
C.J. Abrams good on a lot of teams.
Yeah.
A lot of teams.
Mm-hmm.
So,
but who are the Nats going to keep? That's my thing. Like the Nats can extend
Abram.
him.
I mean, they already signed Keibert Ruiz.
Yeah, but who else is going to be part of the
Dylan
next
Cruz?
core?
Question mark?
Not yet. So they traded away Luis Garcia.
Fine.
They traded away Curtis Mead.
Fine.
Those were 2 guys that really took off this year. But to me, the Nats kind of say, we don't necessarily believe it long term. If you really did, you would try and keep them, right?
Yeah.
C.J. Abrams, do you want to try and throw an extension at him and keep him? Throw an extension at him in the offseason?
That's not the way they look at it.
Too late? You think so?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if they believe what you just said, top 15 player in the game, you're paying him $300+ million to stay. Not playing an average shortstop, not doing what he's doing in that case. But I would say he's going to play. I think he's going to play out the rest of his contract just because of the fact that the Nats, after this year, I think it accelerated their hope that they can win sooner. Will they go and make pitching moves? I don't know. But after this year, he's still only going to have, essentially 4 years. Like he's got 2 more years of control after this season. So I think he's clearly still in that. My question, if you're talking about shortstops, if Adley went, does that mean Gunnar could go? But that's another topic.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Not right now. Not right now. No, I like the thought process, but not right now. They're clearly not signing any of these guys to extensions.
Well, they did the pitchers just now, the last few weeks.
Yeah.
That's what I was mentioning. They just
They got
signed
Cano
Bradish.
and
Cano too.
Bradish.
Cano, Bradish, and Shane Baz all locked up long term, which was a big turn for them. They hadn't done much of that yet. Basayo last year.
Yeah, but they signed Basayo. Clearly, here's the thing: they signed Basayo and said, "Well, I guess now that we have Basayo, we don't." This is what. Remember, we asked this question when they signed Basayo last year. Does this mean the end for Adley? And I think Scott was like, "You're crazy! Oh, no way! They're going to get rid of Adley Rutschman." Oh, boom, check.
I said you're crazy. There's no way they're going to get rid of him.
Yes, you did. But pull the tape, producer lady. Pull the tape.
The tape's not being pulled. I threw the tape.
Producer lady is very busy.
I burned the tape. Wait, can I bring up this Sean McAdam tweet? He's covered the Red Sox for years. He said, some people in the game are completely stunned by what the Red Sox gave up for Adley Rutschman, said one evaluator from another org. I'm absolutely dumbfounded by this. This is literally one of the most ridiculous trades I've seen in 30 years. Okay.
Unless they sign him to an extension.
Even without that, what if you put them over the top the next 2 years? This is one of the best catchers in the sport. Is Adley Rutschman at this point being unfairly evaluated because he's not a super duper star? He's just right now an all-star?
Yes.
Okay.
because he was 1-1.
Stop with that.
One of the
Whoever's
most
doing
ridiculous trades ever. Like, you would think if this is one of the most ridiculous trades in the last 30 years, I would to me I'm getting a player who I don't even think is going to play. That would be like, I don't know. This might not be the best example, but like Anthony Rendon doesn't want to play and you trade for him. Like, that would be a ridiculous trade. Adley Rutschman is going to be a big time contributor for you as long as he's healthy.
You know why it's ridiculous?
Ridiculous? You're not offended by that? Someone saying this is one of the most ridiculous trades in the last 30 years. What?
It's ridiculous because that executive would never do it themselves. That executive would never say, you know what? We're going to push because we have a clear gaping hole at the catching position right now that we want to upgrade. And we can upgrade it with the second best, voted on by fans and players. He was an all-star. You couldn't get Shea Langoliers, so you got the second best catcher in the American League this season. Right now, great move by the Red Sox.
Awesome
Don't you know the prospect value of these guys they gave up, though? The surplus value they had to give up of these guys that are in Double-A? Scott, how dare you question this? Kratz, how dare you question this? I am with this executive. I would have never made this trade. I would have held on to those prospects till their arms fell off, and then I tried to trade them after they had no value and not get a good player. Are you kidding me?
This is sponsored by Fox.
Just so you guys know, the Red Sox top prospect's name is Franklin Arias.
Yes.
He's not in that deal.
But their best pitching prospect.
Okay.
Which they spent a lot of money on pitching. Like, this is a Fox One sponsored segment. You know what good teams do? They're on Fox because you want to see good winning teams. You know when Fox has their marquee games? The World Series. The Red Sox made a move to push to the World Series. As much as we gave them crap about getting rid of one of the best managers right now in the game and then other coaches, they are pushing to win a World Series. And they had an opportunity to do it, and they were like, we're going for it.
Yep. Nobody's saying to sell the entire farm, 20 prospects, although AJ Preller does that sometimes. But they held on to their top prospect. They
get 20 more next year.
One of the best catchers. It's not easy to find a catcher like this on the market. And how much of a difference does it make in your lineup if you go from below average catcher production offensively to above average catcher production offensively, for it to not be, more of a wasteful spot in the lineup for half the teams in the league that are looking for catchers? That's why Adley's name was brought up a ton. Hunter Goodman's name was brought up a ton. Probably won't get moved because there's so many years left of control. But those players can change things for a playoff team. You need catchers that can hit.
And it can handle a pitching staff and switch hits and doesn't need days off. There's
a lot of well.
But that's my thing.
There's a ton, and he's well liked.
There are
he's
a lot
good
of
dude.
Do you agree with this? There are a lot of catchers that can receive well. They've got that part down right now, the league, but a lot of them can't hit.
Yes,
and in the playoffs too. Remember, we did that whole story. What was it, last year, on how bad the offense was from the catcher position in the playoffs? Like,
because they're gassed.
Give me Adley Rutschman in there, please. All right, so. Thanks to Fox One for sponsoring this segment. Red Sox are going to be on Fox One this weekend, taking on the Sacramento A's. The White Sox we talked about also going to be on Fox One this weekend, taking on the Guardians. So to catch those, you'll be on which one?
What do you think?
Sox.
Which one do you think I'm going to be on?
I think that
Whoever's
they
the
always put you
crappier
with
game.
the Sacramento A's.
Hmm?
Sacramento A's.
You think I'm not going to be at the White Sox? You think they're not going to have
Sacramento A's
me on the
reporting.
White Sox on
Sacramento
Ozzie
A's.
Guillen's number retirement day?
Is that Saturday?
Yes.
Epic.
I
We
mean,
got to
you
get
think
Ozzie
they're-
on this week.
Huh?
Can we get Ozzie on this week?
I reached out. They said they would.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
All right. So anyway, Fox One app. That's where you can check out all of these games, including, of course, eventually the World Series. Start your Fox One Watch 3-day free trial today at fox1.com. Also, if you're watching right now, we're still rolling for another 2 hours. So if you'd like to press the subscribe button, that would be awesome. That's really all we're asking for at this point. If you were watching TV right now, you would have 5 minutes of ads every 5 minutes. We're only doing a minute of ads every
Why do I
10
feel
to
like I'm
20
in the middle of
minutes.
a Fox game right now?
It's in the middle of the long one that you did.
Oh,
The extra inning
thank you,
marathon.
pitch clock. Can we get a pitch clock on the trade deadline? Thank you. It has to be a trade every 27 seconds.
I want to get to the Phillies. Let's get to Ruben Amaro Jr. He is one of the hosts of the Philly Show, Ruben Amaro Jr., joining us right now. Ruben, let's get right to biz. This is business day. So what do we think about what the Phillies did? And Bryce Harper is back in the outfield, huh?
Yeah, I think they addressed a need that they really had. I mean, obviously, this team is not very strong on base percentage wise. They don't have the type of hitter that Luis Ariz provides. And, you know, all the things that you sort of want out of the guys that are table setters in a lineup, he provides those things. And he's one of the best. I mean, he's as close to a Tony Gwynn that you can kind of get in this day and age, from my standpoint. And him being at the top of the lineup is huge. And Bryce Harper, he put his money where his mouth was. He said he would move if the Phillies acquired a impact type of a player. They acquired one, and they're moving him out to the outfield.
All right. So where does he fit in this lineup? And is this really an impact? Because his style is something they don't have, but putting him in the lineup, where does he make the most impact?
I think at the top of the lineup. I think he's a one-hole guy, and you put Turner in 2. You go with Harper 3, and then you move Schwarber to 4, which is probably where he should hit. That would be my setup. And then Bohm 5, probably Marsh 6, Realmuto 7, Stott 8, something like that, and then Crawford 9. I know you're lining up a whole lot of left-handers in that lineup, but you know, Luis Ariz is not your typical left-hander. He hits 315 with like a 800 OPS against lefties. So that's not typical of. He's just a good hitter. And again, I say impact in so much that they really don't have people who grind out at bats, who put the ball in play, who do not strike out. Is he a world beater? Probably not. But they also put him. They acquired someone that they frankly lack a lot of, which is having the ability to get on base and work counts and create the domino effect of what that type of hitter can do at the top of the lineup.
Do you think he makes an impact? Not an impact. Do you think he makes a change in that sense? Like, do you think what his game does, like grinding through at bats, do you think that permeates to other guys at bats, or are these guys all vets and they're just going to continue to do what they do?
Yeah, we had an emergency pod on the Phillies show just recently, and I talked about that specifically, Kratz. I mean, I basically said, listen, anytime you get a hitter like this, does it impact the thought process of a veteran hitter beyond this? Maybe not as much, but perhaps a guy like Stott, or perhaps a guy like Crawford, or the younger guys in that lineup can learn from this guy, can watch, can observe, can listen. This is a very high energy guy. I like the way he plays the game. They needed a little personality in that clubhouse. It's sort of a vanilla-ish clubhouse. It's not a lot of guys with a lot of super fire. Brandon Marsh, probably the fieriest guy in that clubhouse. But I do think that that his style of play and his style of hitting can have an impact on the rest of the lineup.
Hold up. There's not a lot of personality in this clubhouse. I thought that was all we heard about. Harper, Schwarber, Wheeler, Nola, Real Muto. Like all we've heard is Marsh. These guys have all the personality. So now they need I'm confused, Ruben. Sorry.
They I don't, not that they don't have personality. They're just not fiery type of guys. They're
Bryce?
Very professional. Now on the daily, from time to time, Bryce gets fiery, but not on the daily. If you look at other teams, it's not a bad thing necessarily, but I just like the inner mix of having somebody with a different type of energy. But I don't. I view this team having observed them for the last 5 years more closely. It is a super professional. They go about their business. They, they're they're pros, but it's not like the crazy, kind of vibe that you have. And I think it's one of the reasons why, a guy like Harrison Bader, even though he's had some issues, obviously, with the Giants and didn't play very well, he actually brought a different type of energy to the clubhouse last year that provided a little bit of a spark. Plus, he played well.
We're gonna scoot past that comment about Harrison Bader.
I see what you did.
Do they still have room in this lineup for another right-hander? We were just talking about if you could have Luis Robert for free and not have to DFA somebody because he could get hurt, but he could hit 10 to 15 homers in 50 games for you. Do they have a spot in the lineup to make a last-minute move at the trade deadline?
I like to try to get Pete Alonso out of the deal. Oh, yeah, I'm dropping the mic, bro. Pete Alonso.
What?
Listen, if they really want to make a super impact, that's not going to happen. But I've been thinking about this a lot. If they wanted to make the most impact on their offense, then you slide in that right-handed power bat somewhere in between all, the Schwarbers and the Harpers of the world. And I was one of those guys that, I like to go for it. And, maybe they were stupid moves, but I like to be aggressive with great players. And if they really want to compete with the offense that the Dodgers are going to provide on the daily, you get a guy like Pete Alonso somehow, some way. Now you're looking at a totally different ball club because now you're putting Turner in the outfield and you're putting Stott at short.
Phew, you must have been hanging out with Bader. What about the pitching need that's needed yet? What is that last need, and how is it? Is it a flex pitcher that could then move to the pen in the postseason? Is it somebody that could dethrone Nola as a postseason pitcher?
Clay Holmes been traded yet?
Not yet.
Nope.
He'd be the guy because he's done both. I think that those guys have targeted him and seen him. I don't know. They might be done, but Dave Dombrowski may have another one up his sleeve. I think that they did a nice job by acquiring Raley because their left-handed bullpen, even though Alvarado in the last couple of days has been a little bit better. I think acquiring Brooks Raley was important. I'd love to see it. I'd love to see them get another piece for the bullpen or, as you talked about, somebody like a Clay Holmes or a starter such that if you have a starter and you can work it through the playoffs whereby you can take one of their current, if it becomes 4 or 5, take one of those guys and slide him in the pen and let him, air it out. That's a thought process as well. So, listen, I'm always about pitching. I know that they're offensively, they did need some help as well with the type of player that Luis Ariz is. But if they can, anytime you can acquire more pitching, man, I'm all about it.
Ruben, by the way, yeah, I know we all love Dave Dombrowski on here, but man, you are under the Dave Dombrowski tree. You went for it, and then Pete Alonso, and then who else do you want to get? I mean, it's not too late to get Skubal. Maybe the Phillies can make a trade for Skubal, even though he's already been traded.
Trout.
Clay Holmes. I mean, there's a lot of people that, this is awesome. I love this crazy idea that you have. It's not going to happen. Is there any other Bobby Witt? Was Bobby Witt in play for the Phillies, maybe?
It is interesting to, certain GMs do different things these days. You just never know. I mean, it was always worth the inquiry. And I was one of those guys when I was a GM to try to make, to talk about the players that you felt like were impossible to get. Giancarlo Stanton, when he was with the Marlins back in the day. I mean, I once told I think it was I can't remember which GM it was. I told him I'd trade him my entire organization for him at the time because that was a huge need that we had. But you do not get a deal done unless you try. You got to shoot your shot. I think that's an impossibility, and I don't think it's going to happen with Pete Alonso. But I bring up his name because I don't think that the Orioles are going to be buyers. It's clear. Adley Rutschman gone. They're saying, Mike Elias is saying they're going to be buyers and sellers. Well, I mean, there's some talent that the Phillies can give back to them that even are at the major league level that can help them now, and some guys that they could move that are controllable. So I just tossed it out there. Why not?
Okay. But here's my question: Are GMs naturally born as Dave Dombrowski, Ruben Amaro types, or are they taught to be that? Versus a guy that's a little bit more, I don't know, since you mentioned Pete Alonso, Mike Elias type, or where it's a little bit more conservative and they won't go for it, right? Is it born that way, or is it nature versus nurture? Born that way or made that way?
I think there's been a development, and you guys were sort of tongue-in-cheeking it about the prospects. The reality of it is this: prospects are prospects, and 90% of the time they become suspects. That's the fact. That is an absolute fact. And when you can acquire talent that is helping you right now, and you're trying to win a World Series today, then to me, and you're in a position to be able to do it at the talent level that you have, then why not go for it? I mean, that was always my feeling. And I think that in this day and age, and it probably started maybe a couple of decades ago, maybe 15 years ago, the value of the prospect. I mean, there's a formula that many of the newer GMs and presidents of baseball operation are working under, is that they value them in a way that is totally different than the way that I valued those prospects. Yes, they're valuable, and yes, they can give you organizational depth. But until they're playing in the big leagues and helping you become a champion, then they're just prospects.
Thank you. And I'm with you. And I love talking prospects. I worked the draft for years. I worked all kinds of prospect talk for years when I worked at the league. And we have an awesome partnership with Baseball America. And even they say the same thing. Like, let's sift through what actually matters here. Did you see Sean McAdam from Mass Live has been a great reporter on the Red Sox for years. So he's just the middleman. That's what a journalist does. He had a quote from an executive that we just showed, and I want to bring it back, saying that it's one of the most ridiculous trades he's seen in 30 years, the Adley Rutschman acquisition for the Red Sox. To me, it would take a lot more than that to say most ridiculous trade, Ruben. And then you would think, wait, well, they definitely traded their top prospect, Franklin Arias, right? Nope, they didn't. So here it is. Some people in the game stunned by what the Red Sox gave up. One evaluator, absolutely dumbfounded. This is literally one of the most ridiculous trades I've seen in 30 years. I want to pair that, Ruben, with your thoughts on what went down on Saturday night. The Dodgers get Tarik Skubal. The industry can evaluate how they want, but there were other teams that could have made better offers, including the Brewers. And I feel like this is all revolving around the same concept here. We do have an hour and a half to go, but right now, when you look at what the Brewers did, I'm like, best record in baseball 2 years in a row, and that's what they're going with at the trade deadline. Not good enough. And a top 3 farm system.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole point of having a farm system, right? To be able to utilize those assets for for major league talent. And I will go to my grave saying the same thing. Until you prove to me that prospect, and you have a crystal ball that that prospect will be a viable major leaguer who is going to come close to the production that the player is having right now that you're acquiring, then he's just a prospect. And that's the reason why I won't be a GM ever again, and probably the reason why I never became one again. The reality of it is, I think that I think players will show you what they are, And more often than not, when you're playing in the minor leagues versus playing in the big leagues, it's a totally different world. And I know that the two other guys that are sitting in this podcast right now would believe the same thing because they've stepped on a major league field and have won and lost on it.
Yes, agreed. Prospects are prospects until they turn into suspects, and a suspect is a major league player. So before we let you go, Ruben, I just want to know, you follow the Phillies way closer than I do, closer than Kratz does. Have they done enough with moves they've made to get to the World Series and win the World Series? Because it's World Series or bust for the Phillies. We all know that, right? The window's closing, whatever you want to say. Moving Bryce Harper to right, Luis Arraez to second, Bohm to first, Stott to third, Real Muto to left, Bohm or Marsh catching, whatever they're going to do defensively, right? Have they done enough to solidify themselves as a contender, a legitimate contender, not just a, hey, we can possibly get there if all the chips fall right, a legitimate contender for the World Series?
Well, I think they're a legitimate contender just because of the fact, as we all know, anything can happen in baseball. They were very close last year. They didn't have Zach Wheeler and probably could have and should have beaten the Dodgers last year. I know that the Dodgers didn't want to go back to Philadelphia, and had the Phillies been able to close things down and had a better bullpen, I think that they need somebody who is locking it down in the eighth inning to be able to say, yes, this is definitely a World Series champion team. And that's still my concern. Raley was big. I'd love to see them get somebody else. And if they do, then the answer would be an absolute yes. Otherwise, there's still a lot of things that have to go right for them to get there. And one of them is to make sure that both the big left-handers in that lineup are crushing. And they did not crush in July. I fully expect them to get hot in August and September and hopefully in October. But if those guys don't do Schwarber and Harper things, then it could be really troublesome for him.
Was a start the other day from Andrew Painter something that Dombrowski maybe doesn't need to make the same moves that he was going to make if Andrew Painter's game went like it did in the first inning and not went 6 innings?
It may have changed maybe some of his priorities. I really liked, it wasn't as much, there was some strong result out of him, but I liked his overall demeanor and his mechanics and the way he went about it. He could have blown up after that first inning, double homer right out of the chute after struggling in the first part of his career, of his major league career with the Phillies, being so highly touted, coming back off the injury finally and getting to pitch in the big leagues. And he could have crumbled. And when he came back, and having that kind of start, it could have crumbled, but he didn't. And I think that more than anything else that happened on that day in his last start, sort of, for me, as an observer, that would have impacted maybe some of the decisions that I had to make moving forward. I think this kid, if he gets close to where he was when he was 20 years old and 21 years old before he had his Tommy John, this kid had electric stuff, boys. Electric. And his finish on his pitches were electric. Now, he lost that over the last couple of years because of, for whatever reason. But from what I saw yesterday, as far as conviction on the mound and his want to, Charlie Manning used to talk about that all the time, his want to, I think that was a real positive, and I hope it's something that propels him, because this is a guy that at one point, you're talking about a guy that, you might be talking about a Skeens type player or someone like that because of his demeanor, his finish, his size, all the things that he can do. I don't know that he'll ever get there. But when I saw him as a 19, 20-year-old, it was easy to compare him to some of those big boys.
Ruben, great analysis. We're all on the same page here. Go for it. Go for it. We're aggressive here. This is an aggressive 4. Yeah. I like it. A lot more on the Philly show, too. Like Ruben mentioned, they did an emergency show earlier today. Thanks, Ruben. Talk to you soon.
Talk to you guys. Be well.
You too. There it is. The Philly show. It's awesome. All over the Phils every single week. Multiple episodes. Part of the FT network, wherever you get your pods. And, of course, on YouTube.
Trade them all.
Trade alert. While we were chatting, here comes an interesting one. Dalton Varsho is going to the Houston Astros for Spencer Arrighetti. Arrighetti left his last start with a little foot issue, I remember. It was right foot nerve irritation. Man, he started off blazing through the season and then hit a road bump. But let's hit the other side first. Dalton Varsho is one of the best defensive center fielders in the sport. He has shown flashes of significant power surges. That included last year in his time with the Blue Jays. Power's a little bit down this season. And then this becomes instantly one of my favorite trades of the day. Why? Because Dalton Varsho is going to do a little stroll over to the other clubhouse.
They're on the same. They're playing each other.
Oh yeah,
oh, nice. You love that.
I love that. Varsho tonight against the Blue Jays. Sign me up.
Wow. Wait, let me change my lock. Homer tonight.
That's fun.
Oh man, I like these big league guys, right? Arrighetti started off so good this year, and I don't think they were expecting him to be that good. And he kind of carried them and kept them alive early in the season before Hunter Brown and some of the other guys have come back. Varsho has been a disappointment this year, honestly, for the Blue Jays for what they thought after the way he had the last couple of years. Offensively, defensively, he's still great, but yeah, I mean, this is a guy that can. The Astros, other than Yordan Alvarez, and I mean, Jeremy Pena's been hot, but in the outfield, their outfield is awful.
This is a huge upgrade.
So anybody they get would be better than what they've had running out there. So, yeah, I like this. But, yeah, I mean, they had to give up. This shows you, though, that the Houston Astros don't have a lot in their farm system. They had to trade one of their big league starters for a big league player.
Mm-hmm. Under control for a long time, too.
Yeah.
Through 2029, I believe, for Spencer Arrighetti. Kratz, what do you think of the Varsho side of this deal for an Astros team that definitely is in the driver's seat right now in the American League West? They're looking around. They had a really slow start to the season, and then each month, just like a few games over 500, all of a sudden they look up. They're like, wait, Mariners, you're still not here? Oh, Rangers, you want to sell? Oh, we have the best hitter in the sport this year in Yordan Alvarez? Sure, we'll take Dalton Varsho to run every baseball down and instantly also become one of our better hitting outfielders.
They've already had really, really good defense, so I'm glad that they didn't say, okay, we're going to take a slug in the outfield and, we're just going to try to figure it out. So I love that they kept their strength, but also kind of a hope he hits better because he may just hit like the rest of their outfield. But he's not going to hurt their defense, which I think Houston's center field is sneaky one of the more tough center fields. I get it. There's no more Taos Hill out there, but I think it's tougher than people think with all those jets and jetties, and you don't have to put Yordan in left to try to figure out some offense out there.
Bring it back.
I love that.
Oh, hell yeah. That's why I love watching Lance Berkman run up the hill trying to catch balls and fall down. That was awesome for baseball. But yeah, I agree, Kratz. I mean, this is a good trade. This is a win-win, I think, for both teams. And again, it's interesting. The Blue Jays aren't just building for this year; they're building for next year. Their rotation is starting to come into focus for next year and maybe the next couple of years. So I like this.
Chandler Rome, yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that I think the Blue Jays. I was just commenting on the Astros. Blue Jays side of it is massive. I really like Spencer Arrighetti. I know it hasn't gone as well for the entire year, but to have a pitcher that you have 3 more years of control with, I love this. This is a great haul for the Blue Jays from the Astros.
Yeah.
And
also Arrighetti's turned into a breaking ball pitcher. You know who they have that's a breaking ball pitcher already on this staff? Dylan Cease. He can maybe show Arrighetti, hey, think about this or think about that, and that can also be a win for them.
Mm-hmm. The Astros also do not have a great farm system, so they have to do deals like this. They have to take guys from their big league roster in order to talk teams into trades, or much more so than the team we've been talking about on the other side of that. Like Milwaukee can talk prospects all day. The Astros can't do that. They don't have a ton of high-end prospects that are available, or even mid-range prospects, honestly, in a trade like this. Chandler Rome's told us that all year, that it was going to be difficult for them to pull off deals. To me, this is a great acquisition for them. Of course, it's a win now. This is what we're talking about. Hey, this is a rental. You're going to give up years of a pitcher. Some people would think that's stupid. Let's see how the Astros do in an American League that is looking much weaker than it has in past years.
And again, this is turned around in the last 2 weeks because the Astros were out of it, and then all of a sudden the Rangers and Mariners decided not to win any games. And now here we go. The Astros acquiring.
Did you see last thing? What, Kratz, you're muted. What were you saying?
My new lock is the Astros are going to now acquire a pitcher because they got rid of one. They didn't have a lot of pitching depth. They need another one. I get it. He had the foot thing, but they're getting somebody.
Mm-hmm. Did you see that Carlos Correa is trying to come back this year?
Is he? Yeah, he's like, hey, we're winning. I want to be part of the winning.
They were like,
we were sucking.
Dude, what are you doing? He's like, you think I'm coming here every day rehabbing my ass off to not try and have a chance at coming back this year? He can take a risk like that. He's an older player already, right? Try and come back late for a run with Houston.
Are we out of names for trades? Are we out?
What do you mean?
Like the names. I guess.
No. There's still.
I guess Clay Holmes is a big one.
There's still a lot.
Mize.
Oh, yeah. Casey Mize already been traded to 29 teams, so we don't have to worry about
Gunnar Henderson.
Yeah, but some of the names so Detmers does not have to be dealt. Detmers has multiple years of control. Like that doesn't count. Clay Holmes is definitely getting traded in the next hour and 30 minutes. We just went under the hour 30 minute mark. We're talking about rentals on crappy teams.
Okay.
There's still probably about 5 to 7 that will be dealt. That are for sure. Hey, let's get to our resident manager right now. Buck Showalter joining us on Trade Deadline Day. Happy Trade Deadline Day to you, Buck. And I want to start with the team that you just visited, actually, the Baltimore Orioles, trading off Adley Rutschman. Can you take me through your thoughts on that one and what you know about Adley and how the Red Sox make an interesting interdivision move like this?
Yeah, it's sad to see somebody that meant so much to the community move on. It's been a little different circumstance for him. He's playing on a lot of stages. He'll do well with it. This time of year sometimes I think the front offices are seeing how many people they can acquire that are on that top 100 list. Oh, here's number 17. Oh, here's number 15. Here's number 4. Well, what do you really got? So one, you better have somebody to take his place, which they think they do, and they actually got a catcher back in the deal. But it's kind of sad, going at Chris Davis's Hall of Fame, there were like 14 or 15 guys show up, and I thought about how much we've kind of missed keeping teams together and let them grow together and let them go through the tough times to appreciate the good times. And I don't know, Adley leaving, somehow just you'd like to see him stay the course there, but I know how people work nowadays.
Buck,
what do you
guys
just
said something? Buck, you just said something that I love. They're trying to get this prospect and that prospect. Now you've been in a lot of organizations, and Kratz and I say this all the time. And we love Baseball America. We love JJ Cooper. The top 30 prospects in an organization. Please tell me how many prospects there really are in an organization. No organization has 30 prospects. If they have 7 or 8, they're way ahead of most organizations, right?
Yeah, without a doubt. And, who makes these lists up? They talk to the scouting director. What's he going to say? We don't have any prospects? So, it's like, who's evaluating this and saying, okay, this is the real guy? One of the best things organizations can do is separate their prospects from their suspects. One thing about the great Gene Michael in New York, one of his greatest attributes, other than being able to evaluate players, is when he made a mistake, he goes, boys, we whiffed on that one. Let's move on. Let's don't compound it by continuing to run this out. And the ability to look at yourself honestly and say, but if you know it before the other teams know it, and you can move that player and get something, a piece for your club, instead of being stubborn and going, listen, we were right in that draft and we were right in this, and we'll never, you got to admit it sometimes. Sometimes you swing and miss. Everything lines up right on paper, but somehow it just doesn't work out sometimes from a makeup standpoint.
Do you have a role in that as a manager? Do you look at the players and say, that's a big leaguer, please don't get rid of him? Or do you say, I don't care who it is, I want to get only big leaguers for, Lou Piniella style? Whatever, I don't like anybody in the minor leagues.
Well, because I was lucky enough to come through farm systems and kind of run some of it out there in Arizona, I realized the big picture as a manager. And I knew sometimes you had to do certain things, and you appreciated the whole scheme of how it went down. So you took it. But calling those guys in and telling them about it, nowadays you just find out about it. The guys walk in, hey, I've been traded. There's not that kind of code of I don't know, honor or whatever. It's painful time for managers that, you've been around guys forever. I remember trying to talk Max into going and taking the trade because he wanted to stay. He felt like he was, kind of jumping ship on his teammates. But, a lot of things hit me this weekend with Chris Davis and all the players that came back for him. And that group, there was just a certain connection that they kind of played for each other. You guys know when you're on the right team, and you can't quantify it. You just know when you're in the right place. So sometimes anything I could do to keep these players from feeling like pieces of meat that you moved around, that it was more personal, you had to do that in the clubhouse. And this time of year, it just seems like it's not very personal. It's just, hey, we're going to move you this and that and whatever. So I don't begrudge anybody getting a no trade at all.
Hey, Buck, let's go over some of the trades that you've liked so far. And I've known you for a while at this point. I know you like a good old baseball player for MLB player trade. So we just had one right before you popped on in Dalton Varsho landing with the Houston Astros. Spencer Arrighetti goes the other way. That's just one I'd love to get your thoughts on, but give us any others too when you comment.
Yeah, isn't it funny how this time of year the baseball players seem to be wanted? Like Arise, every year he seems to be a free agent. Every year he seems to get traded. Every year somebody wants him for something. Maybe you might want to look at what he brings and make it more valuable than you think it is. The knock on him was he was a poor defender. He worked hard on that. With Ron Washington out there and a lot of other infield guys. And, he's improved a lot defensively. He can play a lot of places. Varsho's a guy that you go, wow, man, there's a baseball player. And you start looking at these. I thought the Weaver trade for Pittsburgh was under the radar, was a great trade. That, if you can't do certain other things, you can shorten the game and make leads matter. When you can make leads matter late in the game, the morale of your club really picks up.
All right, you talked about the Luis Arias trade. How fearful are you as a manager when you're moving three guys essentially out of position to bring one guy in?
Well, I think it's a great pat on the back for Harper. He's willing to move to left field or right field or first base, maybe DH a little bit. Some people thought he was going to be a catcher at one time. We forget about that. But he's, I guarantee you at some point they asked him about that, because I know how Dave and Donnie work over there. They do it the way it's supposed to be done. And he just said, yeah, hey, to get him and make our club better, let's go. If they had never played there before, I'd feel differently, but they played there before. And when someone does something to help the team as a whole, it seems to rub off on everybody, that nobody's better. Nothing's beneath anybody. You saw it some with Devers and some other things, because there became a negative narrative around him because, whether it was fair or not, that he wasn't willing to do something to make the team better. But I think it's fine. I really do. They've done their homework, and I think Harper's the one that makes it work.
Buck, as a manager of a team, and you've been in situations where you can win and lose, do you accept it if your front office comes to you and says, hey, we couldn't really make that big trade, right? Or, hey, that's the best we could do? Or do you go to your GM and say, damn it, I wish you could have done more? Because like you said, it energizes the room. It energizes the coaches. It energizes. In today's game, is it different than it used to be? Or does it still matter what the manager says, hey, I wish you would have done more?
Yeah, that's a good question. The way I looked at it was, it's not my job. Okay, if they ask my input on something, this guy or that guy, some of the best deals are when someone comes to you and you go, hey, this guy's really having trouble on his work day. He's starting to really go the other way. We traded Omar Dahl with the Kurt Schilling deal years ago because our pitcher told our GM that this guy was starting to go the other way. He wasn't able to make his work day. When you listen to those guys about, you can get ahead of some things, but that's not your job. You know what your job is? AJ, your job is to go in there and go, guys, we have so much confidence in you, and we could have done this. I've heard sometimes I've told guys who are complaining a little bit, I go, wait a minute, we could have made that deal, but it was for you. We could have traded you for that guy, by the way. And I don't want to hear the stuff about the Dodgers. Everybody had their shot at Skubal. If you were willing to give up players, you could have got Skubal too. Okay, so I don't want to hear about the Dodgers being, at fault or something. They had the prospects, they had the people, and they had the willingness to do it. And their depth could withstand the subtraction of those players. But no, AJ, your job is to manage those players. And when I go on a press conference and talk about, oh man, I hope we do this and I hope we do that, we need an outfielder. Well, what's that saying to those 3 or 4 outfielders you got? What's that saying? Hey, we need a catcher, to the catcher you got. What's that saying to the bullpen pieces you have down there and their families and the people that are, living and dying with them every day? So that's not your job. Your job is to take whatever they deem. And I look at it, they had confidence in us that we could get it done with what we had.
You praised Harper for moving positions, but he came out and he said it. He said those things about his teammates. Do you have to say something to your player, or he's the star and you're like, you know what? We're going to let him speak however he wants to speak.
What do you think? No, Donnie said something to me. You got to say something. You can't let that kind of slide. And it's one of those things, every once in a while you forget about how much weight your words carry, players do, and you go, wait a minute, I didn't think about the people that reflected on. Yeah, I want to win, but guess what? Everybody wants to win. The manager wants to win. Your teammates want to win. And I would have said, yeah, we could have done that for you if you'd waived the no trade contract. We could probably have made that deal. Oh no, I don't want you to trade me.
That's not what I meant. Hang on.
Yeah, wait a minute. You guys, you've been traded, right? What did it feel like? How many times have you been traded at the deadline?
I loved getting traded because I was always getting traded from AAA to the big league. So that works out for me. I love to except my family had to move. But we're not talking about those types of trades. Those aren't even talked about on FT. But what is talked about is the Skubal trade, and you kind of mentioned it there. How much does this impact your view of how other teams truly view winning, the fact that the Dodgers are the team that came out on top?
Well, there's always that extra player that everybody's asking for. And at some point, Detroit's going to line them all up and they're going to go, okay, what's the best deal? Or sometimes the best deal you make is the one you don't make. Is there any deal there that we would make? Okay, there's none of them we like. Okay, we're not going to do it. You got to be willing to walk away. But at some point, they were willing to give up the pieces better than other people, in the minds of Detroit, their evaluation. So, yeah, I don't know if there's a team in baseball that couldn't have given the pieces to acquire him. Okay, it's just a matter, are you willing to do it? And let me ask you guys a question. You think the Dodgers are going to do what it takes to sign him at the end of the year? You're also gaining the rights to him. I like their chances, and what that means in 2027 with the potential lockout, who knows? And I think there's some clubs kind of maneuvering around because of the lockout potential too. I think that, let's be honest, I think that affects some of this.
Of course, but I love that they gives Tarik Skubal a chance, and people are going to hate this, but it gives him a chance to see the Dodgers up close and personal, and the Dodgers make great impressions on people, and if they win, he's going to say, man, I really loved LA, I love the weather, I love this, I love that, and I love the move.
He's from there, right? He's from California, right?
Yeah, Northern California, though, I thought it was Northern.
Big difference. Big difference. I've become real biased over the years about regionally looking at players. There's a part of California I had so much luck with players for some reason. They were really good baseball players.
It wasn't Orlando. It wasn't Orlando, Buck, so it's fine.
There's some good ones there if you get outside of Orlando. You got to get outside the hub.
Yeah, of course.
Are you outside the hub?
Apparently not, because you never acquired me. So apparently
you wouldn't. They wouldn't give it to you. They wouldn't give it. I'd have taken you in a heartbeat.
Apparently not, Buck. The reason I bring this up is Brewers, okay? And I keep harping on this. And as a fan of baseball and a fan of Pat Murphy and Matt Arnold and the Brewers, and you mentioned it a little bit, they didn't give up the players. Would you want them to give up the players as a fan of baseball just because everyone is pushing this Dodgers narrative? Dodgers. Don't you, as a fan of the game, and this is where I'm coming from, man, I wish the Brewers or the Rays would have given up that player just to see if they could slay the dragon as the David versus Goliath, whatever, however you want to put it. right? Don't you, as a fan of the game, say, man, I wish they would have given up that guy if that would have got it done?
At what price? You know, they know who they are, and they know who they're not. Yeah. As a fan,
not your number one,
sure,
not your number one guy.
AJ, how'd you feel when CC Sabathia went over to the Brewers? Remember
the
that?
Brewers liked it. I liked it because I was in the AL Central, so I was like, oh, I don't have to face him 6 times a year. I'm happy with this move.
Exactly.
I was actually there the night he got traded. He was in Chicago, and I remember seeing him on the cart. He was going past me, and I was walking out. We know each other, and I was like, CC, man, good luck. He's like, you're happy, aren't you? I'm like, hell yeah, I'm happy. I don't have to face you 30 times a year every year.
No, but that's a good example. I think very close to, you know, CC was that good, and to move like that, another left-hander going to the Brewers. But as a fan, you'd like to see it happen, but you also can rally the troops and say, you know, we can still do this. You know, it's when you earn your keep, AJ. The way I looked at it, you really got to accept the challenge of keeping that clubhouse going. Usually, what happens when you make a really big acquisition, you have 2 or 3 games where you're not very good, and then on the flip side of it, the Tigers will probably run off 5 or 6 wins in a row. You know, and there's always that thing that goes, man, should we have waited a little bit longer or whatever? And, you know, some people in the conspiracy theories think that he went to the Dodgers because of the potential lockout with the owners. There's so much stuff out there right now. I try not to listen to it. But, hey, good for the Dodgers. Good for the Dodgers.
You listen to FT all the time. You heard Scott talking about that. So you're a
What
huge...
does FT stand for?
Foul territory.
Yeah, you guys are in a generation where everything's an abbreviation. Come on. I used to have the analytic guys. I go, listen, just say it. Say the words. What does it stand for? And they'd go, oh, I don't really know what it stands for. It's exit velocity means FT. Okay, I got it now. Y'all were losing me. I was going, what were they talking about?
Buck, you must not have any kids that are their teenage to 25-year-olds, because my daughter and my son, that's all they have words. And I'm sure Kratz has to go through this too. There are times, Kratz, where I look at my daughter and she's talking about squids and furtas and mouse and bouse, and it's all college words. And I'm like, can you please explain what the hell you're talking about? Mogs, moggin. What are we talking about? Can you talk English? Scott knows.
The abbreviations and the texting stuff. I'm and then the pictures come in and the emojis and stuff. I'm going, my God, can anybody just spell?
No.
Wait, hang on. Talk about shortening things. I don't mean to disrespect you here, Buck, but I don't think your name was Buck when you were born. So your generation shortened things.
I'll tell you another trait I liked. You know no.
Yes, William. Continue.
I didn't know it was William.
You know that there's a William Nathaniel V. Think about the pressure on that poor kid right now. As my son told me, I was hoping he would name something else. No, I wasn't.
No, you love
Gossman's a good trade. You know the deal I love is the deal that Toronto made. They're more than likely out of it, but they made a deal for next year. That's a really good acquisition. Very quietly, he's pitched very well for Anaheim this year, or the Angels, whatever they're calling them nowadays. Soriano, really great year. Have y'all kept up with him this year? He's been solid.
He has been solid. You know who hasn't been solid? The Mets. When you see all these guys getting traded from the Mets, do you feel like when you get out of the limelight or just everything that involves New York, some of these players have a sense of relief? Because you had that. Things didn't go successfully. Everybody wants to be successful. But when you leave there, do you think these players have a certain weight that comes off their shoulders?
I don't know. You'd have to ask the players. I know only from a manager or coach standpoint. There's some challenges there you may not have in other places, but I'm going to take I think we know the answer to that question. Sometimes, to go from a team that's struggling to a team that's right in the middle of a pennant race, get your juices going again. This time of year, I think about the families a lot. I think about the traveling secretaries. Can you imagine, you guys, what's going on this time of year trying to get people here, there, and what have you? Because I found that when you're going to a losing team, they take an extra day or two to get there. When you're going to a winning team, they're there that night. And there's a lot of movement going around right now, but it's a tough time. I mean, gosh, I can't tell you how many times emotionally I've had players in my office. What hurts is when a guy walks in and says, I've been traded, and you don't even know about it. You go, oh, really? And they think that you're kidding, like you don't know about it. I don't think they realize how little managers input they have in today's game with these things. And maybe rightfully so. I don't know.
All right, Buck, before I let you go, I got to ask you this question because only you will give me an honest answer to this question. And you probably won't answer it at all. Is there a little bit of you, and you've been on different managers of different teams, and I was on and I played for different teams, and teams got rid of me or moved me on. When you see a team that you were on before and they're not doing so good, that you kind of in the back of your mind, you say, you know what? I told you so. You should have kept me around.
My wife might do that. I try not to. That's an emotion, AJ, that, at my age, it just eats you up if you do that. I've got good people there. I hate to see, I was talking to Pete yesterday at the Baltimore game, Alonzo, and he's so happy with the way things are going there for him. And, I text with you see people struggling. You don't want to see them struggle. Life's too short, but those emotions are easy to have privately, but it doesn't do anybody good to put them out there publicly. How's that for a good answer?
Good. Yeah, that was dodging the question. That was dodging the question 101 by Buck Showalter.
Well, you asked me a question that
my wife has a Buck. I don't know about your wife. My wife does the Enneagram thing where she's like, picks your number. You have to do this test, and it gives you a number. Like you're a number 2, and it describes your personality. I would love to see what you are. So I'm an 8 on Enneagram. Okay, 8 is like super, super like out there, super forceful. Doesn't forget grudges ever. Let people know
what's
about.
What's the highest number? What's the highest number?
9. I think it's but it doesn't matter the number. Or the higher number, right? But 8 is like super confrontational. Shocker that I'm that, right? Tells people how they feel. Never lets grudges go. So my wife's always like, "Oh, you're an 8," because there's people that wronged me 40 years ago, and I'm like, "I'm gonna get you," right? So
and
that's
how
why.
long have you been married? How many years you been married?
What year are we on right now? 20? Going on 27 years, Buck.
Well, she must be an 8 too, then.
No, she's not. She is not.
I'll try to speed this up. When I was with the Diamondbacks, Jerry Colangelo said, "Listen, we've used this brain doctor, Dr. John Neednagel from Cal Berkeley, I think it was, to help us make draft picks. Steve Nash, Jason Kidd, some pretty good draft picks." He goes, "Hey, just talk to him. He basically 4 letters, judgmental, everything, and he'd give everybody a brain type. There were 16 basic brain types, and it was amazing. I used him for tiebreakers in the expansion draft because he would say nothing about their playing ability, but he'd talk about their brain type. Like he gave me, we were trying to acquire Matt Williams in a trade, and he told me whose brain he was like. He wasn't the same guy, but how they would handle pressure. So at the very end, he said, "Hey, I got something to tell you." He said, "Your brain type, there's 2 of you in the organization, you and the owner, and one of you is going to have to cede to the other one." I go, "What, John?" Fascinating guy. I love John. But it was quite an exercise that to have to look at yourself and hear somebody critique you like that. He's still around, I think, John, but he was great in the draft. He was one of the reasons we wanted to go after Kurt Schilling. He loved Kurt's brain type. Steve Finley. He loved Steve Finley. He loved, there were some guys that we moved. Damian Miller. He loved Damian's brain type. And they were some of them were different, but you knew what type of stimuli they responded to. Okay, I'm done. I'd love to have him do your brain type.
He found some gems. I like it. Well, Buck, always a pleasure. Good to catch up. We'll catch you soon.
All right. Y'all take care. Thanks for having me.
You too. Thank you, Buck. Well, the sell-off continues. The Mets do deal away Clay Holmes and Tyrone Taylor, who's been smoking hot lately at the dish. And they get the number 2 overall prospect, according to at least some publications, for the Chicago Cubs on the other end of this one. But let's first cover the Major League side of this. Are things starting to round into form for Chicago? They get Tyrone Taylor for some outfield depth, and Clay Holmes enters the rotation for this team.
Where's Taylor going to play? That's my first question.
Well, bench. I mean, but depth.
I mean, they have Hap, Suzuki, and PCA.
Tyron Taylor's a good defender. He could come
I
in
guess
late.
they would use him as a defensive replacement for, say, a Suzuki.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
But Clay Holmes fits perfectly for this. And, Clay Holmes is a perfect fit for them. He can pitch, start if they need him to pitch in the bullpen. And listen, I just saw Craig Counsell this weekend, and he said we don't have a bullpen roles. It's all about pockets and where we can best use pockets. They don't have a closer. Clay Holmes closed for a while, let's not forget.
You're saying in the postseason if he shifts that direction?
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
He has closed in the past.
Well, the other thing was Clay Holmes, he signed with the Mets before last season, right? And last year, sounds right?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
Okay. And then he's going to opt out.
I thought it was 2 years ago, but okay. Yeah.
25, 26 is his 2-year deal, and he has a player option for next year.
Which he's going to decline as long as he gets back on the mound and he's healthy, okay? He was really good at the start of last year, had a little bit of fade going on, which is understandable. You're a reliever for years, and then all of a sudden you're getting a starter's workload. This time around, he hasn't pitched for a good chunk of the year. You perhaps don't have to worry about the arm wearing down. Clay Holmes could start one of your first few playoff games, right?
Yes. I love this trade.
Because Justin Steele's not starting a playoff game for you.
Nope.
Kevin Gossman should start a playoff game for you.
Yep.
Edward Cabrera maybe, but not back yet. Well, there's a lot of that going on right now. They're waiting for some guys to come back, right?
Mm-hmm.
So who's bumped out then? Who's bumped out? I love both these moves because you have Boyd, you have Shota, you have Gausman, you have Holmes, and Edward Cabrera's coming back. I mean, you can't say Holmes isn't coming back or is coming back and Cabrera's not coming back. Holmes hasn't even pitched in the big leagues yet.
Since he returned, right, he had a minor league start the other day. Also, David Peterson has pitched pretty well for this team. Here's the point. There's options.
Yep.
The Cubs should not have to go bullpenning through October if they make a run. We feel like we've got names now, right? This was what they needed. I mean, they lost. I mean, Cade Horton and Justin Steele at the start of the year, you're like, well, those two should pitch in October for them. Well, Horton went down. Steele hasn't come back yet. So now you rework it. Yeah, Boyd, Imanaga, Gossman, and Clay Holmes.
Yeah.
Maybe Edward Cabrera. That's a good list now that you're putting together. Are you guys feeling somewhat satisfied with what the Cubs did?
Yeah, I like
think
what
this
they've
is
done.
nice. Yeah.
I like the moves they've made. 100%. I think this is good. They greatly improved their starting rotation. I mean, Holmes and Gausman right away. Boom, boom. I mean, pretty good.
Really good.
But the reason I say Clay Holmes to the bullpen is you name the names, right? Boyd, Shota, Gausman, and then they could bump Clay Holmes possibly to the bullpen because they have Colin Ray and Assad too, who they could use as swingman depending on how the games go, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I like this trade from a Cubs standpoint. They can pick and choose which one they want to do.
And this one, I mean, we're not. Go ahead.
No, just the best 9 innings that you can put out there, and I think that was the intrigue and value from Clay Holmes. Because he's going to have that flexibility. Assad has that flexibility. Colin Ray has had that flexibility in his career. Just get the best 9 innings and go out and try to out-defense the other team because they have a really, really good defense too.
I think one interesting thing is, does this mean Reed Detmers isn't going to the Cubs?
That guy already apologized.
Scott?
I knew that was coming.
He apologized to you?
No, well, yes, to me and to a lot of people, it's easier to do it on social media. It accomplishes that instead of him personally calling everyone. But yes, Kratz, I don't know if you caught it, and you're the mediator here when AJ and I battle, but the Cubs are not getting Reed Detmers.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
There's still an hour left.
1-0.
Only.
Still 1-0.
So 1-0. I did not fall for that crap.
You did fall for it. You
No,
announced
I didn't.
it.
I did not. I actually kind of trashed that person, and then you guys made me apologize to him. And I was like, I think he's fucking wrong. And he was wrong. Sorry, no offense to the guy. Again, I don't know him.
You were mean.
I don't even know what
You were
who
mean,
he is.
Scott.
Okay. Sorry, dude. We were wrong. It happens. I'm not blaming him. All that happened 2 hours ago was me saying, I'm not saying Reed Detmers is on the Cubs.
Oh, by the way, they
Clay
got
Holmes
Ryan
is on the Cubs.
Zephyr-John, too.
They did.
And they gave up Moises Ballesteros, who they say is a catcher, but the Cubs clearly didn't think he was a catcher.
I think they just gave up on him as a catcher. I think that's what they just told us. No, the Cubs did, I'm saying.
Oh, yeah.
Moises Ballesteros was a pretty big deal hitting prospect. I mean, it's not like he's gotten a ton of time in the big leagues yet, and then they're moving him on to the Angels. Now, Zephyr-John has, I'm sure, years of control, right? He's probably got 3-4 years left.
Mark
I haven't been
McGwire's
able to
kid.
keep up with everything. Yeah, Mark McGuire's kid, but Zephyr-John in the bullpen. The Cubs have added arms you'll see in October.
100%. 100%. What have the Brewers done? They added 2 guys that we could see in October.
Yeah, big difference between what those two have done. I want to get J.J. Cooper's thoughts on the return package, too, for the Mets, and then a number of other prospects that have moved around today. So let's do it.
And I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes.
Data Dish is presented by Rapsodo. Here is JJ Cooper from Baseball America. Let's start with the freshest trade here. Jefferson Rojas. JJ, tell us what the Mets are getting back in this deal for Clay Holmes and Tyrone Taylor.
Very back of the top 100 prospect, a guy who's kind of been hovering in that on the top 100, just off the top 100 range for a while now. This is what the Cubs are doing here to start for their side, is they are trading guys who have real value, but also probably do not fit for the Cubs. We saw that. You mentioned Ballesteros. I would say the same thing kind of with Jefferson Rojas. They had Jefferson Rojas. They had Pedro Ramirez. They're kind of two guys who are very similar, I would say, as far as how they would fit on the big league club for the Cubs. Okay, so you trade one of them. Rojas has real value. I think when you say, what are the Mets getting for him? That's a guy who, is a legitimate middle infielder. I don't know. I think he's kind of on that fringe of, is he going to be an everyday shortstop? I'm not so sure about that. But is he going to play second? Can he play some short, maybe even some third? Have real value with the bat? Like he's a solid prospect. He's a solid acquisition. But you go down the rest of these Cubs moves. Jonathan Long wasn't going to play for them. I think that with Liam Hicks being traded, he might just go straight into the Marlins lineup as their first baseman. We mentioned Ballesteros. There's a number of these guys who I think have real value in trade. We've seen that today. But at the same time, they're not guys that the Cubs necessarily should rue giving up, because they often, in many cases, have better players than them on their big league roster right now.
JJ, let's talk about USA Baseball here for a second. Oh, wait,
Yeah,
sorry.
absolutely.
Just kidding. I just wanted to see Scott's reaction. He's telling me we have to stay on task here, and I'm so good at staying on task. Do the Cubs have any players left? Because they made the trade for Gosman, they made the trade for Zephyr-John. They're making all these moves. Do they have any prospects left? Because I only thought teams, all teams have 30 prospects. I feel like they've traded all 30 away.
The funny thing about it is I don't think, we had Rojas as their number 2, but the most important guy they have is Josiah Hartshorn, and they've kept him. That's the one guy I would say you don't trade, right? This is the guy who's a potentially premium, bat. This is a corner outfielder, but one who really can swing it, had a breakthrough season this year. That's the guy you don't want to give up. King Kepley's a center fielder. I wouldn't be shocked even to see if Owen Ayers going to go get traded. We talked about Ballesteros. Ballesteros isn't a catcher, realistically. Owen Ayers is a catcher and has had really a breakthrough season. That's a guy who, partly also, though, with them trading Ballesteros, I would say that Owen Ayers has a better path to being a big league catcher for the Cubs than Ballesteros did.
All right, what about the Cardinals' return for the trade that they made?
Okay, that's the trade. If you asked me a team that's selling and I just love the return, that's the return, right? Dustin May, Jojo Romero. I'm not saying they're not good, but Alexander Frias is the guy. We talked about Rojas has been on the kind of very edge of our top 100. Frias was on our 100 when we updated it in July. Guy who had a great year in the DSL last year, had a monster year in the complex, and then just got promoted to low A. This is an 18-year-old with, I would describe it as kind of like junior Caminero level power. Now, a lot of guys at 18 who have junior Caminero level power don't end up being junior Caminero, but he has that kind of could hit 30 for 35 homer power, potential if everything comes together. Long ways away, far away, but you take a flyer on that in a move like this. And then Josiah Ragsdale, they also got, I think, is a guy who, if he was in another system, we'd be talking about him all year as like, wow, is this one of the top 5, top 6, top 7 prospects in the system? It's the Brewers, so it's like, hey, he's a Brewers prospect who's having a great year. And you say, well, do you mean Andrew Fisher, who leads the minors in home runs? No. Do you mean Blake Burke, who's going to have a 30-30 season as a first baseman? No. I mean Ragsdale, who's had a 20 double. He has 19 homers. He'll have 20 soon. 30 steal season. And there's real power there. He's made massive power gains this year. When I watch him hit, the thing that just stands out is he hits fly balls that you think are going to be about 10 feet from the from the warning track. And the outfielder just keeps drifting back, and then he realizes at the wall and looks up and goes, oh, it's a homer. And he did that 10 home runs in July. You could say that the Brewers may be selling a little bit high, but I do think there's real potential that this guy could continue to do this going forward. And center fielder too. Probably a corner in the future, but can play center in a pinch and can run as well.
Apparently, the Tigers didn't think these guys were very good because, Skubal instead of Dustin May and JoJo Romero. I don't know, JJ. Seems strange to me that, if these guys are so good, that apparently the Tigers hated them. So that's why they went with Dustin May and JoJo Romero. No knock on those guys, but, Tarik Skubal. I'm just spitballing here that, if they're willing to give up these guys.
Is it Logan Henderson? Is that they didn't, again, that's the question is like, if you said how it would be a difficult fit, and again, I don't have reporting on this, I don't want to make clear, but if the Tigers were like, we need a pitcher who we feel like will be in our rotation all next year and really, be potentially impactful, that's where the Brewers might have had a little bit more trouble because, again, I don't think, if you don't want to trade Logan Henderson, then that becomes a little bit tougher to even want to find a fit. But, yeah, I do agree that the Brewers obviously had enough prospect potential that there should be a way to make a deal.
I mean, River Ryan hasn't pitched in 2 years, but never mind, JJ. There's no counting on him being in the rotation next year either.
But Logan Henderson is going to be.
Logan Henderson's going to keep you from getting Tarik Skubal. I'm sorry.
It's going to be 2089, and we're going to be like, the Brewers could have won the World Series in 2026, but Logan Henderson.
Sorry, no offense to Logan Henderson.
Logan,
just saying.
I believe in you, but that prevents Tarik Skubal.
Yeah, true. But anyways, JJ, on to other prospects. Apparently the return that the Orioles got for Adley is the greatest return in the last 30 years, according to some executive. Is this true that it's the greatest return ever in the last 30 years?
Juan Soto was traded, right?
I don't know. I'm just saying. That's what
I'm just asking.
Was.
Like, if you said Juan Soto was traded for C.J. Abrams, James Wood, Mackenzie Gore, and Harlan Suzana, and Robert Hassel didn't turn out, I've struggled to come up with a prospect return better than that. That is a guy who could win the MVP, another guy who is the starting all-star shortstop, I believe, for the National League this year, another guy who is a mid-rotation starter who was then turned around this year and traded in another big deal, and a guy who's still in the minors but throws 102 and could end up being a very impactful big leaguer.
Okay, so you disagree.
I would say, again, it's a good return, but it's going to be hard to beat that. I mean, that return is Andy Azakar better be an absolute stud down the road to beat that return.
Okay, that's fair. So, all right. So, do you think what they gave up here? I mean, do you think what the Red Sox gave up, is that a lot for Adley Rutschman?
It's a lot unless Adley Rutschman comes back healthy quickly. Like, again, this is one of those things. I am one who says, like, I know I cover prospects and that's what I do, but I absolutely get not being a prospect hugger at this time of year, right? Because if you run the numbers on this, and I try to do that, when you say, like, okay, even they got, as we see it, they got a top 50 prospect in Anthony Einson. They got a back of the top 100 right on that fringe. Alexander Frias and him, no different. I mean, that like one's 97, one's 101, same thing basically. And I would say that Andy Azokar, we're kind of trending towards that he was getting closer and closer to Kyson Witherspoon, how we would line those guys up as well. But if you said you're getting a 35 to 30 to 50 prospect and two fringe of the top 100 prospects, if one of those guys ends up being a 10 WAR player, for his career, that would be a great return. Two would be an outstanding return. Prospects in these trades, like if you get a solid regular and you get someone else who's a useful role player, even in a deal like this, that's generally kind of the return you get.
Before we get to the next return, I heard you say it on Hot Sheet. What would you say the percentage of these guys that get traded become impactful big leaguers because you have top 100 numbers. You still have the top 100 numbers because you're just talking about them in another organization. So it's not like you're sitting here going, oh, now we're losing all our prospects.
Right. So I tried to run some numbers on this. Basically, I'm trying to find them right now so I don't misquote them. But basically, what you kind of find is so the thing that's important kind of on all of this is that over and over when you talk about these kind of deals, one of the things that happens is that there is such a difference between that top. The reason we're not seeing the Jesus Medes, the Josue de Paula's traded, the success rate really does kind of steadily decline, even as you go down the top 100, right? If you're talking about a top 10 prospect in baseball, you're talking about top 3 prospect in baseball. My expectation is that guy is going to be a long-time, successful, regular, and all-star, right? And it doesn't always work out that way, but a lot of the time does. You get to top 10, and you're talking about still a really good chance to see that, and a really good chance to get a regular. By the time you get to about 50 on the list, now you're talking like it's a coin flip toss, chance. And then by the time you get to like 100 on the list, now you're talking you got more like a 25 to 30% chance of a long-term regular. Still a good chance. You still want those kind of guys. Those kind of guys can absolutely change the direction of your organization. But at the same time, it's not something where if you see, again, I think we are up to now, last I checked, 5 top 100 prospects traded at the deadline, which by the way makes it basically one of the busiest deadlines already with an hour to go, almost an hour to go, an hour plus until we'll find out of all the deals. It's one of the busiest deadlines ever, but 5 top 100 prospects means if we get 2 or 3 of those who end up being long-term studs, that's a good return.
All right. So what about the Angels? You had them on there. Number one returned player in a trade the Angels got.
So they get their shortstop of the future, which again, you can ask, does that mean that Zach Neto are they going to have 2 shortstops of the short-term future, or are they going to have 1? We'll see. But I will say that the thing that stands out to me about this is, and if I'm an Angels fan, I'm not, but if I was, I would be very excited about today because all I just said about prospect hugging and all, the opposite of that, the worst thing you can do is year after year be like, nope, we're not traded prospects, we're in it. It's like, we won 73 games. Next year, we're in it. We won 74 games. And they've done this. They have not had a winning record in the past decade. Everyone knows, we were seeing scouts for the Angels who were going out scouting for the return for Shohei Ohtani at the deadline. The owner said, nope, flip it. We're going the other way around. They didn't do that this year. This year, they're actually trading valuable pieces, but they've realized they're not anywhere near to being where they need to be. Arjun Nimmala, the big return in that trade. That's the Blue Jays' number 1 prospect. A shortstop who's kind of had up and down kind of development path so far. There are times where he looks lost at the plate. There are times he looks locked in. But then you have to remember he's kind of been one of the youngest guys at every level he's played at. He's still only 20 years old. It's in Double-A. There's real power here. There's a real, shortstop glove. Eventually, he may outgrow it. But in the short term, I think he could be an above-average shortstop defensively at the big league level. And he's making much more contact. Strikeouts were concerned in the past. 22% strikeout rate this year. He's showing the kind of steps forward you want to see. And yeah, like if you're looking for the Angels and you say, okay, they've added him. We talked about Moises Ballesteros. We've talked about they're adding players who the one other thing I would say about the Angels is the thing that's tripped with the Angels year after year after year has been, yes, they have Mike Trout. Yes, they had Shohei Ohtani. But every year they're always like one IL trip away from looking around and going, we don't have a second baseman. We don't have a third baseman. We don't have a shortstop. We don't have a number 4 starter, whatever it is. And they've often had to hand those to players, basically waiver claims and all. And they've lost so many games because they really haven't had kind of the next up. Nacho Alvarez, who they added from the Braves in a trade today. I don't think Nacho Alvarez is he's not even a prospect anymore. He's officially graduated, but he's not a great player in any way. You're not going to say, oh, that's a game-changing player. But he has way more value for the Angels, I would say, than he does for, say, the Braves, because I do think with the Angels, if you said, send him to AAA, but when there's an injury, and there will be, we know there are going to be injuries. When there is, okay, you bring him up and he can play third for a little while or play second, even play short a little bit in a pinch. He can do all those things. Those are the things that I would say year after year, the Angels haven't had.
Okay, JJ, I have one more question for you. Can we show the board of the BA's top ranked prospects traded so far? Can we pull this back, please? I just want to know, JJ. I have a question for JJ about it. Namal is 1, Hope is 2, Marquez 3, and then we get to River Ryan.
Let me give you the updated one because we've had more players traded since then. So right now it's Anthony Ianson 1, Namala 2, Hope 3, Kyson Witherspoon 4, and Alexander Frias 5 because the trades are happening fast and furious.
Okay, no problem. But my question is more on River Ryan. He's about to be 28 years old. Is he still considered a prospect?
He is because he's prospect eligible. He could win Rookie of the Year next year. That's our rule we have. But I would say he is one of the most difficult guys to rank in a long time because I cannot find you an example. I've got a piece coming out whenever they stop doing trades, and so it'll be tomorrow probably before I get to do it. But I looked at every big league starter who graduated from rookie status as age 28 or older of the 21st century. And there are a couple on there. There's R.A. Dickey, who blew out his arm and then reinvented himself as a knuckleballer. And there's Jeremy Guthrie, who went on a 2-year, mission trip and so got off to a late start of his career. It's a very short list. There aren't, if you take out the Japanese pitchers who are coming over after long careers in the, in the MPB and taking away a few Cuban pitchers who pitched in Syria, in Syria Nacional for a long time and then came over, take those away and there just aren't a whole lot of starters of any ilk, domestic starters who graduated at age 28. River Ryan is a weird case. He was a two-way player at UNC Pembroke, a shortstop, second baseman who then would relieve, and it was still going to start at the end of the year they'd start him. But his first year as a pitcher in college was 2017, and here we are, it's 2026, and he's thrown 100 innings once in his career. That's a hard guy to evaluate because even next year, as great as his stuff is, even next year, it's going to be hard to ramp him up because he's thrown 36 innings this year. He basically didn't throw any last year. He didn't throw any the year before that. Is 100, 120, going to be the realistic outcome? That's what's going to be interesting to watch.
Okay. So it doesn't sound like we're in love with him, right? It sounds the guy, okay.
I'm in with a lot of things, JJ.
It sounds like the real prize in that package was Zaire Hope, right? There are other prospects of similar ilk in terms of potential to be Impact's big leaguers that are on your list, right? It's not like Hope's in his own category. Isn't Tarik Skubal in his own category? When you see what's going on today.
Logan Henderson, Scott.
Logan Henderson. Does it make you think that the Tigers traded Skubal too soon on a Saturday night before everything else happened? Or did the industry do the classic, we have to wait and see what happens with Skubal? My point is, does that look like by far the best package? And I know that it's different for a rental versus controllable years.
That's where I was going to go. Is I think that the rental piece of it is the key component. And you can say that you should overpay when you're talking about it's a rental, but it's a 2-time back-to-back defending Cy Young champion, Cy Young winner. That's not the same thing as a normal even ace. But I studied every 21st century ace rental trade package, and this one fits very much within those parameters. And then you see a trade like the Soriano trade, and you're like, it seems weird, that would, because no one thinks that Soriano's as good a pitcher as Skubal. But then you look at it a different way and you say, but again, 2+ years versus a couple of months. And I do the other thing that is being discussed. I think, again, I haven't done reporting on this. I don't want to make it my reporting, but how much of it is we do also have that Skubal is coming off of, he's pitching well, but he had a new, more novel type of elbow procedure earlier this year. Seems like the medicals are fine, but I do also wonder if there are teams who are more cautious when it comes to that. Again, there's all these things where I said it to you guys on Sunday. To me, for all those things, I'm not saying that you sacrifice everything for the long term, but if you have a chance to have Tarik Skubal in your playoff rotation, I do think it doesn't guarantee you anything. Even for the Dodgers, it doesn't guarantee you anything. But it does definitely up your chances. And when you get to October, upping your chances, that's kind of the point of the game in a lot of ways.
Hey, we're about to go over a breaking news trade after we chat with you, which is Heliot Ramos being acquired by the Yankees. I'm going to put you on the spot with one name that seems to be surfacing here as the primary prospect in the trade. His name is Henry LaLane in the New York Yankees system. I know that you know him. I've heard you talk about him. Can you tell us what are your thoughts on the Giants picking up someone like this and giving away someone in Ramos who is not just a rental?
He's the young guy version of River Ryan. And it sounds weird to say this because he's much younger, but Henry LaLane was a guy who was a breakout prospect a few years ago. And then he injured, I believe it was his shoulder off the top of my head. And he really kind of disappeared, right? There was a multi-year period where the stuff was just gone. When he would make appearances, rehab appearances, you'd be like, oh, it's kind of depressing to see a guy who used to have top tier stuff not have it. And this year the stuff's back. And we saw him basically come out and just shove time after time after time. He's been the fastest riser, the biggest riser on that Yankees top 30 list for us. He is a guy who I think is a very good get for the Giants. I think that you look at this Giants farm system now, and I don't think there's a lot of consolation for a Giants fan right now because you thought you were going to be a lot better than this, but that is a very good get for a guy like Elliot Ramos, who's a good, solid player. But again, I think if I was looking at the Yankees system and you said, what pitcher do I want? There's a couple of guys who are probably a little bit closer proximity, a little less risk that maybe you would go after. But if you're saying I want to shoot the moon for a guy who could be a front of the rotation starter, if everything breaks right and most importantly he stays healthy, that's the guy you'd be looking at.
JJ, awesome insight.
It's a lot of ifs, by the way. Sorry, that's a lot of ifs, JJ.
That's why he's traded. That's why he's traded.
6'7" lefty.
It's a lot of ifs.
6'7" lefty, though. You gotta.
You know what they say about my aunt and uncle.
What do they say?
I'm not allowed to say it. I was scolded. I was reprimanded for using it once.
Okay.
JJ. If my aunt had balls, she'd be my uncle.
I got to get back to writing. Thank you, guys.
Do it. Thank you.
Thanks, JJ.
That was Data Dish from JJ Cooper going over prospects and getting inside the data. Whether you're building a program, developing players, or just tired of guessing, Rapsodo.com is the spot to learn more. Data wins. Rapsodo helps you use it. Major league side of this Yankees trade, Elliot Ramos. So they pick up Ramos and Luis Garcia for an offense that frankly needed help. We don't know what the timetable is officially for Aaron Judge. You would hope that he's going to come back at some point. You have to get there too. They've really struggled to score runs since he went down, to the surprise of no one. These are two bats that can really help you in a hurry. Thoughts on what's going down here for the Yankees right now with a focus on offense, Kratz?
I think you're getting the best available. I think they went out and got two dudes that hit the ball hard. They don't really look at anything extra in the profile of a hitter. They want the dudes that hit the ball the hardest. And I think they think, and I would agree, Elio Ramos probably is going to really succeed from leaving San Francisco. You're talking about somebody that was an all-star, somebody that it's a tough place to hit. Nobody's going to deny it. And if you pick it up, you get a little bit of control. It's not a major marquee name, but the reality is I don't think anybody thinks the Yankees are going to do anything if Aaron Judge doesn't come back. So when he does come back, with Elio Ramos in there, is he a platoon advantage? Yeah, but you don't have to put Jason Dominguez in there hitting right-handed, which he has struggled. He's been up a little bit, but you have it gives your lineup a lot more length, especially with the different platoon advantages that they try to have.
It is a good point, AJ. Whenever you see a Yankees acquisition, I go right to StatCast, to the Baseball Savant page, and I know that the top half of the page, which is the one that has exit velo, barrel percentage, hard hit percentage, they have a type. They have a very specific type. You better hit the crap out of the ball, or they're not as interested. And these two guys that they picked up certainly hit the snot out of the baseball. Ramos and Luis Garcia this year for sure.
Yeah.
And both of them, obviously. I mean, Garcia's on another level right now in terms of what he's doing, but Ramos still, 424 slug. He's coming out of San Francisco and going to the Yankees now. There's usually an uptick there. And then for Garcia, I mean, he's just been one of the best hitters in baseball. So if this is it for the Yankees, should their fans be satisfied?
They want a catcher.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
The answer is yes.
That's a big offensive improvement. These two guys
I agreed.
Yes.
are serious impact players.
They were never going to get a catcher. They were never, unless it was an Adley Rutschman. I'm telling you what they look for in value. Bless you. And I think you picked up two guys that do hit the snot out of the ball. You're just not going to get a lot of zone discipline. You're not going to get a lot of great at bats. Which, you know what? If you hit the ball hard, nobody cares about if it was the first pitch or the fifth pitch. And so they added that. I don't think it was realistic. And maybe we'll find out later, but I don't think it was realistic that they were really, truly going to go after a catcher outside of an Adley Rutschman, outside of a super offensive type of catcher that, like, you know, doesn't bring any defense. I have a hard time believing they would go away from also Wells.
Okay, well, their division has been crazy active, the American League East. So I have another one for you, as the Red Sox have caught up significantly over the last month and change. This is a trade that stands out to me, names known. Reliever Erik Miller, who's done a nice job with the Giants, moving over to Boston.
Marcelo Meyer, though.
Marcelo
Red Sox
Meyer
gave up
on
on
the
him
other
already?
side. Yeah.
Quick. Because remember him and
Roman Anthony, remember him?
Who? Roman Anthony and I was thinking more Campbell, the guy in
Christian Campbell. Yeah.
Yeah, we're supposed to be like the next three prize prospects, and now Anthony's hurt, Campbell's in AAA, and Meyer's a Giant. Surprising. See, this is how fast prospects. We always talk about it, Kratz. This is how fast prospects can become suspects and be gone.
Erik Miller's good, though.
Wait. Marcelo Meyer was supposed to be 1-1. But because the other teams ahead of him said, no, we want to save some money, we're not going Marcelo 1-1. And the Red Sox, because I worked for him that time, they were like, oh my gosh, we can't believe he fell to us at 4. Now he's on to his second team right now. I think it's unfair, but it is what it is.
Yeah, but also they just landed a guy who's going to pitch in big moments if this team makes the postseason in October, a left-handed reliever who's been great.
Mm-hmm.
And he's under control for like 5 years.
Yes.
What does all in look like? Boston Red Sox, 2026, August 3rd, trade deadline. That's what all in looks like.
I agree. I mean, I like the moves they've made. They've made moves to try to help them win games, not only get the postseason, but once they get there. And also, by the way, there's a guy in the chat that says Logan Henderson and Tarik Skubal have the same numbers there. That's why you don't make that trade.
Oh, gosh.
By the way, I'm just going to say this.
and
Was
go
Logan
throw up.
Henderson going to start a playoff game for the Milwaukee Brewers?
He still might.
Okay.
He is now.
Is
I'm
Tarik
sorry.
Skubal going to start it?
I'm not putting – I can't even entertain that question.
I know, but the fact that people in the chat would actually say something like that.
You're
makes me laugh.
brainwashed.
I mean,
Watch
Logan
more
Henderson's
FT
doing
will
nice,
help you.
but he's not Tarik Skubal, and he doesn't bring the cash that Tarik Skubal brings.
Okay, so two teams that sometimes we picked on since our show's existence for being like these high expectations, big market teams, went through mini rebuilds too.
Mm-hmm.
Cubs and Red Sox. I
Both
like what both
crushing
of them
today.
have done today a lot.
Yeah. Both really going after it today.
Yeah. I mean,
both smell blood in the water.
Yeah, for Boston, they've looked like they belong in that top tier in the American League East now, right, Kratz? And they're showing it with what they're doing at the trade deadline. For the Chicago Cubs, I think right now they can keep up with the Brewers in a playoff series. I know they fell to them in a Game 5 last year. I think they could beat them.
I mean, obviously they could beat them. I still think the Brewers are better, but I think the Cubs have done what they needed to do. I think they've upgraded in the areas that help. They get extra value from those pitchers too, that like a Gausman, because their defense is going to be behind Gausman, who's throwing, they're going to get him to throw his splitter a little bit more. It's probably going to be more ground balls if it's not strikeouts. I think the Red Sox have proven that they want to win this year, but the moves they've also made are not just for this year. So they were a little advantageous in this too. They have this year and next year in mind. And so you hear about those Neto rumors. maybe there's something there for the offseason. Maybe there's something there for the last 31 minutes. Who knows?
Mm-hmm. And they probably really like the arm of Erik Miller. Again, looking at type in Erik Miller StatCast if you're a Red Sox fan. And it's Christmas on that page.
He is nice.
Exit velo 99th percentile in weak contact that he's getting, but yet still 97th percentile whiff percentage and 95th percentile strikeout percentage, 98th percentile hard hit. Like weak contact, ground balls, and punch outs as a left-handed reliever with velo.
Every team we've expected to do something has kind of gone after the needs that they think they have, except the Diamondbacks maybe.
Yeah, they've been super quiet.
But a lot of the other teams have done. The Cubs, the Yankees, other than catcher, have tried to fill in. The Mets have made their moves. The Blue Jays have done some interesting things. The Angels have gotten rid of some guys. The Mariners went out and got a hitter, right? I mean, the White Sox got outfielder, catcher, pitcher, right? Dodgers got Skubal. Brewers got a starter and reliever.
And they just got another one, Antonio Senzatella.
And another reliever.
So they have him, Jojo Romero, and Dustin May are the three arms that they bring in, which is going to get criticized, but I will say it is much more than they did last year.
Yes, fine. I mean, so I feel like most of the teams have gone out and done. Tampa went out and made some big moves. Catcher, check. Starter, check. High-end reliever, Wells, check. Right? So these teams, Yankees have done everything they can, but they haven't, I mean, obviously they haven't got the catcher, but okay, they'll live with the other two moves. So these teams that are in contention have really tried to go out and bolster what they have. And then the Diamondbacks, I guess, are the one team that's kind of missing. Astros went out and got Varsho, check.
Mm-hmm. So you like mostly what's being done. More so than most, do you feel like more so than most trade deadlines?
Yeah, I feel like the more teams that know that they have a chance are going after what they need. And I think that's because more teams are willing to sell on especially expiring contracts. So teams are targeting them, and then the higher asking price. The asking price, I feel like, is lowered.
Yes.
So teams are not as worried about getting rid of their number 18 prospect.
You can't sit there if you're a team selling a rental and wait for a top 5 prospect because you'll never get him. Is that what you're saying?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you have a Juan Soto.
Right.
Or someone of that somewhat similar ilk.
Right. You're not getting that type of superstar in this situation.
And those trades usually don't happen during the season very often. They do, but not a lot.
Yeah.
Kratz, by the way, the Reds haven't sold anyone. It seems like the Reds never do one way or the other.
Say it, Kratz. I mean, there's a few teams. Well, all right, let's get to our next guest. But the Diamondbacks and the Reds have been super quiet. But most other teams are really wheeling and dealing.
They didn't know it was a trade deadline today. They thought there was another. They thought the August 30th one or 31st is still around.
Yeah, maybe. They can try and wait. It's not going to go well for them. Let's get to Jim Duquette. Former big league exec Jim Duquette with us right now. Duke, thanks for the time, dude. Good to see you. I'll let you take the floor here first. I know there's so many things flying left and right. Like, where do you feel the most opinionated about what you've seen so far in terms of one trade, and then we'll play off of that.
All right. Well, I was going to just play off of what Kratz was just saying. You guys were talking about teams that hadn't done anything yet, and it's surprising. See, Arizona in particular they were on Clay Holmes. They were on some other guys. They're looking for starting pitching. They were looking for bullpen. Holmes fit for them when the starters came back healthy, like Burns, Ryan Nelson. They could have moved him to the bullpen if they wanted. So that was a really important piece for them. And they got outbid, obviously, by the Cubs when the Mets traded him there, and they included Tyrone Taylor. So for me, that aspect is really surprising. Then we were just hearing with the Reds. And I was talking about this on the radio side of things. Like, okay, Stevenson hasn't gone yet. Like, you feel like he needs to go somewhere. I mean, with all of the catchers that have gone so far, he hasn't gone anywhere. And then now there's a report that Brady Singer isn't going to be traded, and they're likely to make him a qualifying offer, which, that's a little bit surprising too, that you couldn't, go out and try to sign him as a free agent and get what you can on the prospect side of things, unless they just couldn't line up with the prospects that quality prospects, which has been a problem obviously in some circumstances. So that to me stood out in number one. And number two, the huge haul for the Orioles, trading Adley for all those prospects. Now, I am surprised that they traded him, but that 6 guys, I mean, that is a huge haul there that the Red Sox were giving up. And then they just gave up Marcelo Meyer for Eric Miller. And, Meyer, I felt like has more value than just for a left-handed reliever. I know Miller, has years of control. But, I mean, you're talking about an up-the-middle type of player that hasn't quite hit yet, but I think he will. So, I don't know. Those are some of the ones that stand out to me here just lately.
Which side do you like it for the Red Sox with the Adley move? Because you said
I
it's a
love
massive
Adley.
haul.
Yeah. I love Adley, Kratz. I really do. I think, now the problem that we have is, is the health, right? That's the only real, for me, the real issue. Obviously, the last, before this year and a half or so of offense that had been on the decline. And a part of that was his health during that as well. And the bat had kind of gone quiet. And it looked like this year he had figured some things out again. And obviously when you have a switch hitting catcher who also is a good defender, you feel really good about having that guy in the middle of your lineup. But again, he's had a couple of different IL stints this year, and they do have a good young catcher in Basayo. So that I guess from the Red Sox side, I like it because he's the middle of the lineup bat. It's hard to find those type of guys, especially behind the plate, as we know. And for the Orioles, even though they got a great haul, like it wasn't that long ago, I say 3 weeks ago, that their general manager, Mike Elias, said they're buying. Well, they're not buying, they're selling, and I think that quick turnaround for me has been a bit surprising too.
A quick follow-up actually on that. The Orioles organization super well. Of course, you used to work in it. How do you feel Mike Elias has done now with getting close to a decade of work in that organization in times like this? Like, I'm confused. I thought that they were going to buy and sell, but ultimately be a better team when we come out of this. That doesn't look to be the case. So sometimes when I'm listening to the quotes from him, I'm getting like, oh, well, it just depends what prices we get for everyone. Eventually, like, you have to actually look at the team and be like, do we care? Are we winning this year? Like, it can't always just be, well, my computer model says I'm getting a drop more value out of this guy, and so I'm going to pull the trigger and do that deal. Because he does this sometimes when they're in the mix. This year, they're in the mix. Now you're going to have a pretty pissed off fan base that's not going to go to games if they stumble out of the gates after the trade deadline here.
I mean, and I like the haul that they got, but to your point, like, the fans are not supportive of what Mike Elias has done and how the team has played over the last couple of years. Now, I said this about 3 weeks ago, and one of the I said this with you guys, one of the hardest things when you're in that job is you fall in love with your draft picks, your own guys that you develop and sign. And sometimes you hold on to them too long, and then the value goes out of them. Now, I thought that was going to be the case with Rutschman. It wasn't. They got a lot of value back in return. But this rebuild, it's a real roller coaster, because in 22, when they were in the mix for the postseason, they sold, and it really pissed off their fan base and the clubhouse. He had to go down on the road, and I think they were in Houston at that point, and go talk to the players because he was basically quitting on the season. Then they win in 23 and 24, and then 25, obviously 26. Like, it hasn't been good enough. This window of the open window that they were supposed to have is all of a sudden closed again. And it makes you really wonder, can he put together a major league roster? He's done a good job of evaluating prospects to some degree, but once they get to the big league level, they're not developing. And the roster has been a little I'd say disjointed when you're trying to look at winning. So there's not a lot of support there locally. It seems like he has the ownership approval, at least with Rubenstein, but he is getting crushed there locally.
Okay, Jim, let's go to a different division. Let's go to the AL Central, where it's the Guardians have acquired Foster Griffin and Joe Adell to bolster their team. The White Sox have gotten Joey Bart, Luis Castillo, Huascar Brazaban. Which one, and these are the two teams that are in the main, along with the Twins, for the AL Central. Which team do you think has done better in today's trade deadline in the AL Central?
Yeah, that's a good one. because Foster Griffin's been so good, you got a starter and then Adele, who I know the last 70 games or so, he's kind of been on the decline. I like Adele. He's a good makeup guy, right? He hits lefties, which they need in that line. He is a guy that could play, I think, every day out there, and they've been dying for an offensive player like that. I'll give Cleveland a little bit of the nod just in the deadline so far that I've seen, and I like Braun, don't get me wrong, but he's an older reliever. I think the Mets sold high on him. And they've done overall a really good job, I think, filling some of their holes. But I feel like with Cleveland, the talent that they acquired over the last day or two is a little bit better than what I've seen there, within the rest of the division anyway.
All right, Twins. They sold 93 players last year at the trade deadline, and now they've just recently acquired Jeff Hoffman, AJ Minter, and Dean Kramer. Give me your evaluation of what they've done, because they're a team that's just on the fringe of the wild card for the American League.
They are. I agree with you on that. Their offense has been fantastic. They had that deal that supposedly got nixed by the Astros, Larnach, for what was it, Abreu, I think it was. And I wouldn't have liked that necessarily, that trade. I know maybe there's another player in there that we don't know about, but I think with that offense, it's been their strength that's carried them to this point. I'm not so sure on the rotate. Like Kramer is a good back end starter for me. I like what they did on the bullpen side. Now Minter is interesting for me because he got righties out and he really struggled against lefties this year. But he's been historically a good left-handed reliever against left-handed hitters. So hopefully he'll kind of figure that out. And Braun has been better than expected. What bothers me a little bit is, there was a little bit of a concern him pitching in New York. Now, he pitched well in New York, but it was on a team that wasn't winning. But, again, he's going to get the plenty of high leverage situations there in Minnesota. So they did strengthen a weakness there. I'm not so sure that they addressed the rotation, at least for my liking, to be able to compete there. But, again, they've exceeded my expectations from the very beginning. So I'm excited to see what it looks like the last 2 months.
Jim, what's the one team that surprised you so far? Good or bad? Either way, good or bad?
Oh, good or bad? Well, you know what? I think with I'm going to say the Yankees have surprised me a little bit that they weren't going to be a little more aggressive. I hesitate to say bad because they did address the need. They got Ramos and Luis Garcia. I just don't, it's an odd fit with Garcia playing first base and you have obviously Rice that's going to play mostly first and DH, and you got Goldschmidt. Like that to me is a little bit. I'm not seeing how that that fits versus what, let's say, as an example, the Rays did. I thought they did a pretty good job, obviously getting Peralta. That's a buy low candidate with Peralta. So I'll stick with the Yankees on that. I'm a little bit surprised, on the bad side of that. And then, on the good side, I'm trying to. The Cubs. I really like how well aggressive Jed Hoyer has been. This is out of character for him. We have not seen him be this aggressive at the trade deadline. It's always been that proverbial opportunistic, and he's holding on to prospects. I'm not going to say it was complete, Theo, he's out from that, shadow. But if you remember in 2016, how aggressive they were, and I think his quote was, if not now, then when? I feel like we're going to get some similar paraphrased type of comment from Jed Hoyer this time around too, because I think what they did, getting Gausman, getting Holmes, being able to use Holmes in the bullpen. They got another starter I'm not thinking of at the moment, but I thought they did really, really well. Yeah. Thank you, Garrett. So, yeah, I think the Cubs were that one. I think they did well, and it surprised me at how aggressive they were.
Hey, Duke, a ton of prospects coming into Queens to the Mets organization. I didn't realize. I was like, yeah, the Mets system I thought was kind of mid-range, but then you see a deal like what they did with the Cubs, and it's for rentals. Jefferson Rojas goes into their system, and most publications are going to probably put him first or second, depending on, Jonah Tom. So they are actually really retooling their farm system this week, huh?
I do like the Rojas. I thought they maybe could have squeezed another prospect out of it, but he's a top 100, at least according to MLB Pipeline. As an infielder, either short or third. There's a lot to like with him. So, I thought, for what they, the little bit that's left on Holmes' contract and throwing Taylor in there, I thought they did a really good job on that. And I like the kid, Stafaro, that they got from the Pirates for Luke Weaver. That kid can hit a little bit. Was watching some video and looking at some reports on him. He's a local kid in New York that grew up a Mets fan. And I think if you look at those two guys in particular, they're going to be probably, top 3, top 4 prospects in the Mets. I know the pipeline's a little light, in my opinion, on them, but I like what they did in that situation. They got a couple of, I'll call them lottery tickets with the arms there a little bit later. But I think what they were able to do and just being patient. Part of this deadline, I think JB was talking about this earlier, but part of the deadline and when you have this many players is there's a strategy to it, right? They were waiting on Peralta. I thought Peralta was actually going to go before Skubal did, within the industry. He didn't, but they moved him first. They got quantity there. Then they go Weaver next, and then he held on to Holmes a little bit longer to wait and get the best prospect. And I think that's a big part of this when you're selling is the strategy aspect of it. And I thought the Mets did pretty well considering all things and as bad as the season has been.
What about the Pirates? What about what the Pirates have done? Have they filled all the needs that they have based on the fact that they have pushed all in as the Pirates can push all in? And now they're kind of on the fringe here.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. It's been one of those days. I'm trying to remember who they got besides Weaver. Did they get anybody else besides Weaver? I don't think.
And Camilo Duvall.
Oh, Duvall. So, listen, I think Weaver was the best relief pitcher on the market. Like just watching his season and how good he's been and being able to pitch, in tight situations. So I really like that pickup. I'm not a big Duvall guy. Just watching him in New York, and it just didn't handle it. But in a change of scenery and that environment, he might be better. I wonder. If you're managing that team, right, and you have Soto and Duvall in your bullpen. Do you pick up a pack of cigarettes and start smoking them as soon as you bring them in? Because I've got some concerns with the number of walks and just how difficult it's going to be with those guys. Number of guys getting on base. Like I don't know, man. I know that Ben Cherington likes Don Kelly, but man, I feel for Don having to bring those guys in and then watch all these guys get on base.
True, Jim. I mentioned this earlier. The Rangers and the Pirates have the same record. They're both under 500. I know the Rangers have one less win. But the Rangers, everyone was talking about them selling, and the Pirates are talking about going for it, even though they're in the NL and the Rangers are in the AL. Why is it such a difference in philosophies? Is it just desperation from the Pirates wanting to act like they're trying to be good?
I think that's a part of it. Yeah, I think when you're all in or all committed like Ben Cherington was, and you go through this little bit of stretch that they've been, this downturn. I felt like they were a dangerous team, and I still think that they are. And I don't have their strength of schedule, but a lot of that to me matters. I know some people disagree, but I think the strength of schedule down the stretch. I know you got to win games at the major league level. It's hard to do, but man, you'd much rather play teams that are struggling than the really good ones to be able to go on a run like that. And so, we'll see with Pittsburgh on that, but. I think that Texas, that to me was the other. Texas and Baltimore both were, and even I'll throw Detroit in there after trading Skubal. They haven't done an awful lot, so maybe they're trying to do both. But I just don't know. I've always felt like if you're within 3 games of the postseason and you have a high end starting pitching like you do in Pittsburgh. With those guys, they're a dangerous team if they were able to get to the postseason. So I don't mind it, and especially if you kind of use it as the comparison to how bad the Pirates have been, and they just haven't done enough over the last couple of years. So when you get to that taste, I kind of like, and I would have liked to have seen them push in a little bit more.
So, Duke, my question playing off of this, what's the one team that either sold or basically is holding as we're getting to the final minutes here before the trade deadline ends? And we'll get stuff that trickles out afterward. Sure. What's one team where you looked and you were like, I would have just kept rolling with it? I know one that comes to mind that I've heard you say, and I'll bring it up and let me know if you're going another direction.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
I heard you at one point say, hey, the Tigers are right there, and their rotation would have looked good in October. And again, we're 12 minutes away from no Casey Mize news yet. I would imagine he's going to get traded in the next 10, 15 minutes. But either way, was that the team that you had circled? Like, the Tigers have made bigger pushes than this in the past. Should they have just held off?
They're historically, the last couple of years, they've been a second-half team. And now that they were healthy, now that Skubal was back and pitching better, and they were starting to get healthy, I know Carpenter was out, but they were starting to get healthy on the offensive front. I thought they were a real dangerous team down the stretch, and if they got to the postseason, they had the one guy that they could have rode in Skubal, but they have got others, obviously, in the rotation that I liked. Mize is another one. Jackson Job's supposed to come back. Like there are a lot of things that I felt like with the Tigers, they were trending up, and so I didn't. In the end, I wasn't surprised that I think I said this on this show last week. Dodgers are going to get Skubal if he's available. The Dodgers are going to get him. There's no one that's going to outbid them. But I didn't like the move personally. I thought that they should have just, since they held on to him last winter and they were trending up, I would have wanted to keep him and see if there's something. Maybe they could have moved Mize and done something, that way. But hold on to Skubal and make a run at it.
Mm-hmm. There you go. Anyone agree before we let him go, or did you guys want him gone?
No, I think he's right. I mean, the Tigers aren't that far, and they were playing a little bit better. And again, the American League isn't that hard. Last year, or I think when the Tigers are looking at it, Jim, is a couple years ago. Was it 2 years ago? They made the playoffs and they didn't do anything. Remember the rest of the Central
they
sold?
Traded Flaherty.
They actually traded some guys away, and then they got hot and made the postseason.
Yeah, last year they did fade actually.
Last year
they did fade in September. Yep.
Yeah, 2 years ago they were rolling. Last one, sorry, because there was one more trade that came through, and we've been talking about them. Just your analysis on the player we've covered for years. The Diamondbacks did finally do something. It looks like they're acquiring Lars Nootbaar. ESPN reporting. So thoughts on Nootbaar and the Diamondbacks getting a little offense?
Well, they've been looking for left-handed bat, center fielder. I still feel like they have a move in them. They were looking for starting pitching. Maybe they'll be in on Mize like we just talked about. But I like Nootbaar, a little bit. Obviously at the top of the lineup to add a little bit of pressure ahead of the rest of the offensive group that they have. I think in the end, I don't know what the acquisition cost was there, but I don't think it matters at this point. They're on the board. But I'm hoping that in the final, 10 minutes, that they can find themselves a little bit more pitching, at least another starting pitcher.
Duke, awesome stuff. Thank you so much for joining us here towards the buzzer. We appreciate you, man.
All right, guys. Thanks.
Thank you. That's Jim Duquette. We went through a lot. Breaking news. There's been a ton of trades. Well, yeah, Nootbaar's the latest one that gets picked up by the Diamondbacks. But there were 5 trades while we were talking to Duke, and we got to all of them as we were going through. What about from Neil? What players are the most surprising that are not being traded? Let's hold that for 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Because I want to just see who doesn't get dealt here. A lot's going to happen still over these next 20 minutes. It's just how this works. They start scrambling. Some teams that weren't involved get involved. You take final offers here. Hug watch is on because for the teams that are playing today, guys are at the ballpark now. So you get to see what's going on the field. Somebody comes up for the shoulder tap. Hey,
I need to speak with you.
Yeah.
I know I was in AAA, but I was in the hot tub one time and I got traded. I was playing in the game. In the hot tub. See ya. You're heading to the Royals. Because they don't want AJ Pierzynski's act.
True.
Get out of the hot tub.
Exactly how it went down.
Get out of the hot tub.
I'm sure that's how it went down. They were like, gee, if we can't get AJ Pierzynski, we got to pivot really quick and get Kratz.
I mean, that happened. That did happen.
Oh, yeah, I know that part. But they didn't pivot to get me. It just happened.
Well, they had to get you. They had to want you for some reason. So they tried it. That was good. It worked out good for both of y'all. So.
We've hit every trade as it's come, whether we've done it ourselves or done it with the guest at the moment, as we've been live now for 5 hours?
5 days.
5 days, 7 minutes away. We did a really good weekend show too that was just dedicated to the Skubal news, and we still spoke about Skubal plenty today. So if you're backtracking at some point, you missed something, we probably covered it here on FT, and props to the team behind the scenes hustling. Stuff's flying out on social media too, on the Foul Territory accounts. But we are at the 6 minute, 50-second mark until deals need to be submitted, and then we'll learn about what's going on right afterward. So let's do this while we're waiting.
Does that mean
for
we
the
have to
final
stay
ones.
on after 6 o'clock?
You ask me this every year. Every year AJ asks me this.
I'm going to ask you
AJ,
every year.
Good.
I got
AJ,
dinner, Scott.
Are we almost there?
Everyone eats dinner.
No, I never asked that.
You
Because I could read a map back when I was a kid. I knew how to read
Are we
a
there
map, so
yet?
I knew when we were almost there.
Favorite trade so far? And you can include the last few days. But the trade where you're like, I really like this team getting this player.
This is going to surprise you when I tell you this. It's the Cubs trades today, both of them, Gossman and Clay Holmes. That's the one that is just because it was such a need for them to do that was a big one for me.
I like that. 2 playoff starters.
I've said
That's not easy. 2 playoff starters. You have Kratz?
Red Sox?
No,
Well, it's surprising.
I love the Red Sox. The fact that I've said 1.5 weeks ago, this team stinks. And they're like, screw you. We're going to get a big-time reliever, which I think Eric Miller is a big-time reliever if you watch him, and Adley Rutschman. Is Adley Rutschman 100% healthy? I have no idea. Who's 100% healthy in August anyway? Like, I think it's something that they saw an opportunity to make this team better in a big way, and they pushed it. They pushed it all in.
Wow,
Okay.
Cubs and Red Sox.
I tell you the most interesting team, the Red Sox. Getting Adley Rutschman, trading Marcelo Meyer. I mean, this better work. This better work.
I don't know. See, for me, if it doesn't work, I'm still satisfied.
Are you?
If I'm a Red Sox fan,
If Marcelo Meyer goes to San Francisco and just starts crushing it.
I guess, but no, I'm okay.
Who does that?
We can't do right. Who does that?
Barry
That's
Bonds?
true. That's it. We can't say, hey, I want to see my team do things, and then knock it if the player ends up working out.
I don't know. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I think the Rays had a nice day.
Yeah.
Get catcher, starter, reliever, all good pieces. Yankees got a couple bats they needed. Dodgers got Skubal, obviously. Brewers did okay. Starter a couple relievers. Who else?
I'm against you on that. I mean, I think they did fine, but
they did fine.
They're the classic case
you know
of a
nice
team
day?
that
The
should be doing
Padres.
more. Yeah.
Robbie Ray's a nice piece for them.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if they swing the bat the way they have the last couple weeks.
It's weird that they didn't make 10 trades, though.
Well, the Mariners didn't either.
Right. AJ Preller and Jerry DiPoto are 2 of the top 5, if not top 3, in terms of quantity
White
of
Sox
deals
did
over the
okay.
last 10 years.
White Sox did okay. I think there's more coming, even though Bob said no, but I think there might be one more move in there.
Well, wasn't catcher the last spot they were looking at?
But just Joe. I mean, listen, we love Joey Bart, but
oh, right, they got Joey Bart. So then,
but is that like
they'll probably hold off? Then they're not going to get another guy. I think the White Sox were very clear with their messaging. We'll spend a little, take on some money.
They took on a lot of money.
We are not trading from our
that's fine. But
prospect hub, our good-looking prospect hub. They were like, no.
We have 6 shortstops that are all potential. They're all going to play shortstop, Kratz.
Mm-hmm.
Padres love shortstops.
Padres do love shortstops. Padres also haven't lost 100 games the last 2 years.
It's hard to know what the asking prices were, but do you think that the Angels should have entertained more conversations about Zach Neto or Reed Detmers? And wait,
Reed Detmers got traded.
No, he didn't. And I've got another team that we haven't spoken much about today.
Reds.
No, we just hit how the Reds really have been chilling. We talked about them with one trade that made them a little bit worse offensively, but it was a little bit of a surplus situation, and it made another team much stronger in a certain position on offense. That's probably not specific enough. The Marlins.
Oh.
The Marlins are close to a wild card spot. They fell apart in the last couple weeks.
They don't believe it.
I know they don't.
No.
But they all of a sudden become a hold besides Liam Hicks.
Yes.
That's a move for them.
Yeah. I know that's
They have the lowest.
but that was it.
Sandy didn't get traded. I told y'all Sandy wasn't getting traded. I told y'all he wasn't going to get traded.
All year about Sandy.
Nathaniel Lowe. Oh, the Reds did something. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
They got their NRI traded.
Yes. Yes, to the Guardians. But who is there another team that didn't do anything? Because I think pretty much every team was covered today, weren't they?
Oh, the Marlins just made a trade. When I like the second I said that, the Marlins made a trade, or at least it was announced. Passan said Victor Vodnik from the Rockies, who's got big stuff and pitches in Colorado. Get him out of Colorado. I mean, I like him. He's
okay.
High velo, high ground ball guy. Connor Norby goes to the Rockies.
What?
What do you mean, what?
Okay. For Connor Norby, but
Norby and right-hander Aiden May. So the Marlins did do another thing.
The A's didn't do anything today, did they?
Ooh.
Nothing.
Didn't trade any. Is there anybody? I'm trying to think. Every team did something except the A's, right? The top of my head?
Yeah. Well, if you're counting the Reds just now.
The Reds just made a move.
Sure.
We're down to like seconds now.
Yeah.
Seconds now. Let's see here. White Sox, Guardians, Twins, Tigers, Royals. Check. They all made moves. Rays, Twins, the Red Sox, Orioles, Blues. Just check. Astros, Rangers, Mariners, A's out. Royals traded Lane Thomas yesterday, 2 days ago.
I didn't do much.
Rays, Philly, Marlins, Nationals, Mets. Check, check, check. Brewers, Cubs, Pirates, Cardinals, Reds. Check, check, check. Dodgers, Diamondbacks, Padres. Every team made a trade except for the A's. Go A's. Las Vegas is excited. 3, 2, 1. See you guys tomorrow.
Trade deadline is officially over.
See you guys tomorrow.
That does not mean we know about every deal.
All right. See you guys tomorrow. Thanks. It was real.
It is frantic in New York City right now at the MLB offices. I guarantee you we will learn about a trade. Let's put the over-under right now, okay? So officially the trade deadline is done. Right now, how many more major league trades will we hear about? Well, here's one. Ken Rosenthal just said Kirby Yates to the Pirates.
Who?
So the Pirates get Kirby Yates. So now they got Kirby Yates.
Oh, the Reds.
Camilo Doval and Luke Weaver. So starting now, how many more trades will we hear about over the next 15 minutes?
You guys let me know tomorrow.
I'm going to put it at 3.5.
38 on 7. We're setting it at 6.5. I'm taking the over.
Wow. I'll take the under. Major league trades. Because then you also, what happens is, guys, over these next 15 minutes, reporters will start to chime in. Oh, here's another one. John Heyman, Casey Mize to the Padres. Padres got Casey Mize and Robbie Ray.
Padres had a good day, man.
Wow.
I already said that. I already knew about that one. I just wasn't allowed to report it.
Well, because you said Casey Mize to everyone. But Casey Mize to the
I
Padres.
nailed that one, see?
You did. That was your best prediction. Some people on TV do that. They predict everything every day and then try to go viral when they're right. Casey Mize to the Padres, sorry. Robbie Ray and Casey Mize inserted into the rotation. Michael King's been good this year. Their bullpen's awesome. How do you feel about the Padres now?
I already said they had a good day.
But now
they've got even a better day now. And they kept Mason Miller.
Like how but big picture, how do you feel about the Padres? Can they how much do you up their chances of making the playoffs? Can they do damage in the playoffs?
Yes, because their bullpen is so good, and also because if you have Robbie Ray, Casey Mize healthy, Musgrove's supposed to be coming back at some point. Yeah. Michael King's pretty good, and if their offense hits a little bit, they're pretty good.
They might have to call Yu Darvish and be like, dude, September? I'm kidding. But the Padres right now are on the outside looking in by a game. The current wild card standings in the National League today, the Cubs have a pretty cushy lead. And then it's the Diamondbacks and Phillies even for the second spot. So they take up the other 2 spots right now, right? And then the Padres are the first team on the outside looking in. They're 1 game back. Marlins 1.5 games back. And then there's another drop-off where you get the Pirates and the Cardinals, the Nationals. So The Padres are believing in themselves much more than, say, the Marlins.
Yeah. No shit. No shit, Scott. No shit, Scott.
Captain Obvious report.
Yeah, seriously. What's that commercial?
Look,
Captain. Thanks, Captain Obvious.
They're neck and neck in the standings, and they just told their fan bases what they think.
Do they believe in themselves more than the Diamondbacks?
And one team just sold for $3.9 million.
Billion. But
billion.
You messed
billion.
Up your B and your M. Billion. So I did see a report at some point from someone in my circle of trust reporters that said AJ Preller was telling teams that he could spend some cash. Robbie Ray is not cheap. Casey Mize is making pretty good money this year. Remember how the Padres had to be careful before they were selling?
Uh-huh.
They don't have to be as careful right now.
Oh, you know what I'm looking forward to so much? Fox has the NL playoffs. Oh, Dodgers, Padres, please.
No, does that line up?
Oh, I don't know, but I'm just saying.
Wait,
it'd be awesome. You know, it'd be awesome because the travel. Or I'll take Milwaukee Cubs out. Either one. Fox. So make this happen, MLB. Play your little.
So now the Tigers shed Skubal and Mize. Good luck. Pirates
and
get
they have Max.
What?
They have Max Clark.
I don't know how to say his name from the Marlins. Luke Bashar.
Who?
I've seen him pitch. Bachar from the Marlins, right-handed reliever. There you get some reports. John Heyman and Joel Sherman both say Yankees are done. Ken Rosenthal said Orioles are keeping Trevor Rogers. So they traded Taylor Ward and Adley Rutschman, but they're holding Trevor Rogers. Okay. It's all coming.
And getting nothing?
For who? Baltimore?
Is Trevor Rogers a free agent?
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, I want to point this one out.
It's so hard.
The team that I was just thinking about, and I just saw the tweet come in through our chat. Jesus Cano, who covers the Braves for The Athletic. This is going to point me to the next direction I want to take everyone. He said the Padres have one of the worst farm systems in baseball. Today they acquired Robbie Ray and Casey Mize. The Braves have a much stronger system. They added Tyler Mahle. Braves fans are going to be pissed. Remember how we're getting asked? You don't think so? You don't think Braves fans are going to be pissed?
They don't have a stronger farm system.
Okay.
You know why they don't have it? Because they didn't trade them all.
Right.
They didn't trade any of them.
Shouldn't Braves fans be pretty pissed right now with what they did?
I don't know who's supposed to be pissed and who's supposed to be excited about
yes,
any
you
of this
do.
stuff. I don't
That's
know,
your
but
job.
Cash Mayfield is a great name, by the way.
In the Padres trade.
Casey Mize and Gage Workman for Cash Mayfield and Jackson Wolf. That's some serious names right there.
Yeah.
That's some serious name power.
It's name flexing.
Yeah.
Wait, so you're okay with the Braves? You don't have any rant
No, I'd
for
love
your
for
old
them. I
team?
grew up a Braves fan. I want the Braves fans to do Braves to do a lot.
Not your fandom. Do you think the Braves were sufficient just now with what they did the last few days?
Compared to some other teams like in the National League, like the Cubs and Dodgers.
Yeah.
They went more the Brewers route. Let's try to fly under the radar.
Man, that's disappointing.
They
should have gotten a big name.
They went what the Cubs said they were going to go. Didn't Jed Hoyer say, "Well, we're not going to push in here unless we're talking about a buy." And the Cubs said, "Ha, deked you. We're actually going to push." And the Braves were like, "Hey, wait a minute. You said you weren't going to push."
Because the Braves don't have you're saying they don't have a great chance of a buy since the Dodgers and Brewers are in front of them?
Cubs don't have a chance at a buy either.
They went against what they said, which I like.
They went against what they said.
Agreed. I don't know.
So you guys went over the teams that you loved the most. You guys loved the Cubs and the Red Sox from the trade deadline.
I like the Rays too.
And the Rays. Okay, so that's a good 3. The teams that you disliked the most.
A's didn't do one thing. Didn't sell anybody. Didn't really do much.
Right.
I'm not going to say the team just north of Chicago anymore because I think we beat up on them enough.
On the Brewers, yep.
I
I just said the Braves. I would like to enter them on the list.
Yeah. The Reds had a lot of right-handed hitting guys they didn't get rid of. Steer
was the big one. He's pretty hurt.
Stevenson. Right? I mean, there were some guys that they just didn't.
But yeah, Tyler Stevenson's a free agent after this year. He was emotional the other day, thinking he was going to get dealt. And unless something pops up in the next 7 minutes on the late reports here, Tyler Stevenson is not going anywhere.
You know what else I think did a good job today, and it's not going to show up this year? The Blue Jays. They acquired some guys for the future, not just for this year, and I think they did a pretty good job with getting pitching.
Spencer Arrighetti, Jose Soriano.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think that's nice.
Tell me about what the Rangers did before I put them on the list.
Nothing. They traded away Josh Smith.
I know what they did.
Nothing.
No. They besides Josh Smith, they made phone calls today, and I have a feeling that each phone call went the same. We know the first one. Hey, Jacob.
No.
Do you want to get traded? No. Hey, Corey, do you want to get traded? No. Nathan, would you like to get traded? No. All right, cool. Not much we can do here. They all have no trade clauses. You can't do anything.
I know.
It's hard. It's a new ballpark. It's no state income tax. It's a team that's not out of it, so it's a little bit of a weird call. DeGrom already spoke about it. He's I believe in here. No, and he earned his no trade clause. You gave it to him. Those guys don't want to move. Not that they would have moved, but they don't want to move.
Yeah.
I don't think any of them gave them permission.
Don't give it. That's why the Red Sox don't give a no trade clause. Smartest team on earth. No trade clause.
Red Sox had a good day for me on the big league team level, and they're the most interesting team because of the moves they made.
Yeah.
Because I don't know enough about the minor league guys that they gave up. But for me, I mean, you had Adley Rutschman. You had a good left-handed reliever. That's a good day for the Red Sox for a team that's playing really well.
Mm-hmm. Official word coming in on who stayed put. Ken saying Zach Neto and Reed Detmers stay with the Angels.
Reed Detmers got traded, Scott.
4 hours ago. I put my ass on the line and called someone out, and I'm taking the W. You should have seen me. I was texting behind the scenes, too. It's like, don't talk about this trade. I don't believe it.
Soler, good point, Mark. Soler not traded either by the Angels.
Yeah. But let's give them some credit here. They moved Zephyr John, Jose Soriano. Anyone else? Well, Silseth and Logan O'Hoppe the other day.
Brent Suter.
Yeah. But even Soriano, like in past years, they don't do that deal.
No.
That's Mazalak.
Joe Adell, you forgot about him.
Oh, and Joe Adell.
He was a super prospect, super player for a long time.
Yeah. Some of those guys, those are not rentals, right?
Yeah.
Adell's next year, Soriano's 2 more years.
But this is Mazalak making his stamp, saying, all right, okay, Artie, you want me to run this team? You got to let me run it the way I want. Let me basically
good job.
Start over.
That's important.
Good job.
Angels fans have dealt with this for a long time where they're looking at the deadline and they're like, what are we doing? We're not in contention this year. We need to get prospects in a seller's market. There were a lot of teams that were like, yep, we're trying this year. Let's go for it. All right. Well, we'll let you know if anyone else. Hey, can I point out one more team that I liked? The Cleveland Guardians picked up Joe Adell. There's some other smaller moves, Nathaniel Lowe, Blake Perkins, but Joe Adell and Foster Griffin for the rotation. Is it a push all your chips in? No, but I like those 2 moves. I think Foster Griffin's going to pitch well there, and I think Joe Adell is immediately inserted into the outfields. And they needed, I know you always say like, oh, they need tons of outfield. They really needed one for sure that they can plug in there.
Versus lefty.
And that's the guy. Yeah. Because you have Angel Martinez, who's had a good year, right?
Quan,
DeLauder. So Adell filling that out helps.
Yep.
All right. I think we covered it all. A few minutes left to go to finish some business, and then we'll let you know if anything else pops up. But let's hit Leo. I'm cold on my bets, but Kratz is having a year. Kratz, you start us off. What are you doing tonight?
I'm not going on the next day of the ladder challenge. Busy day. So I'm just going over in the Phillies Nats game. It's Nola versus, I think it's supposed to be Alvarez, unless something changed with the trade deadline. Two teams whose bullpen. I'm turning the game on in the 7th inning, and I'm going to watch over 9 runs scored. So we're going minus 118. Put down 118 to win a hunch.
Yeah, Nola's still pitching tonight. You're good.
Is he not supposed to pitch?
I don't know.
No, I meant Nola and whoever the Nats are going to throw.
Alvarez. Wilson Alvarez.
Must be Alvarez.
Nasty cutter.
I've got the Yankees run line tonight. It's just about even money, minus 102. 102 to, you know what? I got to start 204 to win 200.
Boom.
And it's Cam Schlittler against Michael McGreevy. Luis Garcia should be playing tonight. Get that in there against the righty right from the jump. I like to bet on a team that improves a certain part of the club and see what it does over the next few days. You'd be excited, right? If you're on the Yankees and you got a little boost of offense. I know they're not going to have, what's his name, Ramos yet, but Garcia's ready.
Yeah.
So I'll give them a multi-run win with Cam Schlittler. What are you doing?
I got a combo I got over 9 for the Phillies Nationals because Andrew Alvarez, I know it was Andrew Alvarez, Mark. Thank you, not Wilson Alvarez. He retired years ago. And Nola. And then I'm going 6+ strikeouts for Cam Schlittler because I think the last 5 or 6 games he's gone at least 6+ strikeouts. And then I'm going over 8 for Dodgers and Cubs because the wind is blowing out at Wrigley. It's been blowing in and it is blowing out today. So I am going that, and that gets me to plus 380.
Ooh. Plus 380. There are your locks for the day. You put them up on the board. And we're going to do slap hands coming up in a moment to recap what we saw throughout the day. But games, now we move on to games. We talk games for the rest of the year. Parlay boost token, any sport, could be in your BetMGM app. Go check it out, activate it, and apply it with multiple sports, of course. If you win it, you'll receive extra winnings. Gambling problem or concern? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Our friend Jason Stark just tweeted this. The Phillies made a minor league trade at the buzzer with the A's. Minor league trade doesn't count. You didn't do anything, A's. But nope. Seth Johnson to the A's for outfielder Colby Thomas. And he said, but they ran out of time shopping for one more starter or a reliever. They did get who did they get?
They got from the Giants.
They got multiple relievers. They got Caleb Killian and Brooks Raley, right?
Yeah, yes. Lefty, Brooks Raley.
That's pretty good.
A rise.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm happy about a lot of moves today.
There was a lot.
You know what I'm the most pissed off about for the whole past week?
No.
That more teams didn't go for Tarik Skubal.
That's what I'm the most pissed off about. I just wonder this. Like, how hard were teams really going for him? We'll never know. How hard did teams really go for him?
Not hard.
Like, I know that Brewer said we made an offer, but don't you think that they could have just said, hey, man, okay, you know what? We really need this guy. We really want this guy. We'll throw it. We'll give you one more. We'll give you our 29th prospect to sweeten the deal.
They didn't believe it.
Do you think
they didn't believe which part?
They didn't believe that he was what they needed. Whatever team. Insert whatever team. They did not believe he was what was going to make them better, which I couldn't agree less with.
Because
I mean, there's probably one team where it doesn't make them significantly better. The Yankees, because their starting rotation is Cole, Fried, Schlittler, Rodon in the playoffs when they're healthy.
I mean,
honestly, I mean, not that Skubal wouldn't make them better, but that's like the one team when you look at him, you say, "Damn, this is the one team that really doesn't need starting pitching," because they also have Warren. Right, they have a bunch of guys. That was the one team where you're like, okay, I see him not going there.
And the second team would have been the Dodgers, Glasnow, Snell, if they feel
But they're
good.
always hurt, and they're always looking for innings. I mean, you go Yamamoto, Snell, or Yamamoto, Skubal, Snell, Glasnow, Sasaki back in the bullpen. That's pretty damn good. Sorry.
The Brewers,
but
Henderson,
Mizorowski.
Too soon?
No. If that really was the reason why the Brewers didn't do it, then wow. Okay.
That's the one that pissed me off. And I do feel like the Tigers maybe should have waited until today. I'm not in on all the conversations.
He's scheduled to pitch today, so that's why they wanted to get him out.
Get it done.
Because then they would have had to. He wouldn't have been able to pitch for his next team for a couple of days. So by doing it Saturday night, they gave that team the opportunity
to get his next start.
To get this start, which is tomorrow.
Yeah.
For the Dodgers. I want to see Gausman against the Blue Jays though on Thursday.
Is that a
yes,
lock?
Please.
Is he definitely
sign
starting?
me up for that one?
Is he starting for sure? I know he was.
I don't know, but I mean, if he's not starting Thursday, maybe he's starting Friday or Saturday.
True.
Those are against the Blue Jays.
Yep. Well, tonight
in Varsho against the Blue Jays tonight.
I was just going to say
should
tonight,
have been the homer pick today.
Yeah, if there's one game I watch tonight, it's Dalton Varsho against the
Blue Jays.
All right, well, we did it. Should we stay on a little longer?
No, I got to get some dinner in. I'm not Scott. I didn't have a snack break, a bathroom break, a water break,
2 bites of a bar
potty
in 20
break.
seconds. And
I mean,
it's like,
Kratz, did you get up? Did you move?
No chance. Scott taught me.
Nope.
Scott taught me you never get up during a show. That's what he taught me, and I'm going to listen to my hero. Not all heroes wear capes.
True.
I wear FT shirts. FoulTerritoryShop.com. Awesome animated player collection. And we have the new Skubal Dodgers shirt for you too. FT shirts if you want to give us a little bit of love. Thanks to everyone that was watching, listening, all of that. Thanks to everyone behind the scenes. Absolute grinders behind the scenes. I did take 2 bites of a bar at one point. Was feeling a little weak. Palms were sweaty, but I'm back. I'm
Hold
good.
up. Before we go, can I just ask a simple question? Like I'm watching, they're doing a breakdown on a certain channel of a certain player, and it's the exact same. It's like what they're doing is the exact same.
Like
right here.
Yeah.
You can see what's on the TV. Like they're doing a breakdown, and they're drawing lines, and it's like, wait, different camera angles, different. I'm like, no, that doesn't work.
Stop with the breakdowns unless the player is on there explaining, here's what I'm thinking. It's way different. Stop with the breakdowns. Stop it.
Well, the thing is, real quick, I know music's playing, but if you take a screenshot of a player, you could take the screenshot of the player moving and then take a picture again and be like, look at the difference here.
Yeah, I know.
That's
different angles from different cameras in different parks too. It has to be the same camera in the same park.
Part of the sauce.
Against the same pitcher at this, yes. Agreed.
I'm glad we ended that way.
I digress.
We're back tomorrow and every day. 1 o'clock Eastern. The sun is still out. Yeah, even on the East Coast.